get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
soruma geçiyorum. Şimdi bu mevsim aslında Avrupa Şampiyonası'na çıkan takımlara baktığımızda tecrübeli ve veteran takımlardan çok aslında lige yeni gelmiş ya da yeni sayılabilecek organizasyonların Avrupa Şampiyonası'na gittiğini görüyoruz. Bu durum hakkında neler düşünüyorsun? Ligimiz sanki böyle altyapı konusunda gerçekten iyileşiyor gibi.
Ya aslında ben bunu bekliyordum, böyle bir şey. Ya ben buna kabuk değişimi olarak bakıyorum. Ya artık yeni isimler, yeni takımlar falan, yeni yüzlerin gelmesi gerektiğini düşünüyordum. Bu sezon tam da öyle bir sezon oldu. Bu bizim için açıkçası avantaj olarak görüyorum ben, kendi takımım için Avrupa'da. Ama beklemediğim bir sonuç değildi. Tabii şaşırdığımız noktalar oldu. Çok kaliteli takımların gelemediğini görüyoruz ama ya, beklenilebiliyordu ya bir noktaya kadar bu sonuç. Ben öyle düşünüyorum.
Çok net aslında. Beklediğimiz ve kabuk değişimi dedin. Her şeyi özetler nitelikteydi bu. Şimdi sana bir diğer sorumu soracağım. Bahar mevsiminde takımın sinerjisini yakaladıktan sonra aslında tecrübeli takımlara karşı güz sezonunda savaş yaparken çok daha rahat olduğunuzu hissettik. Genel olarak bu savaşları yaparken sizin hisleriniz neydi? Biz dışarıdan izlerken MELISE Esports çok rahat, çok profesyoneldi. Sizin o savaşlardaki halinizi merak ediyorum takım içerisinde.
Ya aslında dışarıdan nasıl gözüküyorsa bizde içeriden de o şekildeydi ya. Hiç farklı bir durum yoktu. Hatta bazen gereksiz bir rahatlık da oluyordu yani bu fightlarda falan. Çok çok gereksiz rahatlık yani. Özellikle çocuklar çok agresif oyuncular olduğu için. Ya geçen sezon bizim için çok güzel bir tecrübeydi. Bu sezonu gerçekten aslında böyle başarının tamamen sırrı geçen sezonu Avrupa'yı görmemiz, işte o seviyede oynayabilmemiz falandı. Bir özgüven de kattı takıma. Bu sezon o yüzden böyle çok rahat bir şekilde fightlarda koordine olabildik, baskı kurabildik, üstünlüğümüzü hissettirebildik. Öyleydi.
Hi, I'm John. I'm here with Tulika from MADBULLS. Second place back over in Europe. Moving through into the championship. What are your opinions about the competition in this upcoming tournament? Because there have been some moves, obviously, teams like Fireflux not making it in. What's your opinion of the upcoming challenges?
Ну, в целом, с всеми командами практически уже соревновались. Остается только посмотреть, что у них изменилось по их стилю игры. Ну и в целом по своей игре, я думаю, будем делать все то же самое, потому что в нашем регионе все получалось.
I mean, you guys have had such a consistent high performance, right? Your strategy, your plan going forwards for the champs, is it a chance, do you think, that you're going to get a top place? Is that your goal here, to be able to claim that top spot in the champs?
Ну, конечно, любой турнир официальный стараемся всегда заходить на первое место, поэтому тут не исключение.
I mean, you were certainly really, really close to that top spot in Europe. So hopefully this time you can become a champion in those champions. For you personally, though, how would you describe yourself as a player, and how do you think your team contributes to your performance on a personal level?
Стиль команды или стиль как игрока?
So the player style, his personal player style, and how does the team contribute and help him to play to the best of his abilities?
В своей команде я еще капитан, и из-за того, что игроки в команде опытные, я в них уверен, я могу более раскрепощенно играть индивидуально, что очень хорошо сказывается и на команду, и на меня, поэтому в этом плане у нас все хорошо стакает.
Avrupa Şampiyonası röportajlarımıza hoş geldiniz. Espor'dan Kör Cerrah var yanımda. Mert hoş geldin.
Hoş buldum abi.
Nasılsın, nasıl hissediyorsun? Avrupa Şampiyonası'na çıkmayı başardınız. Öncelikle tebrik etmek istiyorum seni. Keyifler nasıl?
Keyifler iyi şu anda. Avrupa Şampiyonası'na güzel çıktık. Sadece biraz şeyden dolayı üzgünlük var. Şampiyon olarak çıkamadığımız için. Onun dışında gayet iyi gidiyor şu anda.
Süper. O zaman sana bazı sorularım olacak. Hazır mısın? Başlayalım mı?
Evet, hazırım.
İlk sorum şöyle olacak aslında. Güz sezonunda gerçekten skor alma konusunda çok tutarlı bir Spor vardı. Aslında bizler biraz tehlikeli olarak nitelendirsek de Bra bir şekilde yolunu buldu. Bir şekilde o skorları toplamayı başardı. Gerçekten çok geliştiniz bu konuda. Bunu başarmak için neleri değiştirdiniz aslında geçtiğimiz döneme göre, onları merak ediyorum.
Yani geçen sezona göre kadromuzu değiştirdik biliyorsun. İki oyuncumuzu değiştirdik. Zaten bir tanesi ban yemişti, mecbur değiştirmek zorundaydık. Bir de farklı bir değişiklik yapalım dedik. İki tane geleceğinden şüphe etmediğimiz, yani güvendiğimiz sağlam oyuncu çektik. Ve bu tahminlerimiz doğru çıktı zaten. Şu anda böyle.
Aslında oyununuzu biraz daha onların agresifliğine göre uyarladınız diyebiliriz değil mi?
Yani aslında geçen sezona göre rotasyon olarak aynı gibiydi. Sadece uygulama konusunda sorunlar yaşıyorduk. Rotasyonlarımız aynıydı ama vurmak konusunda sorun vardı. Şu anda bu sorunu düzelttiğimiz için gayet iyi gidiyoruz.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
from, man, I can't go back now. Watch it all go black, yeah. Seen too much, can't forget about all that. We really all bad. You don't wanna see the things that I seen, man. You should know that. And it's all facts. On top, we win it. That's how I'm living. Ain't no option, I gotta go get 'em.
Welcome back, everyone, to another exciting day here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League European Championship, as we're going to find out at the end of today and tomorrow which teams will be joining the likes of the best in PMGC in that league stage. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, and I can obviously not do this alone. I have gentlemen, not handsome, just gentlemen, looking quite comfortable here, Max.
Yeah, I did not at all just break my microphone and I have to hold it the entire segment, but no, it's great. We're day 3 of Championship. It's going to be fantastic. We had a great day yesterday with some weird circles. It's going to be all over the place. Oh, where's it gone again?
It's going all over the place, just like Max's microphone. Guys, check out all of our social medias here. We'd love to hear what you guys have to say about the show and everything you post about it. Make sure you use that hashtag, though, PMPL EU CHAMP. And, of course, if you're not great at spelling really quickly, it's PMPL EU Champ.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, I thought it meant chump. Never mind. Okay.
The EU chump. Oh, who's
That's what I thought you'd spell out. I'm slightly dyslexic.
Slid it in there, just slightly, just slightly. But guys, obviously we have the survey too, and we have gotten some feedback. Some people did give us some information about you, Max.
Oh.
They were saying they were very unhappy. They were done with you saying extreme, and they wanted a new tagline out of you.
Oh, I thought it was going to be REGNUM KARYA coming out with a cease and desist, which I did receive in the post. I can't pick them anymore until the end.
Oh.
But I'll find something else.
That's where the cease and desist is coming up now, because we're going to take a look at our predictions and see how that profited everyone else except you yesterday. As you can see, 9 points for Max. Colaris, though, you had a banger of a day yesterday.
I did, didn't I?
That's it. That's the segment done. I did do really well, but obviously, like the MADBULLS pick on Sanhok, where it finished on the island. Then you had next RÜYA finish on the island as well, and Erangel. It was kind of easy choices there for you.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the other ones, I will say, okay, yeah, pat on the back, James. Good job for those ones. Those two, not so much. They were very obvious as to how those games were going to go, as long as those teams didn't kind of set a wrong foot in the certain scenarios that they were doing. Again, for MADBULLS, all they had to do, defend the other side of that rock, which was the one major vulnerability once everybody had to jump into the water, because if you do it too early, people can then start shooting you from the mainland. So they knew exactly the right time.
Look, if you could be consistent throughout yesterday's weird games, you can defeat anyone. If you can do that. It was really odd, yeah. But we'll see how the circles are going to act today. But if you were able to get some kind of consistency, it's a good little bit of a setup for the second half of this championship now.
Well, we will see who were consistent yesterday in a little bit of time. But before we get to that, I got to remind you guys about the schedule coming up your way today. And just like every day of the champs, it's going to be Erangel followed up by Miramar, Erangel. And you can read the rest here. I have faith that I don't need to spell this out for you guys. So we will have that one Sanhok and things off on Miramar. Now, this actually makes me want to talk about what we had at PMWI that I'm kind of hoping we see at PMGC, where we have the same battleground after itself. So if you have 3 Erangels, you end with like 3 Erangels in a row, or if you have 2 Miramars, you kind of put them together. I was a big fan of that in PMWI. I kind of hope we have that happen again for the champs.
I really enjoyed it on the first day, especially of PMWI. Like, if there were some hot drops happening on the first game, instantly you would see the fix happen in game 2, then game 3 if you had 3 maps in a row. So it was interesting. We'll see if in 2024 some changes are going to happen. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, cool. It depends how the organizer wants to approach it, right? Do you want to constantly keep your competitors on their toes, having to change from map to map, or do you want that kind of learning from, you know, game to game? I'm personally a fan of that, like we have it in PMWI. I think it makes for heightened strategy.
It forces the teams to like learn, because you know you're going back into that battleground right after that. But we're going to go into our overalls here and see, as we mentioned before, who's consistent in yesterday's games. And you're going to see next RÜYA be in first place here, as they have looked fantastic yesterday, especially towards the second half of the day.
Yeah, Z-Wolf and Docker Machine in particular really stood out. I think Docker Machine, despite not being the MVP of yesterday, 12 eliminations for Z-Wolf, he got 15 Docker Machines. He was still popping off in terms of how they were performing yesterday. Of course, getting those 2 chicken dinners, first place. It is still, though I think it's fair to say, really close. It's still very high chance that this top 5 is going to be completely different by the end of today. So sure, we got some big names up here, like your S2Gs, your next RÜYAs, MUERTE, that now now started to heat up, might be looking good heading into day 3, but some other contenders like REGNUM, KARYA, I'm not going to pick them. They could do well.
Well, they're going to do great now that Max isn't picking them. For next round, I was particularly impressed, not necessarily by their gun skill and their ability to put damage out on the board, but just by their decision-making, the choices on which locations they were taking and when they were taking them. I think that next RÜYA has a really good grasp of the topography of Erangel, of Miramar, to be able to choose exactly the right locations to be going to. So I like that a lot.
What do you think about KONINA Power?
Pass on that one.
Well, we could go into MELISE instead, because we obviously did mention, like, yes, they came out as the champions of PMPL Türkiye, but will they be a top 5 team here? Obviously, they've been able to maintain it so far. I would say, though, that one win kind of did go their way. I think it was our first Erangel of the day, if I'm not mistaken, where they, well, as we now call it, the MELISE position when we ever play. The zone kind of went back towards them after shifting heavily down towards military, then right back up towards mainland. I don't want to say it was lucky, but that definitely favored them in that victory.
Yeah. I mean, it's what I said for MELISE, and this is what I wanted to see from them when I was watching the Türkiye finals for PMPL full season, is that sure, they get some wins given to them. I want to see outside of those wins, what do they do? They still get like 3, 4, 5 eliminations per game? Do they still reach the top 5? If we see a semblance of that in the second half of the championship, no, PMGC, sure, why the hell not? But I want to see more than that one, in my opinion, very lucky win.
I think ultimately they did a pretty decent job of pushing on. It was them pushing on KONINA Power, right? In the longhouse on the last game of Miramar.
Yes, they did. They got to the wall. Yeah.
So, I mean, that wall is a game changer, right? Like, as long as you know that you can get up to there, have a little bit of cover, because usually any dip like that next to a compound is usually like going over the trenches and just getting blasted. But thanks to that wall, that helped MELISE be able to do something a little bit more in that game. So they understood their timings and when they needed to do it.
Well, I do want to bring up this last team really quickly. Gladiators, 9th place, 67 points.
You say it with pain.
Yeah, because it's painful.
Because it pains me in a way that, like, I've always been a fan of this team. I've always had high expectations for this team, but I'm almost tired of, like, being burned. And if they want to have a chance to get a PMGC, they have to start stepping up today. They cannot wait to the last day anymore. If some, like, holes are created, if you start to see some teams really build a buffer in that 5th place, they're going to have a hard time catching that.
We always have the same excuse for Gladiators, like, oh, they're a late game team. When it comes to the end of these tournaments, they're going to qualify. They might do it. Like, per usual, they might just start popping off a bit today, and day 4 is when they're going to get 3 wins on a day, and they're going to qualify into PMGC. Yes, maybe, who knows? But if you want to see them get further than the league stage compared to last year, we need to see them start hot. We need to see them get just consistent points from the get-go. I feel like they keep improving at the end of tournaments, and then it's almost like they go back to their roots at the start of each event and start to relearn. I want to see those learnings and teaching go from event to event and just improve over the entirety of the year, not just one singular event. So it is disappointing. I know they can qualify here, but I want to see still more of a better start for them in this championship.
Quite honestly, I don't have much to add to that. They looked invisible yesterday. To be frank, I mean, again, we go back to that first game where what we thought was a great rotation, which became a disaster piece.
It ruined the whole day.
Erangel became a hellscape for Gladiators in that moment, and it really did feel like it ruined the whole day for them.
Yeah, I mean, they become so predictable and slow on their rotations that even a team like Dagestan on that Sanhok went for the backstab. They know that this is their typical rotation. Dagestan, though, is not a team that is super strong when it comes to these big international events like the Championship, are punishing Gladiators that now have been playing for 3 to 4 years in PUBG Mobile Esport at the highest level possible. So they need to rethink the whole strategy and speed up things, but I'm getting a bit frustrated.
Well, I mean, the weird thing is, right, you look at them, and I find it hard to say this, but I feel like we have to. They're not looking like a CCT right now, and they're not looking like a team that's going to qualify for PMGC, obviously with being in 9th place, but a team that might be a new CCT for us is MUERTE. I'm going to take a look here at some of their stats, because this team has been quite surprising. Day 1 wasn't even a bad day for them, but they were able to improve on that quite heavily here. You can see over doubling the damage. The placement points for me is what really stands out, because again, I think that's one of the hardest amount of points to obtain for a team. And then obviously eliminations.
I'm going to be frank, 1.4k damage per game on day 2 is really high. That's very high. And again, you know, when we looked at them in day 1 and thought to ourselves, okay, yeah, they are capable of more. That's what we were hoping for, and they were able to deliver.
Especially that South Prison win that they were able to get. They saw Gladiators there, get the spot away from Gladiators because they know how valuable that spot actually is. So they see value in taking specific fights that could reward them with at least a podium finish, if not a chicken dinner, which is what ended up happening in that game. So yeah, we talked about every individual player, right? Fury in particular with MG3. You don't want to get close to him with that weapon, but they are golden when they get in those good finishing moments.
Well, fully enough, I feel like MELISE could have done a little bit more damage to them earlier in that game. They eventually were the ones that they were going head-to-head with as time went on, but we heard in the interview with MELISE, right? They're a team that wants to kind of rein in their aggression a little bit and turn it on when it's absolutely required. And I do think in some of those moments, if MUERTE is looking in such a good spot, maybe that's one of the times you want to really try and turn it on, but they waited till the very end of that game and it didn't quite work out for them, as MUERTE looked great.
Yeah, and obviously, I think, was it Malloy we were talking about as kind of being the underperformer for the team when it came to the end of day one. Yeah. But he stepped up massively in day two. I think he had, what, like 7 eliminations in one of the matches we looked at. And that's the sign of a strong team, where you can have someone who can bottom frag for your team
there it is.
in one of the days of the matches, or one of the days, and then come back next day and be able to perform and be able to be that solid 4-man roster that you need.
I'd almost compare them to an S2G, not in the sense of like how S2G play and their playstyle overall is. S2G, every single player on the team can pop off and frag out and get those clutch plays. I would say MUERTE's roster, they've done it multiple times throughout full season of PMPL Europe, and they can do it now in Championship, because now it's a team after those 2 wins, probably feeling a lot more confident. They found a playstyle that is very efficient, that works for them. They're not scared to take fights anymore, so they're going to be a real contender for at least a top 5. If not, if they continue like this, maybe the whole championship.
I mean, honestly, we in Europe, you coined the term, the big 3, in terms of your Major Pride, your MADBULLS, your Gladiators. We might be definitely looking at here MUERTE joining that pack, right? If they're able to go to PMGC via this after winning Europe against those as well, who can deny them a spot in that group?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Titan initially. There was going to be the one to contest at the top with icy old boys, like it's a golden roster, but MUERTE with players that were so good back in the CIS region, and then now have found themselves a really strong team. I think they got this team a week or 2 before the start of the season, right? Yeah. And the fact that they've got this strong of a synergy so quickly, and now they're able to compete with the best teams in Europe, and who knows, maybe PMGC, if they make it, this is a team that could go the entire way. They could be the dark horse of 2023.
Or the Dark Griffin, or whatever their logo ends up actually being.
I'm going to go Wyvern.
Wyvern, okay.
That's a good one, actually. I didn't think of that.
I just see it as like an animal wearing a helmet.
But you know, it got the same.
This is a bad segment.
Yeah, let's not stop talking about it, making animal sounds. Let's actually head over to an interview with MUERTE from John Allen and hear what they have to say.
Hello, my name's John. I'm here with Furia from Champions MUERTE, coming into the EU Champs, the top seed from the European regional stage. Going into that final match, it was all down to the wire. How did it feel going into that final match and being a duo so early on?
Мы не придали значения 2 потерям, просто зафармили плюс 4 ПТС в начале игры и продолжили доигрывать игру на топ-1.
I mean, that's the way you've got to go. You've got to keep going, keep your head up. And in the end, I mean, it worked out for you guys, right? So great stuff there. Did you see that the MADBULLS were taken out earlier by the Gladiators, or did you notice that? And what was the reaction within the team? Was it continuing on that head-down pursuit, or were you a little bit more relieved that they were taken out?
Никакой реакции не было. Мы практически не смотрели на это, просто играли игру на топ-1, как я и сказал ранее.
Absolutely. I mean, you did just keep on going, so it wasn't a big deal. You just kept on going. You got to love it. You guys had the most eliminations in the PMPL this split, and in hard situations, you were often able to clutch it out. Did you feel any pressure of the team in these situations?
Нет, мы не позволяем эмоциям или нервам мешать нам играть, и всегда подходим к играм с холодной головой, что бы ни происходило.
I like it. Cool, calm and collected, making logical decisions. Speaking of decisions that you guys are making as a team, a lot of players are playing with these shotguns. Milky Way obviously blasting off with quite a lot of power in various different scenarios. But you stuck to the UMP. Is that more of a team-oriented decision or a personal preference?
Во всем должен быть баланс. Каждый игрок четко знает свой сетап.
Fantastic. I mean, it seems like you guys have got quite a lot of good stuff figured out, because obviously taking on that title, going into champs, how are you looking to prepare for your chance to qualify towards PMGC?
Я не люблю предсказывать, просто будем делать все, что в наших силах, играть браки, турниры, разбирать карты и постараемся подойти в лучшей форме к европейскому чемпионату.
Like it. Dance to the beat of your own drum. Is there anything, Furia, at the end now that you want to say to the fans that have been supporting you, that have helped you rise to victory back in Europe and hopefully over in the championship?
Я благодарен каждому нашему фанату. Продолжайте поддерживать нас, и мы покажем наилучший результат.
Hopefully you'll be able to do them proud. Spasiba, Furia. Let's head back over to the champions.
Well, Fury not trying to sound too confident there as you heard towards the end as well, talking about, you know what, we'll just try our best and we'll try to qualify for PMGC, and I like that. Though I do like a little bit of trash talk, to be fair. I do like teams to be overly confident, saying, yeah, this is going to be easy, we're going to smash all the teams in this event. But then obviously it could go backwards and you could lose.
We have a trash talk video content and they say, oh, good luck to everyone, guys. It's great.
I don't think they understand.
Game and have a great time.
I don't think they understand what trash talk means.
Overly nice to people.
Overly nice talk.
Overly nice
with our players. Well, you know who wasn't overly nice? It was RÜYA yesterday as they dominated the lobbies quite heavily. We'll take a look here at their player stats, or at stats. Not their player stats, their stats from day 1 to day 2. Yes, better numbers.
That's numbers got bigger, a lot bigger.
That's good.
I mean, when you're averaging almost 8 eliminations on a day, like, what can you do?
Well, Polaris, you were saying, you know, 1,400 damage on average per match is pretty damn good for yesterday. Well, 1,600.
Yeah, I mean, those last 2 games really kind of, let's call it, bulged up their numbers in terms of how they were performing yesterday, because they were absolutely blasting in those, especially the south of Miramar, when they're eventually able to kind of take out all of the threats that are there, then cross the road, then get what is effectively OP dip of Miramar, and then just play out that against the rest of the teams. It was brilliant to watch.
It's a nice little spread. You know the fight's happening between MELISE and KONINA Power. You don't really have to do anything.
Chill.
Just wait for them to leave, and you just, wow, what a... It's not even a free chicken dinner. They fought for it. That was a really good execution, step by step, to get to that position in the first place, clearing Gladiators on the west, clearing also, I think there was Dagestan on the southern side beforehand. They were doing so much work, so I'm super happy with NEXUS, and clearly we know, especially with Frozen, right, Jason?
Our boy Frozen.
Your boy Frozen.
I actually call him Froyo.
Froyo?
It was cool like that.
Not Jim anymore?
No. Well, that's Jimmy.
Yeah.
That's Jim. Oh, it's Jimmy now. Level down. So why you gotta do that to your boy Jim?
Well, no, my boy Jim. We're still boys, but you know, I got boys in different area codes.
Yeah, but Z-Wolf and Docker Machine were the ones popping off mostly. I'd still want to see maybe a bit more from Frozen. I think it's fair to say compared to what we saw back in PMGC 2021. That was, I would say, the peak of what he was doing then.
I think at the same time, though, for Frozen, it kind of alleviates a lot of pressure on his shoulders of having to be that star fragger for the team, because they have that depth, because you have Z-Wolf there to help him out, Docker Machine as well. He doesn't have to perform getting first place in eliminations like he did in league stage back in PMPL. He knows, like, if he has a bad day, he doesn't have to worry about it too much. And I think that can potentially unlock him more as a player, but we're still not seeing that standout moment, that standout day out of this player.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise you just have 4 fraggers on their team if he was fragging out too. Did he still have white hair? He used to have white hair. Maybe the white hair buff is not there anymore.
Look, yesterday was so good.
Used to. Back in PMGC, he had white hair.
There was a lot of players who dyed their hair.
There was a lot of it.
It was a real hear about what point you're making.
That.
We're talking about hair because...
Yeah, that's true.
Go ahead.
Look, right, yesterday was so good, Liquipedia updated their logo, all right? That's how good yesterday was. So I want to see that logo in action, actually.
They're already spending the money that they're going to win.
Exactly. They know. They know they've got it.
They got it on loan right now for their logo.
Well, let's take a look at another heavy hitter team, right? Our team in second place at the moment. It's Bra. As Cloris, what do you notice here?
It's Blue Kane.
It's fully Blue Kane.
It is, wow, he's, okay, right, jokes aside, 31 elims from Kane. It's as if, we saw him in day 1, we were like, oh yeah, Kane, yeah, playing really well, yeah, that's cool. Yesterday, also playing really, really well, even despite the fact that RÜYA and of course MUERTE really stepped up yesterday, Brat is still ever present here in the top. And if they continue on like this across the next days, there's no way they're going to drop out of top 5. I would love to see them in this form go onto PMGC.
I still cannot believe in that last Erangel that we had, where they were able to cross outside of Sunken City. They fight Dagestan, they fight Gladiators, they transition across the road, and they have a decent fight back and forth a little bit with MELISE, and also I think there was then RÜYA that ended up getting the win. But the way they transition and the usage of utility, not the smokes,
well, not smokes.
Nades. The nades were really good. That they were able to just take down Gladiators in a matter of seconds was so impressive. So RÜYA, if they just take a small portion of that momentum into today, they're going to just keep popping off the entire day.
Okay, well, it's almost time to head into our first match of the day. But before we get into there, we got to see which team's going to be popping off a Monster Energy, official engineering partner here at PMPL. You guys can pick one up and unleash the beast for yourselves. And I know there's definitely one man here on the other side of this camera who's going to be drinking one of those bad boys. It's going to be John Allen as he jumps us into match one.
Hey, we're going in solo for the first one, you know. We got to do it to him. We're going over into Erangel. I'm certainly pumped. I've had my pre-game monster, and I am pumped with energy for day number 3. It's going to be fantastic. Next, RÜYA looking to defend that title. The updated Liquipedia logo. They've been on the grind, obviously, making sure they've done their revision. So it's good stuff. Good stuff all round. I can only echo the sentiments of the desk when it comes to some of the EU teams who have yet to really stand up, except for MUERTE, of course, able to adapt to this lobby in a way that their country, well, their region, I suppose their region men have not been allowed to do so far. And we will be looking to see if they can continue to adapt to the pace of the game here, because they are in 3rd place right now. 12. Is that? No, it's a little bit more than 12 points. A couple of points behind that top spot. But the plane path going to take us from Severny down towards Primorsk. A little bit of a left lean here. So we'll see if there's any hot drops that come through. We saw a similar plane path around on this area yesterday with the circle going a little bit further east. And it wasn't too dramatic for most of the players. So we'll see if NEXUS are going to continue to drop on that west split or adapt. Maybe go up to Stalber along with OZAROX. But at the moment, no one seeming to drop super hot on the north side so far. Major Pride, we saw their split around that sunken area yesterday. It was really quite solid. No one really contesting a lot for that ground. And then their rotation down to the southeast side looked pretty solid as well. They were able to fend it off before they had to go back over to the river. North, George being taken up by KAOS. Gladiators in the south side. Pretty normal stuff going on over in that direction. MUERTE might have some difficulty, though, as GALATASARAY and OZAROX dropping around the north side. They are grabbing those vehicles. REGNUM, KARYA also going to be on the hunt for some vehicles in that area, so Reflect might have a tough time on the north point for the team of KASIK. Near that area, trying to get over to Yasnaya, but we might be in for another Sosnovka military base here with that south shift. Going to be treated to something, and there is that hot drop coming on through. It is GALATASARAY losing a player to MUERTE. Milky Way grabbing that vehicle, getting out of dodge, so they are going to have that available. Do they just want to send all the way down now? They grab those vehicles. Novo should be fairly available. They might be able to read into that. And we'll have to wait and see if they make that long rotation or if they stop off along the way, drop into Milta maybe. But the pace of this lobby is something that has had to be adapted to, and that is what the Turkish teams have been spearheading so far in the championship. So getting to that military island first could be a pretty good decision for the teams closer to the south. No one making a break for that east bridge just yet, but we are still very raw on the drop. REGNUM, KARYA normally sending over to Yasnaya, maybe diverting further south, so they are going to live up to that pace and try and get a little bit closer to this next circle. It's not fully guaranteed for the military island, but it is quite likely at this stage that we will be heading over there again to test these teams on their crossings. Next, RÜYA trying to cross near KONINA. Power on the west bridge in the meantime could prove to be troublesome. KASIK, they are very split right now. We're on with Reflect and Tenchik, but Mandarin all the way on the north shore of the river, over the north side of Rozhok. Sashipa a little bit further forwards. I believe I'm going to be joined by Max. I'm not sure if he can hear me yet.
I can hear you,
I'm going to pop that one. Okay, Max can hear me. You're a little bit quiet for me, but have you seen the start of this game? How are you thinking?
I have seen the circle. I'm very, very intrigued to see where it's going to go. And also, unfortunately, Jason and Kalaris have abandoned me in the studio. I'm alone on the couch, but we're going to have a good old time here for this first game of day 3 of the championship and see what things are going to be going down. Of course, seeing as MELISE already on their way, maybe going to get a bit more circle luck, John. But otherwise, yeah, we're here. We're ready for some good old pokey-mokey. I can't wait for it. It's fun.
Absolutely, always is. Glad to have you on board. MELISE going down to Novo. They did make that crossing a little bit, well, the first of the teams to make that crossing, so they have managed to gain that ground. Looking out for that circle luck. I mean, we've seen it from them before. We saw it back in their regions, like you highlighted. A lot of teams now making their way down south. REGNUM CARYA didn't even stop off in Yasnaya, Max.
Yeah, no stop for them. They're just going to be potentially trying to hold on the middle bridge. I mean, there's a very high chance with what we had yesterday with these big yo-yo games with the circles where it was going back to the mainland, back to the island. There's a high chance it could still go to the mainland. So if you're REGNUM CARYA, if you're a BRA eSport, currently I would say waiting next to the bridge is going to be a good approach. So you can instantly kick into gear your rotation. So that's what Bri are currently doing, getting close to the coastal line. And we can't see right now onto the western bridge. I like the split of KONINA power that was happening to facilitate their rotation from Ferry Pier into Sosnovka Island also. So they're going to make sure they have easy and quick access to Sosnovka. So again, a lot of teams seem like are going to be banking on Sosnovka early on, but we're going to have a little bit of gatekeeping over to the eastern bridge, and MELISE picking up their first elim.
KISU staying a little bit further towards that bridge, is a Lone Ranger right now, though. So if he gets picked off, then they will most likely just be losing that position. But to take Tron down, to remove a player from REGNUM CARYA and start that bridge camp, keeps that pressure away from you and allows MELISE to get some loot on board. Given that they moved early, they do need a little bit of buffer time to be able to be kitted up fully. And KISU seems to realize that they do just want to take a little bit of a back foot there, falls off the bridge entirely.
Yeah, I do understand for REGNUM CARYA, though, you would want to go for this rotation early because MELISE typically do not tend to hold on to the eastern bridge. So you're just going off of, you're expecting no one to be there, but unfortunately for them, there was KISU over there ready to receive that spot. So they do make it over. At least 3 players survive, so that's fine. We know what REGNUM CARYA can do. I will not predict them anymore today. I don't even know how I'm going to do predictions. I don't have my setup here, so we'll see how that's going to go. But other than that, they're already getting themselves in a decent spot. And same for KONINA Power. So yeah, currently the same rotations are going to be unfolding. Nothing too out of the ordinary for these teams. That I'm still waiting to see for MUERTE in particular, John. I don't know what your thoughts are on them. If they can bring on that momentum of yesterday. Those 2 wins were fantastic. And if they are a team that can bring those learnings from yesterday into today, I'm hoping they can keep running for the top. And who knows, maybe also win the whole championship. As I said on desk earlier, I can mention my own stuff now. That's cool.
Excellent, right? You can self-refer. It's the way to go, I'm telling you.
Max said a really good thing earlier.
Double shifts today, so make sure you don't vote for any of the teams. Vote Max. That's what I want to see in the chat coming on through. He's jumping in. But no, of course, show your support for all of these teams. And if you want to MUERTE, that's vote DMR. Look up for the team tags for the rest of them as well. If you want to support anyone else in the chat, make sure you're spamming away. I mean, I agree, right? MUERTE have shown adaptation that just is devoid from the rest of the teams from the European region, quite frankly, at this stage. I think that they certainly have led the charge there. They managed to get an early pick on this match over onto, I believe it was Galatasaray over near Severny, and they have moved over to MUERTE Power and swung through there. They haven't gone for the bridge this time around. They're going for a swim. I think, to me, that also shows a little bit of learning. We've seen on these military circles from the Turkish region, they just go across and these bridges almost instantly on a military circle become real hot zones, Max.
I would be a little bit careful to rotate this early on because I would possibly wait for phase 2 pop before going for this earlier rotation for MUERTE. I think that the moment you commit and you're in Novo and you're going to fight MELISE, chances are you're going to be caught up. But MADBULLS already losing to Luka and Zerich over to S2G. What a clean shot. And now MADBULLS are going to be stranded as 2. I wouldn't be surprised if S2G want to try and run it down and get 2 more eliminations on MADBULLS.
We've seen this scrap again before. On the MADBULLS, they were able to get up to the lighthouse and do so successfully. S2G were challenging it, and it didn't quite go so badly for the MADBULLS that time around. Tulika will be flush, but they have managed to regroup as 3. With Gladiators moving in close as well, S2G might have a backstop to worry about. KONINA Power have vacated the other side of the bridge, but they want to go for the crash. Ray-Z on up. Hamzy.
There you go.
Going to drive that buggy into the wall, and Kelsey wants to back it up almost immediately. Fleet K down very, very early. A textbook push from S2G. They get the pick, they convert, and Zerich wants to hold on the top floor, but he will be denied. S2G clean up the MADBULLS.
This is a really smart fight. They know they already picked up 2 players. They want to try and facilitate their rotation across the bridge, depending on if it goes to the Sosnovka Island or if it goes mainland. You don't have to do the rotation, but you're just setting yourself up for the further rotation you're going to have to unfold later on down the line. So really smart from S2G. No one's going to be able to contest it, though I am seeing Gladiators pretty close to the fight. Not sure if they're going to get involved on that one, but they've definitely heard that fight unfold. And here you go, it shifts back over to the northern side of the eastern bridge. Ooh. And REGNUM CARYA might have hoped to not go for that crossing. If they just waited a little bit longer for this circle pop, they would have remained as 4 and could have played the entirety of this game completely unscathed. And unfortunately for them, they will have to go for that cross once again. Here, the mad dash is going to be unfolding for a lot of the Western teams, especially Gladiators here, not interested in getting anywhere close back with S2G, so they're also going to go for that spot. There's so many good compounds you can play here, especially north, just north of the bridge. You're going to have yourself a nice little bit of a grouping of buildings that's got some rooftops that are super good to get information on the teams, especially if you've got some nice mini 14s that we've seen have been meta for a while now. So I would like to see who's going to be the first team to go there, and it might just be Dagestan that are rushing in that direction.
You've got BRA there as well, looking to try and play a little bit on that south coast. KASIK team moving in around that sort of farm area as well. I'll tell you who's pretty happy they didn't go for the crosses to MUERTE. They started swimming, but they left a couple of players back on that mainland. Now they could just turn around and get their laps in the pool, making sure that they've getting their cardio done, because Corker's going to have to make that long swim twice now. REGNUM CARYA have sent back up north, Max, so they have managed to go back across here. And maybe it's their turn to guard out MELISE if they want to go for that crossing as well. These areas to the north of MUERTE can house a couple of teams quite happily as well, so those hills there could be sanctuary for teams like MUERTE and OZAROX.
Yeah, REGNUM CARYA going exactly for the grouping of buildings I wanted to see them go for, so really stoked about that. We'll see how they'd be able to hold it down as a 3-man team. Though MUERTE, unfortunately, okay, we're going to focus on this fight. It seems over to the eastern, to the western side, it's going to be a lot of action between NEXUS and S2G. And S2G already up to 6 elims, maybe going up to 8 if they can eliminate all of NEXUS. They're off to a hot start without losing a single player here, John. Could be gunning for the win.
This is really strong stuff from S2G. The cleanness with which they took the MADBULLS as well in that early fight, able to get those early picks, and the smokes just allowed them to roll straight on up. Doka Machine going down. Just the one player now to stand. And this is, remember, tournament leaders next RÜYA. So they are very much on the chase here for S2G, who were bumped off that top spot yesterday. 85 points they have right now, so 30 points behind next RÜYA. Taking them down here would be great news for their chase towards that top spot for S2G. And MELISE, meanwhile, over on that eastern bridge, looking to cross. Looks like ZWolf just going to try and conserve himself for the time being.
I like what we're seeing from Major Pride here. Nomi and Black-White going to go for the swim to the pier just north of their location on the west of the circle. Good entry point. I'm not really expecting any teams to hold it at this stage. So you can just swim on over. It should be relatively easy. Though we're going to have another hard shift happening. Could it go hard shift over to MUERTE in MUERTE? No, it's going to center up pretty nicely for some of the teams in the center, like KASIK team. So yeah, you're going to have a very few amount of compounds that are going to be really strong. KASIK team, hopefully they're going to regroup, because there's going to be a lot of crashes happening very soon, because outside of those compounds, it's going to be tough to hold, as GALATASARAY, ROM is going to pick up EXO, and that should be the flush coming up very soon.
Just getting some healing done first. Knows he doesn't even need to spend too much time to invest it. He doesn't need to jump straight on it. He's got it all under control. GALATASARAY, they lost a player earlier, remember, to MUERTE. So being able to pick up a point here and there can start to patch up those wounds that they have been inflicted with so far this match. Hopefully, they'll be able to find a couple more near Nexus, near OZAROX on this north side. The shift that we saw in this circle, Max, it does contain a lot of those compounds, you're right, but there is a lot of water, a lot of dead ground in this. It accelerates this circle to be sort of similar to a stage 5, maybe even a stage 6 circle at this point.
If you're already in a compound, you want to try and keep your cars safe, and you want to try and use them to transition later on down the line. You're going to need it, otherwise those open amount of terrains you just mentioned, John, are going to be tough to transition through. MUERTE picked up one, losing Fury in the process. Definitely not the guy you want to lose, not the Nade King. He could have been very useful to breach those compounds later on down the line. Malloy also running away. But OZAROX, a little bit split. Currently, a lot of decent rotation pathing from their spot. They got a lot of cars, a lot of buggies available for them, so I'm not too scared for how they're going to rotate through it. Though, if we're currently looking at the map itself, over to the west, S2G, such an easy transition, John. They cleared NEXUS, they cleared MADBULLS. That means some of the few contenders that could have rotated that way, not alive anymore. And they're going to come in sweeping on a very strong compound, actually. And with cars, as I said, still up and running for S2G, I think that there's a very high chance we could be seeing a top 3 from them, because they're going to have no competition on their side of the map.
they do have quite a clear run at things. The question is, can they get through? Can they show us the S2G that we know and love to be as powerful as possible? He is. Oh, goodness. He's right at the top there of Hayes. Not too sure if he scouted this location. Kisyu has been this sort of the monitor of the bridge for MELISE. He was on that south side, and now, once they've transitioned back up to that north, again, he's just going to hold this one out, and it could prove to be pretty effective.
It could be. The thing is, if he shoots at KONINA Power, REGNUM KARYA from their position can see Kisyu, so he's going to have to fall off right away, and you take awful damage, or you're in the water, and you can't play this fight out anymore. So I would say just don't take any shots whatsoever. Just feed the info to your team and shoot in the back of KONINA Power when you can, once they've gone a little bit too far across that bridge. But it's not going to happen yet. They're still in the circle. They're still safe. They have to see how the rest of this game is going to unfold for these guys. But currently, KASIK team, if the circle comes their way, sure, there's a lot of buildings, so you can still crash it, but as a 4-man, it is going to be hard to wrestle it away from KASIK team to see how things are going to wrap up. Circle pop over to the west, and look at SGG. They have a 2-2 split. They're going to regroup onto Silas, and they're going to be possibly in one of the best positions of this circle to just have a good scope of where teams are going to rotate, because the big fight here, John, is going to be on the east. You got, what is that, like 7 to 8 teams currently all dashing for 2 to 3 compounds. You're going to have a lot of action unfolding. We're going to lose a majority of these teams in the next few minutes.
You said you didn't want him to shoot, but he's stood up and he's taken a knock off KONINA Power as well, off Hayes, the forward position. Has been spotted. He wants this flush as well. That's really going to take the wind out of KONINA Power sails. REGNUM KARYA not looking over this way, Max. So Kisyu still just going to post up and stay alive here. KONINA Power will be aware of this position, sure. It looks like Becca wants to find an angle, but they think better of it and hop over instead. I suppose REGNUM KARYA just didn't want a piece of that fight. Kisyu running across the beams there. I think he spotted the drop on one of the players and immediately repositions, watching for those fish swimming around for KONINA Power. Max, I think I've figured out how you're going to do your predictions. You just let me know, and I'll type it in for you.
Okay, I'm predicting MUERTE. And to my prediction,
we don't need to do it just yet. We're still on stage 4. But
okay, I mean, for me, the side of the map is cropped. So I can't even see what circle shift we're on right now. But it's okay. I'll go for my MUERTE. I'm going to lock it in right now. That's how confident I am, John, in my prediction. But currently going for the water play, not too bad in my opinion, because you have a little bit of water still on this circle shift, so you can still play around it and come out on the western pier if you really need to try and get in the circle that way. So KONINA Power still have a living chance. The thing is, they're not going to have cars, which you've mentioned multiple times, John, is going to be so important to transition from compound to compound. Those open land masses going to be really the death of the majority of these teams, as OZAROX slowly going to get involved in their own fight with NEXUS. And there's no easy escape from this fight. You're going to have to take it head on, it seems.
It's really tricky stuff. I mean, the hills that sit to the north of the farm compounds kind of being cut out here. You can see them in the background of this OZAROX rotation. It's quite flat in this area. So like you say, vehicles necessary. NEXUS trying to play forwards with this northwest position, but they are just in this next circle. The Gladiators have taken up a decent compound on the northeast side that is going to play very well for them. They're actually forcing quite a few teams to go further south, including REGNUM KARYA. By virtue of moving Dagestan further south, they've sort of shunted everybody around and up close to BRA. REGNUM KARYA trying to get on in. They have managed to get to cover. They lost Tron early to that bridge crossing, with Kisyu able to take him down, and now they've managed to stay as 3 as they get to a compound on the east side. Under threat, though, from MELISE still and from Dagestan.
Yeah, good for REGNUM. They've been scouting this compound for the longest time, so they can just chill out in this position. The thing is, this compound, the main issue, you can't really protect your cars too easily. So once you commit to this compound, you're pretty much locked in. So we'll see if Dagestan and MELISE are going to pop the wheels of those vehicles really soon. As MELISE, here you go, crashing onto Shifu. As much as I love you, Shifu, this is a bit too much to deal with, and MELISE going to pick up their 3rd, potentially 4th elimination of the game, but the off angles of Dagestan are just a major threat for them to deal with.
Really, really tough stuff there. Dagestan will start to push in, because they do not have a lot of time to make this forwards position. Zadira still holding his own in the duo. Now Poser straight on through, takes a lot of damage and cannot really commit to this fight with Limbo on the backup as well. Swings wide, CEO later on the outside. I don't think they know he's here, and he will be caught unawares. Good spray down coming through, but the nade from Zadira able to keep them going. And Dagestan need to hop out the window. Just Poser remaining for MELISE to try and stay alive on this east side, but it's all getting shut down now. NEXUS are taking on S2G in the meantime. REGNUM KARYA further into the circle have oversight onto this engagement that we've been spotting from Poser hitting the deck underneath, and now Dagestan having a real tough time of it. REGNUM KARYA might have moved at the perfect opportunity.
I'm thinking Nexus just woke up and beat S2G, one of the top teams in the leaderboards. That's impressive as Zadira, amazing nade onto Poser. That's it for MELISE. They're going to be eliminated. Sure, 14th position, but that's 5 eliminations. And I did mention early on the desk, I want to see MELISE get some decent average points on games where they do not get those lucky circles. I want to see more consistency from these guys. And you know what? That's going to cut it for me in terms of the limbs. A few more placements would have definitely been nice for MELISE if they rotated a little bit more faster on the Eastern Bridge. Though, KASIK team also still in their position, just been uncontested. I do wonder how they're going to play this one out because, as I mentioned, it is going to be a lot of angles you're going to have to be careful about, especially KONINA Power, Major Pride coming in from the beaches. Northern teams, if the circle keeps shifting this way, they're going to crash with the cars that normally they should have kept safe. So KASIK team are safe now, but there's going to be a lot of pressure and action thrown their way very soon. So they've just got to be cautious of what their next step is going to be.
I have thrown my prediction their way, though. I do think that if they're able to hold this out on the south side, they are isolated enough to be able to mount a good offensive. The good thing that comes out of the kind of bad thing that you said, right? You've got Major Pride and KONINA Power both looking to push in from that coastline, from that beachhead. The good news is they're both looking to push in at the same time, so they are going to be fending off against one another, which kind of keeps them in a stalemate. Falconist not going to be locked in a stalemate of his own there as KAPAHARLA gets that spray down and is able to work for NEXUS on that north side. OZAROX being slowly dismantled, picked apart. KAOS on the north side as Gladiators try to push on in. Matic is down and Nade was sent out that way on that push. Tixi trying to answer, but no knocks have been found in response.
That was a very high nade from Tixi there. But he's trying to get around the corner and he actually connects it onto Slay. Great nade from him. But unfortunately, it's not easy to push. Without the cars ready to go anytime, Kitsune maybe can try and get in the vicinity, try and get some extra nades and mollies to block out lines of sight for KAOS. But as of right now, it's a bit tough. Madcap not sure what that molly was, but the smokes are making it a little bit tougher for them to hit the mark on Gladiators. Maltic is back up here, John, so they're going to go for another attempt, and they have so many nades and mollies in hand. They're just going to make this area a mini red zone right on top of KAOS.
Madcap looking to heal close by in the shack here. Gladiators not going fully into this engagement yet. They want to find a re-knock with these nades, with this ordnance that they've been able to put down. They haven't managed to get it, but they are just tagging damage time and time again over into this compound. With the position that they hold, they are close to the zone, but they want to get closer. And Kitsune first up to the wall now with the smokes there. It's going to give them that angle. Matic breaks wide, finds Slay on the back foot, and now Lord Cedric and Madcap need to hold off against Tixi and Kitsune on the close angle. And Nade will be able to flush out Slay as well. Demon trying to cross out in the open, but they have got the angles. They light him up, and it's Lord Cedric to go down as well. Gladiators with a good start to their push. They need to convert if they want to have a chance into this circle. And Madcap looking to hide it out, looking to go for the spray. They don't know, they haven't checked. Matic for one, Kitsune for two. They both go down, and Gladiators caught unawares. Tixi now with a challenge. He's looking for the sprays, he's looking for the point. On the inside, he finds Meku as well. Could it be a 1 versus 4 to ruin the Gladiators' day? Madcap on the inside once more, but he will not be able to find it. Tixi left alone, wondering what the hell just happened.
Okay, you got to clear those buildings there, unfortunately. It's not nadeable from the side they were breaching. You got to get something in that small shack. Otherwise, it was exactly this is going to happen. You're going to get clutched out from an angle. You have not checked Gladiators. Sure, Tixi survives. He can snake his way through. He's not going to get too many extra points, though, for the rest of Gladiators. So 4 eliminations, that's probably all they're going to get for the remnants of this game. No, actually, talking about fights that have been happening here, John, one fight we did miss earlier was NEXUS versus S2G. They got another muccessful breach onto MUERTE, eliminating now Corker. They've been just carving such a massive amount of space on the west. And now they can transition from those spots. It's not going to be easy, though, because it is open ground, but they can at least get some more pressure applied, and they've got cars, too, which I've said is going to be so important to transition. So NEXUS, this is maybe their wake-up call here on day 3.
You wanted more from KAPAHARLA. He's on 5 eliminations now. A standout for this 3-player team at the moment after losing a player early on. He is standing up here. Day 3, NEXUS are starting to make that mark. That's what we wanted to see. It's only 1 match short, but they are fighting through really tough teams. 9 eliminations now. With EXO down on that west side, they're fairly uncontested. They should be able to ladder up quite highly. And I mean, take a look at this. Madcap just didn't get cleared on this angle.
Yeah, again, those positions, you've got to molly them, you've got to nade them, something, but the fact that there's no windows on that side, you know that a player's just going to camp it because it is the safe spot in that small little compound. So REGNUM KARYA naded away, not much they could do to escape from Bra, that circle shift. Without the cars, it's always going to be a really, really tough transition. I'm currently looking at the Kazakh team's compound here, John. The northwest is the position that's not held too tightly by Kazakh team. So with cars, Nexus could be looking to close that gap once more, though Bra, I also think their cars have been a little bit damaged. They still have a few that they're going to be able to cross with and get out of the compound, so they're going to go north of the road and take in a fight apparently with Nexus.
Ooh, that's not gone well though. That crossing to the shack leaves both of them on the floor. They'll need backup now as fast as possible because Nexus will not waste time going for these flushes if they're given that opportunity. Zashipa wants to stop Bra from crossing completely. They go for that mad break in the UAZ. He's not taking too much damage just yet, but the vehicle's eating most of it. Goes low and he's down. It's Nexus to keep that damage going. The nades going on through could also find these flushes with 10 eliminations for Nexus. It is a resurgence. That nade finds 3 more points to put in the back pocket. Doran dunks it.
Now that's the spring MVP I remember, John. Oh my God, what a nade from him right onto the Bra Esport. Then now they've got to start thinking of how they want to transition across that roadside because Kazakh team, they're going to be stretched a bit too thinly really soon. They're taking care of KONINA Power, they're taking care of Nexus at the same time, and they still have cars luckily enough so they can still make the crossing and maybe use a bit of that terrain to hide and get prone behind. But right now, KONINA Power still fighting next RÜYA, and that's the final player, Z-Wolf, surviving until a top 4, John. So you know what? They died early. The top 4 position for that game, not too shabby.
They'll take it, you know? I mean, being left so destitute, as you say, over on that bridge side to MELISE, a good result. Probably as good as they could have hoped for after that turn of events. Tenchik hopping out the window. The circle shifts out to the west of this compound, Max. So the coastline, actually pretty decent cover for the time being for KONINA Power, but they're going to have to turn that headland. The water tower that sits there could prove to be a pivotal point of interest.
The fact that we still have water at this stage of the game is just mental. And right now, if you're KONINA Power, you want to play the water as much as possible. I don't think they expect to go for the win here. Just go into the water side, hope for the best. Right now, the little bit of beach that they can use as protection is good, but using the smokes, you're going to make yourself very visible to Redox. And he still has a ton of bullets, 250 bullets here on the M4, so he's going to be able to spray them down like it's nothing. A Kazakh team, they're also going to try and get involved if they have the opportunity. What a spray from a Sheepa. And Tenchik is the one to actually get the knock in the end. And now this might just be the undoing of Nexus.
And KONINA Power as well, just taking so much damage from Redox. That backstop of ammo, as you say, so devastating. Just keeping KONINA Power around this headline, which they need to turn. They need to progress around here, and they haven't gone for that water play that you said you might want to see from them. The reses for Nexus can come through. They are sequestered in that little makeshift bunker behind the buggy, but the smokes are only going to last so long. Kazakh team can start to extend their influence.
I think Palucci made it. Yeah, he's in the water now. Okay, cool. That's exactly what we want. Hide behind the boat. The thing is, you can shoot right under the boat, which is a bit tough, and I think Palucci realizes that. So he's going to try and just survive, and he's hoping, he's really hoping, John, that Kazakh team and Nexus are going to start a fight so he can just snatch away a free second place, and it's actually starting to happen here. Reflect, what a nade from downtown right onto Nexus, and that's it, the team's eliminated, and that's going to be a second place for KONINA Power.
Excellently found by Palucci. I imagine he might even look to just swim out into the blue, but Kazakh team hold the compound on the south coast. They will be able to take it down, and it will be Kazakh on the south side, but Max, I feel like the big story here is also Nexus, right? A return to form on that west side push, flushing through so many teams, able to take a fight against S2G as well. So for Nexus, this is going to be a great result.
Yeah, they're woken up really. Clearing not any team, by the way, clearing S2G and MUERTE, 2 top teams, leading the pack on the leaderboards is really impressive. So I just hope this is not going to be a one-off game, John. I hope we're going to see a continuation of this throughout the day because we saw what they could bring to the table in the Spring Season Championship. And if we can see just a semblance of that for the second half of this tournament, they could catch up very easily. The point gap was very minimal, so a game like this is going to put them back in somewhat of a racing position, and we can see if it's going to continue for the rest of the day.
hopefully will. I'm going to say goodbye to you now, Max, as you get ready for the desk, as you get joined by the rest of them. But yeah, a fantastic result for Nexus. A great hold for KASIK. It did shift south towards them, and it kind of gave them the best time of it, really. KONINA Power, their major threat on that south side, tried to get up on that land, but they just couldn't. There were just threats from too many angles. They couldn't make that crossing, maybe didn't have that utility available after having to jump off the bridge against MELISE holding them earlier on. I feel like MELISE on that east bridge were quite a sticking point for a lot of teams, taking REGNUM CARYA low, KONINA Power, doing so much against next RÜYA. It was a tough time to be an east bridge crosser there. Some chaotic circle shifts, but in the end, KASIK held fast and were able to take a chicken dinner.
Do you want to create your own zombie mode? Try giving it a shot in World of Wonder. There's a new PvE template, Terror Town. It will spawn new enemies every round at the fixed location, and players must defeat them all in every round in order to win. With this template, you can adjust the gameplay devices or add to them. For example, you can tweak the distribution of zombies and how supplies are spawned. In this gameplay, players can experience the full content of the zombies mode, and they can get familiar with the enemies. Additionally, some new enemy types have been added to the PvE enemy spawn device, including huge zombies and exploding zombies. Enemy health and attributes can now also be more finely adjusted, letting you create exactly the kind of PvE gameplay you want. If you want to know how to quickly eliminate zombies, be sure to try out the new PvE template first.
Well, the first match of the day, replicating something similar to what we saw yesterday of being a little bit rough with some of these zones that we had happen, except KASIK able to come out on top here with that victory. I'm joined here on the desk once again by the ultra ever so talented man who's analyzing, casting, doing social media, doing monster callouts, baking banana bread out of Monster energy drink.
That was X-Man. I really like that banana bread monster. It was pretty cool. You should try it yourself. No, it's cool. I haven't casted in a while. It was really interesting.
I guess.
It's not been that. I did do that. I did do that. We did do that. Yeah, we did. That was a cool game. Nexus, what a game from them in particular. Yeah. Clearing S2G over to the western side.
You're the host as well. Keep going, Max.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now we're going to the leaderboards. Oh, it's fantastic. I didn't even know it was coming up. I just said it randomly.
Try to help you out after putting in that work. But you're completely correct, and we were talking about Nexus as well. Like, well, okay, all right, calm down.
Give me all the money.
That Nexus, like, having a phenomenal game here and having, I think they're almost like doubled their points in that match alone. And we haven't seen them do anything like this remotely throughout this entire event. And one thing we have to mention, Claris, is the fact that they were taking advantage of other teams' positions, thinking about MUERTE and a slight split they had. And then I think it was BRA they took advantage of as well.
This is so Nexus, right? They do nothing for ages, but then every tournament they do one big game, which is absolutely insane. And yeah, they were playing it great over on that west side, moving on in. As you say, the fact that MUERTE was splitting kind of like a 3-1 or a 2-1 split, they identified that pretty rapidly on that side, and they were able to sweep through them in very efficient manner. They're so capable, but don't bring it every game.
I wish they would. Like, that was a really clean approach, and just they analyzed, okay, they're split, we're going to breach it, we're going to win the fight against S2G. And they even understood the weakness of the compound of KASIK team. Northwest is one of the easiest spots to enter, but when you still have nades for KASIK team, is going to be really hard because you're pretty much playing a mini dip, so you're just going to get naded by reflect, which is what was happening there, so it's tough to get away from, but they made the most out of it.
That's the thing, right? Like, as I was watching it, I think correctly you identified that technically that northwest corner is the most breachable location of KASIK, where it's going to be hard for anybody to make that transition. The problem is always having that scouting information, right? Because not only are you having to deal with people peeking around corners in third person, you're also then having to deal with not only the building, but then the wall that is in front of that building. So there's like multiple levels of having to try and find that small window of time that is potentially breachable, and it's nigh on difficult. It's very difficult.
I think the main threat to KASIK team this game was just not having any more ammo, because you can't go out and loot if you eliminate teams. But they were not shooting too much. They were holding on to their ammo because they understood how valuable it was going to be if they got in this exact situation where the circle kept going their way and they would need it to finish off the game. So good on KASIK team holding on and to get themselves the win.
And that's why, I mean, as well as I was talking to Klaus watching the match, because you ditched us to go KASIK.
Oh yeah, I did.
Ditch us. Yeah.
How dare you?
Unreal.
Not going to expect any high eliminations out of them, considering the position they had as well. The zone going their way, just chill. It's almost the freest of wins as long as you don't mess up.
The thing as well is that you're less inclined to even start taking like big long distance trades in that scenario, because that is a big compound to cover. So they've got like 2 down to the south, 2 north or whatever in that compound as a whole, but you never have loads of guns looking in the same direction and things like that. You also had, as we take a look at the highlights, KONINA Power down on the shoreline, right? They knew players were down there, but when you lie down there, you can't see them. So they know that there's an ever-present, ever-looming threat that they constantly have to keep in check, but not really being able to shoot at.
Yeah, and they're also fighting Major Pride at one point. It's just a tough position to leave for them, but it was not that great. Though I was not talking with you guys during that game. I'm intrigued to know what you were talking about for REGNUM KARYA's position. They left the bridge south to Sanhok really early on when it was not necessary. I think I was hoping for them to wait a little bit more, but they just lost Tron. You don't have to go for such an early rotation. You can wait for phase 2.
Max, you're not picking them.
I'm not picking them, but yeah, okay.
The fact that you even thought about them there in that match.
I didn't think about them at all.
I just wanted to talk about them.
Well, what I will say is that the zones were very...
They're not there!
It was you.
Poor Max.
Well, S2G, I mean, they came out, I think it was like 3rd or 4th place when it came to points overall in that last match. They pretty much gate-kept RÜYA there on the very west bridge as well, staying there for a very long time, even though they were in the blue zone forever. I don't know why they did that. Maybe because they knew it was next RÜYA and they're like, nah, we don't want to like run away from this fight.
I think because you had a hard shift over going to the eastern side, you want to eliminate all teams that are going to have a similar rotation path to you. So if you clear next RÜYA, you're going to have a lot more space, which they fully understood. They had a 2-2 split that they would just fully utilize into their advantage because they cleared next RÜYAs. But luckily enough for Nexus, they saw that really early on and were able to punish it. But it's good to clear teams that are going to move from the same like cardinal position as you.
Well, speaking of Nexus, let's actually take a look here at what I was talking about at the start, right? Their stats. They have been able to get pretty much half their eliminations in one match compared to 12 matches before. This is the Nexus that we know they can be. This is the Nexus that we want to see. But the question is, why does this Nexus show up now? What is it about this match? Is it going to continue throughout the day? Obviously, questions will be answered. But this is interesting. And Doran, if I'm not mistaken, Kale, he had a nice nade onto Bra.
He did. The good old Grenadier from over in EU Championship. That game where he like threw 20 nades, you know, doing what he does. And then obviously a single nade for like what effectively ends up being like almost 3 elimination steals is insane stuff. So honestly, you asked a question which almost was kind of, you weren't even really looking for an answer for it. I'm like, why does this Nexus show up now? I don't think either of us knows why.
They don't know why.
They might not know why. It's because they have the chops to be able to do this potentially every game. It's just like a whisper in the wind. We'll never know exactly why. It just shows up right now.
It feels like they just remember, we can actually play good Pokemogi.
Did you hear that whisper?
What's happening?
Max, stop picking REGNUM KARYA.
Cease and desist.
We tried to talk about that.
Well, you guys at home, you can let us know who you're voting for and who you're rooting for. More importantly here, just make sure to type it in the chat. And of course, I have been able to check in with our votes. And REGNUM KARYA are not being predicted, not being voted for because of Max Spin and the curse. So if you stay true, stop thinking about a Max. Maybe we'll get more predictions.
You're ruining their chances, Max.
Yeah, I ruined them so much. No, I got kicked and Blank is back. I'm not casting anymore. I can't talk about them anymore.
Back?
Yeah, he's back.
I mean, yay.
Well, let's go over to them then with John Allen and Blank to kick us into match 2.
I don't know what you did. Thanks very much, Jason and Max. That was a very good death segment. We'll be going into this next game. Blank's looking miffed as anything.
That's just mean, really, isn't it? Let's put it that way. I even predicted alongside my boy Kalaris over towards BRA. It didn't work out for either of us. I think that's mainly comes down to Doran hitting one of the most crazy nades of his lifetime. That nade looks easy to do, but when you're smoking the shack as well, you're trying to get that nade through basically the tiniest sliver of a window whilst it's smoked off. You need to absolutely know your angles 100%. He did it first try as well, so Well played. You destroyed me, Doran. I always knew you would. You're a very, very good player at the end of the day. Extremely talented. That's why we love NEXUS.
It's true. I mean, and the question now is, are they back? Are they back in the running to play here? Because with that game, they were able to put themselves now on 47 points. The 5th place mark right now, Blank, sits at 83. When you drop that down for teams that have already qualified, you could potentially be looking at about a 30 to 40 point necessary jump that NEXUS need to make at this point. They need to be keeping that pace up. And off the back of a 20-point game, I mean, sure, it's good, but it's all about taking that momentum through.
Yeah, I think for NEXUS is sort of like a one-and-done team, though, really, especially in these large tournaments, right? I don't think they've hit their stride just yet. They've not hit that giga game so far, and I think they will at some point. You know, the 24 Limmer comes through from NEXUS, but that's about it. I don't think we'll see too much more other than one more really massive game from NEXUS. I think next year is going to be the big year for NEXUS. That's why they're going to make the most strides. I think this year has been really one of a lot of changes in terms of the roster, figuring out what works, what doesn't, and what's going to be the best for the future of this team. And I think that's okay. I think if you want to figure things out, they've done very well to get to the championships anyway, but I do think that next year is where we'll start to see NEXUS really start to perform in a big way. Some of these other teams, though, that are looking a little bit more like they're wanting to take away one of those spots going up towards PMGC is pretty much all the teams from Turkey right now. You've got REGNUM, KARYA, MELISE, Esports, S2G, BRA, NEXT, RÜYA, all in contention for those PMGC spots at the moment. And then our lone EU Ranger, MUERTE, currently in 3rd place with 99 points.
They're holding that banner, trying to stay strong in the face of the
We're a good region.
teams. We have got some skills. We know how to play this game. Please. They're playing in Montenuevo this time around. They're a little bit further away from too many of these other teams right now, and they have got a lot of opportunity in this circle.
Yeah, pretty comfortable rotate for them, because this is one that's so similar to what they would play in PMPL EU anyway, playing alongside with Major Pride down towards their southeast. So I don't think too many issues will come pretty early on for MUERTE in this game. But yeah, we're really not having the show up coming through from some of our other EU teams. Obviously, KASIK being able to take away that last game was nice to see, and it has jumped them up quite a bit over towards 10th place now with 64 points, because they were certainly a team that was also lacking over on the point side of things. You won't find our social media is lacking. You just saw Max, man. He did the casting, did the analyzing, he's done the socials, he does everything. Head on over to Max's meme mansion to get yourself your daily load of memes.
He is always serving them piping hot and fresh. Make sure you are getting that 4-course meal. Let's go for an extra course on there. Why not? But Galatasaray on this north side, the Desk were disappointed in them yesterday. They haven't really shown up in the first match. On the north, they're pretty close to the Gladiators, to MELISE, OZAROX, and KAOS in that surrounding area near water treatment and near Hacienda. So they have got probably quite a tricky time to rotate down south here. It seems like on a fairly full surround for Galatasaray.
I mean, for Galatasaray, there are players on that side who are extremely good at what they do, right? I don't think that they should be anywhere near where they're currently performing at right now, which is 15th place, 43 points. They have some very experienced players. They've been around the PUBG mobile scene for a long time, and I think they can do better. And it's understandable why the Desk are a little bit disappointed in their performance so far. So I think for Galatasaray, time to get back on the bike, at least put up a fairly decent performance going forward. That's what I want to see from this team. Just get it over towards that top 10. That'd be nice to see. Good way to save face towards the end of the championships. But as we head over to day 3 and match 2, what we're looking at right now is certainly where these teams are going to end up at the end of the day, because that's going to set ourselves up for who's going to be taking those PMGC spots, which are the most important thing at the moment. S2G right now look fairly decent in a spot to pick up a top 5 position, which would net a team underneath them to be picking up a PMGC spot from Türkiye. But we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. I think Major Pride, that's a team that I'd love to see head over towards PMGC, as they had those PMGC total points taken away from them by MADBULLS. Now they've got to try even harder to get over towards that big international tournament.
Yeah, Major Pride sort of in that central pack of teams right now, all bubbling around the bubble, trying to push on up just that little bit higher. They are on 77 points at the start of this match, so they'll be looking to cap that off. If they can get a 10-point game, it would be a really, really great start. With points as close as they are, you're expecting to be able to leapfrog 1 or 2 teams if you are able to put in those consistent performances. So major pride from Chumisera, wanting to bag those points. Dagestan on the southeast side. We talked a lot about how there are some teams that have changed up a lot of their roster, changed a couple of moving parts. I feel like Dagestan is a roster that has really just straight up improved throughout the entirety of this year, and mostly so in the last stages of that European region, which is why we're seeing them here. They're able to perform in that third phase, in those finals as well, to keep them in the conversation. But right now, I feel like Dagestan have met their match in this lobby. It's just not quite as strong as it was. Their rotational prowess not really being shown as much.
Yeah, I think for Dagestan, a lot of times they're making the right calls, right, in terms of those rotations. It's just very tough for them to actually push their way into the circle. You know, it's a lot easier to find some strong spots when you're close to the circle and teams aren't making right decisions at the same time. So for Dagestan, it might have been a case that they were maybe 1 or 2 teams behind the rotate in PMPL EU towards the best spot, but they would get there anyway just because they understood the layout and the macro of the game very, very well. Here in PMPL EU Championships, it's a very different story where if a team is closer to what we know is one of the strongest spots in the lobby, they're going to make that call and they're going to make it rapid. So you'll see these large teams with really good firepower behind them already in these amazing spots that Dagestan usually would win their games from based on macro alone. Yes, they've got some good fraggers on that team, but I just don't think, like you say, they stand up really to some of the caliber of players within this lobby. It's lovely to see though, because I think yesterday it looked a bit more like EU was going to take the lead slightly. And then it fell off massively to the point where now we're really seeing Türkiye be at the top in terms of performance, with a lot of teams putting up a huge amount of points here. It just shows you how strong of a region that this is, where they did develop the PMGC, the current PMGC champion.
The defending champs indeed, and S2G. They were able to put in a lot of punishment from that previous match as well, up to 93 points. We saw them earning a whole host of eliminations very, very early on, able to do a lot of work against several teams sort of playing on that West Bridge, the MADBULLS, RÜYA as well, just not quite able to do anything about it. So a good point-scoring game from them. They're playing central in this next circle blank. They have got a fairly solid middle area near that power grid just to the hills north of Picado, and so they'll have that high ground to try and fend off a lot of these teams trying to move around.
Gladiators on our screen right now, and that last game, it seems to be a similar story every single time for every single match that we're seeing for Gladiators. Just a little bit of carelessness in situations that really they should just win. And I think that you could call a lot of the Gladiators' plays towards the end game a bit of a throw, right? You know, we've seen Kitsune go down to the blue, we've seen players getting knocked, not able to hold onto their footing, and slowly but surely just fall apart from even just players way back on that first day of Miramar, you know, all going across to try and pick up their player. I think it was Kitsune going down to help Meku. Kain just picks up 2 eliminations off the back of a knock. Matic's left on his own. So there's a lot of situations where Gladiators can get into the end game with 3 or 4 players, but they end up just tossing away a lot of those advantages just due to some unfortunate circumstances. A lot of times it has just been one player that's completely ruined the gameplay for them all. So for Gladiators, carelessness needs to be removed. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with this team at the moment, but something needs to change for them right now. It needs to get their head in the game, because I think that's the main thing that's throwing them off right now, is just not able to get towards these end games, John, and they're lacking confidence because of it.
I was going to say exactly that. It feels like they are just lacking confidence. They didn't clear that shack and they lost 3 players to that angle, right? And that is demonstrably that carelessness that you've so rightly highlighted for them. Hopefully this circle shifting pretty hard north can give them a little bit of a boost that they might need. They were able to take down Raum as well in the area. REGNUM KARYA. Max has been thinking about REGNUM KARYA again. Look at that. See? Definitely. Stop thinking about it, Max, because they are really suffering right now to Ray Z going fishing with these nades.
I think with REGNUM KARYA, they're an interesting team, right? Because I do think that they're comprised of some really good fraggers on that side. Their rotations have been leaving something to be desired, though. I think so far for REGNUM KARYA, they keep putting themselves in these situations, these spots that just aren't ideal for themselves, but are just the best of what they could do in a bad situation. But I do think some of these rotations can be a little bit cleaner coming through from REGNUM KARYA. They do continue to choose these subpar positions as well. So it's not a case of they're getting unlucky. I just don't think that they quite have that confidence once again to pick up those strong spots. And I think they should, because I think they can hold it down quite easily. So for REGNUM KARYA, just a bit more puffing out the chest required for this team. Because I think first day they look great. I actually really liked what we saw from REGNUM KARYA on that first day. Some strong games from them coming through, and then it's kind of gone downhill from there. S2G, we sort of expected this team to take this with a grain of salt, right? You know, they weren't going for huge mega plays. We thought that they would just cruise through this championships, but they put up massive points so far, and rightly so. They got some very strong players on the team. One thing that I've been massively enjoying from the Turkish region as well is kind of the M249 meta. They use it a lot and very well at that. You have 100 bullets in the mag remaining after taking a couple of shots, right? You are looking dead set on being able to take as many fights as possible. I think that plays into the hands of a lot of these aggressive plays we do see from these teams from Turkey.
S2G playing that 2-2 split, trying to take some aggression towards the center of this one, because that is exactly where they wanted this circle to flip on over. Goes a little bit further down south. Hamzy and Silas both on really, really important positions into this next circle, overlooking the BRA compound, able to control a lot of that territory to the west side as well, force everyone to fight up on the north and stay isolated. The only thorn in their side is REGNUM KARYA right now. On that south point, they are the closest to being able to swing around and try and get up and in their grill blank. So having that outlook from Razy, really valuable to keep that backstop. But can they afford to stay as split as they are with these teams on the west side starting to maraud and malinger around?
I think this is an aggressive play, right? And it's slightly greedy, but I think it's very much understandable why they're being greedy with these positions. You know, over towards this western side where MADBULLS, Major Pride, and MUERTE's all coming in. Very open ground. It's difficult to get across without Hamzy G being able to spot that position. He's in a compound right now, so he's fairly safe. So all he has to do is third person peek over towards his position. Silas is also in a high ground position where it's difficult to move up towards that spot without creating a lot of a ruckus, right? So I think all their positions fairly safe. Right now, though, to MUERTE with one hell of a quick push up towards Hamzy G. That's scary, that's dangerous, and this will require a recall on the rest of the team.
Some sort of rescue mission needs to happen, whether or not it's Hamzy G getting the backup sent his way, or if they're just going to try and fend off or allow MUERTE to hold that side of the compound. I mean, seems like that's what they're doing at the moment. No regroup on the horizon for them at this stage. Seemingly against your advice. KAOS and Razy do have some pretty good angles from that high ground you saw just through the window, so it might be able to slow down that push, but that's kind of it.
Yeah, I think Silas has regrouped with the team, and I think it's a smart choice to leave KAOS as well as Razy over towards that south side. You know, they've got high ground, they've got to keep tabs over towards REGNUM KARYA, but if MUERTE step out over towards where Hamzy G is playing, there is sightlines there. So at the moment, in those concretes, which are a little bit claustrophobic at times, MUERTE is stuck between two very difficult positions. With Fury going down now as well, I would say that S2G has a pretty firm hold here over towards these concrete positions.
They've taken a knock over onto MUERTE. Nades from Hamzy G, just keeping them back. It's a lot of ammo he's got in the back pocket. He is running two 5.56 weapons, so can afford to spend that backpack space. Korka staying up on that high ground there. Needs to be careful of Razy and KAOS. You can see the ranged weaponry they have available. That Mini 14 for KAOS. Razy wants to spray, but that's some really nice taps from Korka to back him off that ridgeline. Give the rest of the team a little bit more leeway.
Yeah, that potentially was the double tap as well, over towards the headshot. I mean, they would have been able to res him, but more than likely taking the helmet off, and he's not getting another one whilst he's posted up there. So that's some good damage coming through from Corker. He has been really good for MUERTE this whole tournament. It's like I said before, it's lovely to have a player like this step up in a really highbrow tournament like this over in the championships. You know, not just relying over on Malloy, not just relying over on Furia. Corker now being a fearsome player, that's what makes MUERTE now such a deadly team. Milky Way has been a little bit dormant on this side though. That's the only thing that has concerned me. He's had his moments in the past. I just want to see him get back into those really, really strong strides we've seen him from him before. This is an awkward circle, John. It's a really awkward circle, in fact. I think a lot of teams will be able to find sanctuary towards this ridge side as it allows you to post up in some interesting locations that are denying sightlines from other teams. But eventually, if this keeps moving over towards that western side, there's not a lot of ground to cover, and you're likely to just get shot out at by staying on this eastern side. It's sort of a survival game. I've seen Nexus push their way through this location before, but don't get me wrong, it's not going to be easy versus teams here in championships.
Dagestan trying to keep them at bay right now as the nades fly back over towards Nexus. We saw Kapahala start to stand tall for this team, and I feel like that's it. This player probably is the most criticized player on this roster as of the last couple of days and over the last couple of phases as well. But the fact that he still has it in the back pocket, he always had that potential. And I'm excited to see if he can bring it back again in this match, because like you say, a forceful play needed from this eastern position. The Gladiators in the meantime over in the northwest losing a player, or taking a knock rather, from S2G. They have managed to get 2 points so far already, though.
Yeah, for Gladiators, I actually don't think this is a horrible position to be in. You're likely not going to move too much from here, though, right? You're stuck in now towards this spot, towards these ditches. Kelsey has eyes on. Nice couple of taps over towards Meku. That's a double tap, so both shots hitting perfectly over towards him. There was shots backwards, which does alleviate the pressure of getting that player flushed as well. But like I said, yeah, this is just a place where you stick the heels in, and you're just going to stick around for quite some time.
S2G really, really split still with so many teams around them. It's bold. It seems to be working out for now. Next, RÜYA want to try and hold on to this top spot, but OZAROX are going to give them a run for their money on the northeast side. You've got KASIK to the south of this engagement, so whoever has to disengage from this position, likely going to run in that way, but could just try and move over the hills towards that KAOS position, towards that MELISE area, and Frozen gets caught. He tries to mount up, get further into this zone, but it's just completely denied. Gets back behind cover, but likely going to bleed out here unless there's a very fast reaction. KASIK might want a third party.
Yeah, KASIK heading up this way as well. I mean, they've been having the cover of this compound down towards the south side on the longhouse for quite some time. Now looking to go for a little bit of a backstab of their own. Next circle is really going to define a lot of the game here. I think you can comfortably sit in a lot of areas on this map, fairly free. What? Yeah, mate, that seemed like a crazy little push coming through.
How's he done that? I mean, fair, he should have gone down a lot earlier than that, and does indeed end up going down. But Swain, somehow able to float through the next RÜYA trench there, does finally meet his comeuppance. KASIK have established a crunch on this position. Falcon is going to try and break wide, finds out all about that KASIK position. Mandarin takes him down.
It's a really nice time to push up to here if you're KASIK as well, right? You have some really nice little ridges that you can peek over the top of, over towards these teams. Your southwest push is not going to be ideal, right? A lot of teams would like to shift over towards that western side if you're playing on the northern edge of this ridge. Maybe play over towards where KAOS currently is at the moment. But KASIK getting involved this late into the circle shift really makes it super uncomfortable. Bra, in the meantime, it's the M249 I was talking about earlier. Not quite as effective as he would like. Keeps keeping his team up, but the rest of his teammates are all knocked.
Dagestan only on the one though, so Keep needs to try and stay safe. Trying to keep himself alive against BRA, but Coursera dropping down, wants the final blow to be dealt and will be able to do so. Handles business, but two players from BRA underneath Nexus now, who are looking to burn it away. The victory that they were able to take against Dagestan, and Nexus want revenge for their region pals.
There we go.
Doran, underarm. Heals do come through.
That is a fully confirmed That's prediction and cast a prediction over towards MADBULLS. Understandably so. It's such a strong spot, especially getting there with 4 players. It looks likely it's going to head over towards that western side. You have so much free reign. A lot of teams are going to injure themselves as they limp over towards MADBULLS' position on the map. It's going to be tough. Gladiators right now fending off versus Major Pride and not doing too badly of it either.
Trying to take control, but this is kind of a 2-position race at this point. One of them a lot more hotly contested. Gladiators shots over to Major Pride, MADBULLS shots over to Major Pride. The bottom line being Major Pride taking a lot of punishment. Last player to stand now. Black-White has managed to, actually hasn't got into the next circle, sorry. So he's still playing on the outside, will need to leap a little bit further forwards. The Gladiators want to stop that from happening. But look at the open ground that sits in front of them. Very treacherous to cross. They'll need to navigate it carefully.
Yeah, you're looking at trigonometry levels of difficulty coming through from Gladiators to try and make this push over towards the MADBULLS. There's really not a lot of space, and you're going to have to expose yourself to some of these sight lines to get up to the next ridgeline, the next ditch along the way, and I think this is probably the best spot that you can hope for Gladiators. For them, right now, they've cleared out their major competitor of Major Pride on this edge over towards the western side, so they're just going to try and live out the game. That's your best bet. You can likely get yourself a lot of placement points, and I think the Gladiators understand this just because so many teams are about to go down on this eastern side.
It is a very tough time on those rocks, those ridges that descend, especially on that southeast cluster. But the northeast is not without its problems either, as OZAROX find out all too handily. The circle shifts and it keeps MADBULLS in. Keeps these side rocks in as well, though. So for Nexus and teams on this southeast, there is an opportunity to get a little bit closer and a little bit deeper into this game.
I think NEXUS has done such a wonderful job on that northeast side, you know, versus OZAROX, who had the drop on them, versus KASIK team, who came up behind them as well. It's not been easy for RÜYA whatsoever. Currently, they're suffering still, as Storm looks to send a Molotov over the top. Yetka will get poked out at. Does get taken down. MELISE Esports likely to be the team that will clean out all these teams on the northeast side. You're essentially just relying on the circle at this point in time. You know, you do your best to get into what you think is going to be the strongest position that you can reasonably attain, depending on how close you were to this circle, and then you just have to play out from there. That is an unbelievably good nade there from Agori.
Furia. Dosed of his own medicine there. That is really going to sting. Last player for KONINA Power as well, and MUERTE had a really solid chance at moving further into this game, but now they've just been completely dismounted by KONINA Power, leaving just Malloy alive on that south side. He does have some buildings to play around, but a great turn up for Agori.
That's impressive from Gladiators to get towards that position and have timed that quite perfectly whilst MADBULLS are concerned over towards that eastern side. I think they did take quite a few shots towards them.
In a little divot that they've managed to find themselves in this next zone. A little bit of cover from the MADBULLS. Teams from the north unlikely to push them as well. They're sort of stuck in their own business at the moment. S2G do finally go down. They did stay, I think, split for a little bit too long and allowed too many teams to get close to them, cutting off that resupply line. And that is going to be a bad time. S2G finally eliminated on that spot. And MUERTE outlasts them in the end.
Yeah, I think if you're S2G, you do the best that you can with the position you've been given. I think it's important to hold on towards that south high ground. You're being a little bit greedy by trying to hold on towards the concretes as well, but it's a play that leads you to having the best chance at controlling this south side. So for S2G, you know, you're just essentially holding on to a hot potato, and finally they dropped it and they lose that position. But definitely something that could have happened. This is the 1-2 punch as well. This is amazing coming from Agori.
I was surprised about just that nade, but I didn't see the one before it as well. A really, really solid set of nades. Maximum value. I think you can't get more value out of a nade than that. I mean, sure, maybe if you're Doran, you just dunk 3 points with a single one, but for your money, that is absolutely worth it, sending those nades up.
For KONINA Power, right, I think MUERTE is making the right choice there, which is to try and hold them out on that south side whilst they're underneath. I don't think they had all the information in the world, though, versus them. But yeah, there's not much you can do versus two unbelievably well-placed grenades like that. He just had the info. Kitsune rocks up towards REGNUM KARYA's position. They hold him out, but they have info on this now. They're happy to give up a player just to ensure they get these nades over in towards this spot. Two players now knocked on bended knee, just Matic left remaining. Tricky play.
They stayed out in the open for a little bit too long and got punished there. They rocked up and they didn't quite have the info to go for that push. Kitsune wasn't able to anchor them and they had to divert. It felt almost like they didn't even know REGNUM KARYA were there in that ditch, in that divot. And they have been punished for it. MADBULLS, though, still holding on the outside. They have this west side of the circle. With the Gladiators taken out of major contestation as well, it's just gotten a lot better for the MADBULLS.
Yeah, nice and easy. Either way, it's just open ground now. It's just pretty free pickings for the MADBULLS. This circle isn't ideal for them, right? Because it is over a little bit further towards that eastern edge. MG3 in the hand of CEO later, who has had a major impact over on MELISE Esports.
Certainly has. See if he can continue to impact against KAOS Lord Cedric. Getting pushed back down the hill, but CEO later gets turned on. Lord Cedric brings him down. But that nade over the top sees to it that he will not find any more than that. Miss you. Moving on forwards. Poser as well to play for MELISE. Two players on the northern side holding out against KAOS, who are outside of this next zone. MADBULLS have suffered a knock in the meantime. I think they're looking to get a res on board onto Tulika. But in the meantime, the rest of these teams clambering up these mountains, blankets just going worse and worse and worse. Nobody looking strong to escape this one.
Yeah, with the amount of good teams in this lobby as well, you're going to see this side filled even more than before. That is one hell of a cheeky play from Matic, getting the knock over towards Tulika, taking the immediate opportunity to rotate around after he spotted their position, trying to hold that northern side into their previous compound. Oh, I like that. And you kind of understand why the MADBULLS have pushed out towards this north side. They want a bit more control. They don't want to be penned into this compound in the late game. They do finally spot him, but I did really like the idea.
As a solo player, you have to go for those kind of off-the-wall little shifts, sneaky play, sometimes necessary. But in the end, it's just a numbers advantage that takes you down. There's not much you can do about that. 6 teams remain, and MADBULLS, with 4 players alive, only have duos and less to worry about. And a lot of them, blank, are trapped on these hills. KONINA Power sit on top, and I feel like it's probably the team that's had the most impact on that south side.
Yeah, if you're MADBULLS, you could potentially think about starting to crawl up towards that northeast side and clearing out MELISE Esports. Then you gain a foothold, you can start to control down towards the south, and it looks like they are going to go for that play after all. It's an interesting play here. They're trying to gain as much control as possible without pushing themselves too far over towards the eastern side. You can see there on your screens just how open it is and just how difficult it's going to be for a lot of these teams to make their way up. Once again, BRA fight through hell on earth to get in towards a decent-ish position over in the top 6 right now. It's just Coursera remaining, doing what he can.
Trying to survive as long as possible. 6 eliminations they managed to find. Zerich spots Poser. He goes low but doesn't go down. Mandarin spotted by KONINA Power. Zashipa, the last to fall. As BRA picking up that point, and it is absolutely a bloodbath on these hills on the southeast side. KASIK are out. 5 teams remain. Coursera still fighting on, still going on in. And against the KONINA Power duo, it's going to be tricky, but Agori goes down first. Becker has the chance and will be able to capitalize. Can he get this res? Can KONINA Power stay up as 2? Because MELISE might not be so lucky. The nades from MADBULLS flush it out, and now 3 teams remain. Malloy is still there for MUERTE. KONINA Power with a duo, but the MADBULLS move forward. Flique solo, away from the rest of the roster. A little bit dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, for Flique, he's just information gathering, right? You're imagining that most of the teams down here are going to be massively injured, huge amount of casualties on their side. So for Flique, getting up close and personal, providing that information back across, quite important for them. Spot says any more players remaining, and you know what? Malloy makes his way to a 2nd place. You know, despite everything on that side, they were very resilient, and a 2nd place, you'll take it. If you can get a limb as well off the back of it, fantastic. Unlikely, though.
Flique very isolated, might be able to get a knock and flush if he's quick about things. Should have spotted an ankle there, and that should be it for Malloy. Indeed, it will be. MADBULLS able to hold down that high ground plateau, forcing everyone to break upon the rocks, and we're able to control it all the way up until the end. A great result for MADBULLS.
Yeah, a really nice result from MADBULLS. I think I was thinking about MADBULLS winning this game in around about zone 3, honestly. If it moves over towards that western side, it's a pretty easy position to predict. And you can see why all of us here on the broadcast predicts MADBULLS as winning that game. But they did play it out very well. You know, it's cool, calm, collected. Most of the action does happen on that eastern side as you're seeing teams just desperately clawing their way up the slope to try and get further into this match. But as soon as it moves west and it has that open zone between that and the compound in, yeah, it's game over. Either way, I do think the Gladiators have a good game there. It's not easy to play from that position. I think they make the smart call of let's just clear our side and then we'll see just how far we can go. Kitsune goes over towards that trench, and I think that they do know that there's a team in there, or at least think there might be. If Kitsune gets in there and REGNUM KARYA's not in that position because no team's been able to move up because MADBULLS been clearing, then they get themselves a free spot. It's a gamble that you have to take in those moments.
And unfortunately, it didn't pay off this time around for the Gladiators. However, it did certainly do well for those MADBULLS. As you say, it clears their west flank. And at that point, it's kind of all done and dusted. The MADBULLS able to keep it nice and cool, taking home a chicken dinner.
What can we say? I mean, the deaths, the cashes all predicted MADBULLS, so you know they're going to win, right? Well, sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but for this one it did, luckily, as we get themselves a victory here. And MADBULLS looking pretty good, but gentlemen, I mean, position they had, it's kind of, what?
Max got a prediction right. Yes! Why?
Okay.
You can't. No, you need that. No,
I need that, actually. I got my notes on that. Oh, thank you.
Oh, that was some weird notes.
It was MADBULLS good.
Oh, he was drawing some sort of like anime character.
Yeah.
Those were some sick nades.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
One Piece ending?
Season 2 Netflix, really cool.
Well, speaking of really cool, these guys, obviously Agori with the nades as well. We saw the first or the second one, like John was saying on air, but we didn't expect the first one to happen as well. But they get themselves 10 eliminations with the 20 points. KONINA Power, to be fair, 2 really decent back-to-back games. On Erangel, they had to jump off the bridge and swim across into the beach. They ended up finishing, I think, like 3rd place this time, able to get themselves 14 points. We're starting to see a little bit of life in the KONINA Power boys.
I'm surprised that KONINA Power survived for as long as they did. You had 5 teams all fighting on that cliff. It was so tough. You had RÜYA, you had you had NEXUS, you had Dagestan, you had Brat Esport all fighting. They were able to keep them a little bit as they were getting close to the center of the circle. So they picked up, then as you see, 9 eliminations, which is a really good game for KONINA Power. Seems like they are pretty efficient when it comes to playing on Miramar. Good terrain knowledge overall. But MADBULLS on their position, I'm just glad a team went for that compound. We've seen so many games in this previous season of PMPL Europe, and it's just empty. MADBULLS, well, we're just going to take it, and we're just going to get the game. Ooh.
Yeah, that was pretty simple.
Blake is here again.
Amazing. Oh, and he's back on the cast. No, but like, yeah, with the good old KONINA Powers doing all right for themselves here. On what was... You have that kind of road that kind of leads up towards the high ground, right? From the low ground, kind of north of Picardo, etc., and things like that. I do often think that sometimes a lot of teams have favor when they're on the lower plateaus, because actually aiming down in PUBG Mobile is a bit of a nuisance and stuff like that.
Down, yeah.
Especially if you're really pressed up against a wall, like Agori was, and he was able to exploit that very nicely with the nades. So sometimes having high ground, not all it's cracked up to be.
I'm just thinking of what Max was talking about. You look at some of the SCA teams and how they play, or the players, you know, it's easier to do this than to do this.
Not even. The game won't allow it to
it is.
down. And look at that nade that's just, boop, gets one. He's in the footsteps on this mini-map and just, right. Like the precision of these nades, and Furia giving a taste of his own medicine for once. He's like, this is how good the nades are?
I mean,
they're broken.
To the point that you're making, though, actually, like those sound cues to actually, like, you know, ping off the map, etc., and things like that. It oftentimes you really need to be a bit cautious about that when you're on those kinds of high grounds, right? Because that's exactly how he's pinpointing those positions, and yeah, brilliantly done, really well done.
Well, not only did they, well, he played well from the low ground, Bra played well from the high ground as well, as they punished Dagestan. Let's hop back to MADBULLS really quickly, because I want to see their player stats here to get an idea who was really excelling for the team with their 10 elimination. Oof, pretty split across the team.
There you go. I gave you a few.
What happened in this year I've been gone from Europe? Because these sound effects have just just evolve.
I've leveled up. You know, I've been working on them in the back for about 6 months. I know you've been gone for a little while, Jason. But, I mean, let's be real.
I fear you got a laugh you've been working on, too.
Yeah, you know, that one's still in the works. A lot of research into that one. But Zerich, man, looking absolutely fantastic. Let's be real, though. All of us expected MADBULLS to take this victory. If you give a team like MADBULLS a circle like this, they are going to run away with it.
Yeah.
Like, it's undisputed.
Yeah, I mean, they just have all the resources at the very end. All the teams that were coming in from the west and the northern side, because it's open terrain, they're going to clear them, and they know the only teams that are a threat afterwards are the teams down below. So you're just going to go out, push them to confirm more eliminations. As you can see here, get 10, and they were just blasting damage from that position, taking shots at everyone that were moving. So yeah, it's a strong game for MADBULLS, so nothing really to add on that. It's just the MADBULLS typical game when they have a strong position like this.
You know, I feel bad mentioning this because this just really has nothing to do with what we just saw, what we were talking about. But I just realized the MADBULLS logo, it's like the face of a bull and the tail of the bull. Because I thought the MADBULLS logo was like, for some reason, like resting its head on the hand. For some reason, I don't know. What we see? Just take a look. I don't know. For some reason, that just clicked in my head.
Oh, wait, Jason, stop!
No, I'm going to stop the show right now.
No.
This changes everything.
There's no way you've just realized this.
I didn't realize it was. I legit thought it was like a hand, like it was a bull's hand, just like
a bull's hand. Oh yeah, very famous animal for their hands, right?
What is going on?
I don't know. It just clicked in my head that that's what that's supposed to be.
How long have you covered them for?
You know, that time doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's irrelative. You know what? This segment's irrelative.
You know the full passion fruit, they do not have eyes, actually. It's normally in their logo. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my.
See? It's like, I mean, I get it's a tail there, but it was just like... just like...
Yeah, it's
can't see it on camera, but...
Right, it's doing a fancy pose. And
I thought it was.
From an interesting angle.
You know, it's like the thinker.
Yeah, it's not in deep thought.
Why? Bulls can't think?
I mean, they can.
Oh. Oh, no.
That's what I thought, honestly. I don't know. I know this segment's got a little bit
an impressive
awry.
statement about bulls not being able to think. This is just its tail.
It happens.
Can we move on, please? Can we just pass
No, Max.
No. I don't like this. Okay.
You don't have to like it, Max.
Okay, I hate it.
Okay. Well, if you hate it, then that's fine. Let's take a look at our overalls.
We have too much fun.
That's a good idea. Who's currently in first place here? I can tell you as a team with 122 points, because I can't turn my head that far, still will be next RÜYA with Bra in second. MUERTE going to be here in third place. And MADBULLS up to 4. So, yeah, 2 EU teams able to make it in.
Up in the top 5, finally for MADBULLS. I mean, they already qualified to PMGC, but it's still cool that they made it up there. So, if they try and hold on that spot, because they're already qualified, that means that right now you would go to technically top 6. So that would be great for SGG technically. But yeah, MADBULLS able to get himself some really strong presence. I'm not going to say their name. Nothing to say about the team in the 7th position, but I'm still waiting for Major Pride in particular to have a little bit of an improvement overall for their results, because they tend to go out early in these matches sometimes.
I think you're also waiting for Gladiators, right? Which is still not currently on that first page, unfortunately, for good old Europe. I mean, the fight back is a little bit on for Europe, right? Because at the start of the day, we had 4 of our 5 teams in that top 5 as Turkey, looking fantastic for themselves. But Gladiators still holding down strong that 9th position. It's a shame, though, that that's really not going to get you that far if you're going to hold down 9th. So we need them to bump up a bit.
Speaking of bump it up, KONINA Power, man, 10th place. They have been shooting up the rankings. They have had a fairly good day today, and if they continue on this pace, we're definitely going to take a look later on at their results today, or stats today versus previous days, because, I mean, as you said at the start of the day, Max, any team can still have the opportunity to move into top 5. It's not clear-cut just yet, and we could see major shuffles on the board.
Yeah, which is what I was hoping to see from Nexus after that great first game of the day, but no, it's just, as you said it, Kalaris, is one good game, and then, whoop, it kind of disappeared.
I mean, honestly, for KONINA Power, they could have been even higher had they not kind of, I want to say, fallen apart at the end of yesterday with that Miramar game on Longhouse, but yeah.
You're really not happy about that game.
I think you can just defend it a little bit better, honestly.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, well, speaking of defending, we're going to be heading into some TDM. My question is, can you defend against a Panzerfaust? Let's find out.
Hey, you gotta love those RPGs, man. Plenty of ammo being sent down range. The most explosive PUBG Mobile you'll see. Unless, of course, you're watching a Gory at the bottom of a cliff. That was pretty explosive in his own right. Blank, I believe we're hopping in with Galatasaray versus OZAROX. We've got, actually, a Turkish match at the top there. We've got a Europe game at the bottom. So we are going to have a Turkey versus Europe final guaranteed as well. Should be interesting.
Yeah, I love it. Love to see it. Okay, so this game, I think, is probably going to be won by Galatasaray. As I was saying, it was MELISE yesterday that was the Rupiga champions. However, it is actually Galatasaray who are unbelievably good at it. So right now what they're doing is very smart, you know, just zoning off the guys from OZAROX, and they're going to look for the money to pick up those big weapons. There he is. He's on the board.
First one comes through. Galatasaray sneaking around the edge with Graxy. Got that M4, got that M24 as well. Falcon is holding down the stairs nice and tight. Repositioned out wide. A very passive start for this first match, but Swain breaks forwards, gives them a little bit of a foothold. Trying to give OZAROX the advantage here on the sidelines. The 100 money zombie comes on through.
Yeah, we're getting close to Rupiga hours right now. Oh, Cortex, nice shots though from him. What is that?
Nice stuff. Oh my goodness me, it's going right for Swain. The nade out through the window actually takes Swain down. I mean, that gives his position away like nothing else.
Did it take down Zomboid as well? That's the question. The old creepy crawler zombie.
Not sure.
I thought he was a spider for a second then. Not gonna lie.
It did. He had a little bit of an arachnid vibe to him, you know. He's going to spin his web, run across the ceiling. But no, he went out the door. Caused a little bit of trouble. Over to OZAROX. There's the Orm in hand, and there it is. A lovely shot from Swain. That's what you're looking for. 4 points on the cards for OZAROX against 2, but as soon, I think, is that the first one? That's certainly a lot of explosions coming through. Was that a nade? Was that the... No, he's got it. Look, Storm's got one.
Storm is not who you want to have on the Rupiga. At least you do want one for OZAROX to have Storm on it, but yeah, I'd be terrified if I'm Galatasaray. They just weren't able to control the zombie. Although the zombie did kind of run into to OZAROX. It chased them down to provide them with the monies going forward. Comes the RPGs. That one goes down. This is just going to be fast. They're so accurate with this thing. It's unbelievable.
I mean, what can you do against this? It's nigh impossible to really do anything. You can't play around that cover. Instantly you get your feet blown out from underneath. You can see almost immediately upon acquiring that pincer of RPGs, the points start to skyrocket. 12-4 now in the favor of OZAROX.
Yeah, these guys have been studying the meta. For sure. Love to see it. I think the problem, I don't want to say the problem, but maybe the problem with this game mode is that it's very snowbally, right? Yeah. As soon as you get the RPGs in hand, it's very difficult to claw it back unless you make some big plays.
That's what they're trying to do. I mean, you have those spawned iframes, right? When you get respawned in, you are invincible for a little bit of time, but if you don't capitalize on those few seconds, you are just going to keep feeding those points over and over. Swain on the flank, Falcon is there, steps up, and round just... There's nothing you can do at this point. My goodness me, this is a slaughter. OZAROX looking to take down Galatasaray. Didn't you say you thought Galatasaray were going to win this one, Blank? I think you did.
Yeah, well, I thought they would take control of the Rupigas, but OZAROX seems to have understood the meta a little bit better than them. Currently 21-6. It feels cruel.
This is real tough stuff. 22 points already found for OZAROX. And Galatasaray just don't know what's hit them. This is cruel. This is mean.
He's just good a bit though,
shutting them down. I mean, sure, he's shooting in their general vicinity pretty well.
Yeah. All you have to do is be a bit vague about it. Ooh.
Oh. Is it the comeback? I don't think this goes any other way than OZAROX right now. Just the number of RPGs they've got in hand. 26 points, only 4 needed. Galatasaray gonna have to really be sneaky about this. They've managed to get a couple of points back on board, but what are you gonna do, huh? It's just gonna be a fun time. With the RPGs just on the swivel round. Does manage to take another back in hand. Okay, they're putting up a fight, but there's still only 4 needed. The spray's coming on through. Looks like we're a little bit depleted on the RPG supplies, so they have to play it normally, and they will be able to do so. OZAROX take it down.
Yeah, promise we won with only the M4, guys. Please believe us. Just watch the last 5 seconds of the match. That's what happened. But yeah, pretty much domination coming through from the Rupigers on the side of OZAROX. Very well played. I think, you know what, Storm's a great player. I think as soon as I saw Storm get that RPG first, I knew it was game over. I knew it was game over from there.
I mean, what I'm interested in is what map will the finals be played on? I haven't figured that out. Is it going to be on the RPG map, or are we going to go over to the toilet roll skate park, the miniature bedroom over on the other map there? Because they do create very different dynamics. Either way, we'll leave that for now, Blank, because you know what? We're going to jump back over to the main story, the main tournament here at the PMPL Europe Championships. Next, RÜYA in the lead, but only by the 1 point against BRA.
Just by the 1 point. I think NEXUS has been doing quite well to squeeze out as many points as possible from a lot of these matches, which is really nice to see, honestly. I think NEXUS has stepped up in big ways towards the end of this tournament. Well, match 3 right now, John. Only 9 more matches to go. We're halfway through day 3 already. It's gone quite quickly. I obviously wasn't here for the first match, but maybe not for you. Maybe it's been a long day for you.
Oh, I feel like I'm 12 years older already, just from that first match. No, of course. It is going very, very quickly. I'm certain for these teams it's going very, very quickly as well. Because that is got to be a lot of pressure, especially, and I think that we kind of are just going to keep talking about the Gladiators, right? This is a team that should be qualifying. By all rights, it is a roster that has the prestige, that has the skills, but is just making mistakes time and time again, and just giving too much ground, giving too many coin flips coming up, landing on that edge. It's just not happening for them. So we're hoping that they can gather that speed that we know they can later in the tournament. But as of now, I don't actually have that much hope for them.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. Pretty difficult to call for Gladiators, honestly. I think that over in EU, we've been saying over and over, it's like, oh, well, they didn't finish first in the finals. Oh, they didn't get the PMGC points. Oh, it's not going too well for them in terms of their eliminations and their rotations, but it's going to be fine. They'll bring it back. I promise, they'll bring it back. And I think at this point in time, it's starting to look pretty bleak for the Gladiators overall. This circle is pretty bleak for a lot of teams over as north side as well. It's quite difficult to get down here. We did see S2G make a very fast rotate over towards the south side of this island. I think that was very much assisted by BRA though, who pretty much acted as their bodyguards, you know, taking down a lot of teams to allow them to waltz on through.
I mean, we've had a lot of military focal circles so far, Blank. It's been kind of anomalous, really, here in the championship to see so many circles head down south, even though we have been baited by military circles twice now so far as well. First match today, obviously, and the other map before where the Gladiators took a very solid rotation and then just had to go all the way back up north and just couldn't really figure anything else out. The main difference from the circle earlier today, other than the fact that it cuts out a lot more of that mainland and almost certainly goes to the military island, is that OZAROX are in Novo. So an extra team already getting across there might change things up on the East Bridge.
Yeah, it absolutely could do over on that eastern side of the bridge. I think OZAROX being in this position, they can challenge out for Observatory right now as well. MELISE Esports have sort of given up that spot. They've moved further towards that eastern side, looking to head down towards the airstrip. I think we can be fairly certain that this is going to end up on Sosnovka. It might not be a case of dead center over towards military base. It might be shifting over towards the west or the eastern side, but I do not think this is heading back up towards the northern island at this point. So most teams are confirming their visit on over. Gladiators a bit worried about the circle maybe heading north again.
I mean, as you say, though, with the circle as it is, it's, I would say, close to like 95% certain that you are going to this military base. So getting across, figuring out your path through, going to be important. With next RÜYA taking a wide split on that southwest coast, though, that could prove to be a little bit troublesome for teams looking for that boat from Primorsk, from Ferry Pier, Ferry Pier area. There we go.
Ferry Pier.
Perry Pier area, nefarious.
New character of PUBG Mobile. Perry Pier.
Perry the Pier?
Yeah.
Oh dear. I've had a nightmare there. Hopefully the teams launching from Ferry Pier have a better time of it though.
From Perry Pier.
From Perry Pier.
Perry the Pier. A good lad. Helpful. Bit tough to fight in at times, but he's a good guy. He will give you that landing post that you so desperately need at times. But Gladiators, you're right, that it's a bit of a slightly more rough rotate with RÜYA taking so much landmass over towards the southwest side. They really do like to gather as much information as possible and then work off the back of that from the edges of a lot of these circles. So I do enjoy this play coming through from RÜYA. It's not going to allow them to instantly respond to it though. I think right now this is more of a case of, well, we gained a lot of information off the back of this. Our rotates later on are going to be a little bit more efficient because of it, but you also have the same problems that they're looking at right now, is that a major pride just comes in at 4 is like, we like the look of this area, you only have one player in this area, we're going to try and shunt you out.
And for now, it's worked. So they have displaced Frozen. He's going to regroup a little bit further south. And stay alive, and I think that's going to be important for RÜYA on the south coast. MELISE very close by. Actually, quite a few teams very, very quickly isolating to this south side of the island. So potentially more space than usual on the northern shores, Blank, because normally you see it be very difficult to navigate through those bridges, which is why a lot of teams go for those boat rotates. But now with that south coast lined, it probably is favourable actually to go for the bridge rotates, with BRA only holding with one player on this the forward bridge camp. They've got that backstop, but you can kind of get through there, and nobody on the east bridge hold. It's going to be a lot easier to go for a land-based crossing.
Yeah, it's almost amusing how much easier it is to go for the bridge cross right now. So many teams angling themselves down towards that south side could really cause some problems from these teams that are yet to get in towards the circle, and they think they're being smart by heading down towards the south and breaching over towards the coastal edge, when realistically just wander straight through the bridge there and it's happy days. I think Gladiators might still go for a boat rotation, though, purely just off the back of them assuming it's the safest rotate. And I think that Gladiators always try and eliminate as much risk as possible throughout their rotations in the early game, which is something that they didn't really employ too much over towards Phase 2 of the PMPL EU tournament. And I think that's where they found a lot of successes, when they took some of these risks, calculated risks at that. But at the moment, they're taking risks that are very risky, and then sometimes going for plays where I don't think the risk need to be avoided. You know, even just looking back over towards our Sanhok the other day, where they went for the botation over from Hattin. Just go for the northwest bridge, my guys. It's very possible. Looking at some of these teams towards the center, though, KONINA Power, the desk was talking about their little rise up over towards 10th place at the moment. They've been having quite a decent day today, and I'm pleased about it.
They are starting to get a little bit of a performance on show today. They qualified Blank at the bottom of the tables. They were the last seed coming through from that Europe region. So for them to be able to pick up their feet here is a good start, but they still have a long way to go if they want to jump up towards those qualification spots. They're in a very similar place to NEXUS, so needing to start that performance. Some of the teams on the south side have moved back up towards the north. I feel like they felt too penned in and have sort of naturally diffused across this military island at this stage, and nobody really capitalizing on that ability to get across fast. I think other than KASIK team, no one has made that move early enough. NEXUS now starting to poke in on the east bridge though.
Yeah, and this one is absolutely free. So for NEXUS, is going to be some of the easiest rotates that they've seen over towards Military Island in quite some time. Gladiators still yet to get across towards their position. You've got BRA actually holding out towards one of the most likely positions for them to end up stopping in. Becca dangerously careens past Tron. Luckily, there is a response there from Ovhaze.
We'll be able to get that flush down as well. All of KONINA Power staying alive. Gladiators launching from Perry the Pier. As time goes on, they're going to try and swing around the south coast, but that is a long swing if they want to go on that south side now, with the circle centering up to the eastern side of that island, playing on the hills northeast of that military base.
You know, RÜYA's play actually wasn't that bad towards the early game. It was definitely greedy in terms of information taking, but they were very safe with it, and I like that. So they have info where a lot of teams are currently playing and how they wanted to maneuver
forward. Obviously, they were never in an opportunity where they could go straight central. But having information on teams around the edge of the circle, especially on a military base finish, really important in the long run. S2G right now dealing with BRA.
I was just looking at where at S2G, how have they been able to go for this crossing? Normally they're fighting MADBULLS at this point. And then I look at MADBULLS still in Rozhok, blank. They haven't left their drop spot yet. So they're going to be really behind the curve when it comes to getting across here. Either way, BRA having a tough time with S2G. And I mean, they are defending global champions, right? So they have got the chops to them to be able to take these fights. However, BRA, you know, qualifying in that third place position from the Turkish region. They played, I think it was only 3 points behind the tie that happened in first place. So definitely able to give them a run for it. Although I don't think you're getting Tospic back up there.
Yeah, I mean, for BRA, I would honestly go as far as to say that they're probably one of the strongest teams, if not the strongest team in the lobby right now when it comes to firepower. Kane has been an absolute unbelievable force on this squad, just really spearheading a lot of their charges onto some of these crashes. And, you know, just being able to go toe-to-toe with S2G like that quite comfortably is pretty impressive at that. REGNUM KARYA try and get something done, but Kelsey is way too quick with it.
Oh, they flit across the forefront of Max's brain, and immediately they take a knock, get flushed out as well. Hamzy able to pick that one up. The rest of the team just staying on the inside as they'll let them go through that compound. I mean, you kind of don't want to step out there, so understandable, but still, they lose a player for it. This South Coast, yeah, real difficult right now. Gladiators have gone for a 2-2 split. They've hedged their bets, blank, and put landfall on the west side of Sosnovka Military Island as well. Azel has been spotted on the inside and will just get shredded by S2G, who are a lot more diligent at checking their compounds than the Gladiators were last match.
Yeah, I mean, if you're ever heading into a compound like this and you haven't got the full flush on absolutely everybody, you're always checking every single little nook and cranny. Dagestan right now going up against MUERTE. Furia gets real up close and personal. We know he can hit these grenades. Sidesteps one of them. Might just look for the full-on challenge.
He's got the Milky Way maneuvers to back him up as well. Goes 1-for-1 on the trade. Can they get the flush onto Furia? Yes, they can, and that is really unfortunate for MUERTE. They win the fight. They get those 4 points, but they lose Furia in the process, and that is a real rough start.
Yeah, that's very frustrating for Furia, I imagine, because there was a very good chance that they were able to pick up that final player without Furia taking the casualty there. Gladiators, Kitsune will go down to the play zone. I mean, they've been in the blue for a long, long while now, down to 3 players as they make landfall over towards this western side. Circle heads up towards the north here, John. Keeping Kazakh on a nice, easy spread, right, on that northern beachhead.
They are kind of pushed in there, though. Moving down south towards those hills could be tricky. We'll have to wait and see. And there's some lovely shots over towards Coursera. Matcap for KAOS. And all 4 of them staying alive. I don't think Coursera gets back up from this, but Demon might be similarly indisposed right now, as he is knocked on the hillside, a pretty open position. The question is, can BRA afford to step up with Slay ready awaiting? But Tospic careens himself forwards, throwing his life on the line, but Slay is there and takes Kane down, immediately popping that first aid as well to stay alive out in the blue zone. Necessary, but he's misslipped there, just getting that tick up, coming on through, blank from the stim. It kept him alive, and they will have that high ground position maintained.
Yeah, for KAOS, you're feeling very lucky in that spot. Kakali now looking for some of the remaining players. Lord Cedric tries to get away with it. I think for BRA, it might just be a case of him and Topsic just looking to get further into this game. Maybe pick up one of the positions around the northern edge of military base. Just trying to keep yourself safe there. Kazakh team, if this continues to head over towards that northern edge, John, they've got the real pick of the litter in terms of buildings, in terms of compounds. So I think they're feeling quite happy about that. This does head further down towards the south, though. There's a few other teams that are on my mind. I mean, I would say S2G, if they weren't on 3 players, you certainly can still play a dominant game, even with that player count. But I don't know, I feel like Nexus might be able to have a strong match off the back of this.
If they can hold MUERTE successfully, Corker goes down first and Redox will be able to get that flush almost immediately. Malloy with a challenge against Kapahala's position. Milky Way isolated on that bridge. and losing that player earlier, losing Furia to the scrap on the North Shore, could be pretty devastating now as it comes back to bite them. EXO repositioning, starting to extend influence into the hills. Malloy just gets clipped by the tire there, and Doran able to take this one down. Milky Way on that bridge. Doesn't manage to land the shots over to Kapahala, and Nexus should be playing on as 4. If KONINA Power can flex out towards those hills on the north side, they might be able to take a controlling position on those hills, but it is going to be tricky with Major Pride now slap bang in the middle. What a compound they have.
Yeah, it's one of the more prominent compounds within this circle as well. Has one building that has a second story, which is probably the most interesting thing about that position, which gives you a bit more advantage in terms of being able to take some long shots. You are sort of penned in, though. I think for them, this kind of works their advantage in terms of the amount of teams who are able to get themselves over towards the South Island in this lobby. A lot of times you would see so many teams just getting absolutely murdered out over towards the bridges, but because we have such a high level of play in this lobby, you're going to see so many teams out on the edges here that realistically the center becomes extremely safe.
The MADBULLS have been so much slower on this crossing than they have been on the other military island circles. A little bit of a change. They've lost 2 players trying to sneak their way through. I feel like it hasn't quite worked out, being a lot slower as they would have hoped, but they have managed to get a duo into the next circle, see if they can survive it. S2G up the top with BRA. Duking it back and forth. Hamzy and Razy both fall to Tospic, and he flushes both of them out very, very quickly. Kakali wanting to get res there, but that's unfortunate across the way. You've still got more to worry about. Kalsi keeps them in the picking. Lord Cedric goes down, and it is a great start for this solo gameplay bid now for S2G.
I mean, Kalsi's the guy you would want, right? You know, MVP caliber, looking to hold it out. Versus next RÜYA, I think that's where things get a little bit more tricky. So he's going to have to play a marvelous game, a beautiful game, if he wants to get away with this one. Which is very unlikely. I think even sending up towards that western side might be a better idea for Kalsi if he's got a vehicle. This buggy is absolutely hammered, though. It's not going to take him too far. Far enough is all he needs.
I mean, he's got to some dips there, but wants to go a little bit closer to this valley. Scouting out, trying to figure out where he can get to. And he's going fairly unscathed right now, even close towards Nexus. If he gets into this tower, I mean, it's very nadeable, but it might keep him alive for long enough to get a decent...
Oh, wow.
Chunk of placement points. Okay, he's gone. He's done.
That was a really nice set of shots from the PPP zone coming through from Major Pride. And it's actually great that they remove him like that as well, because he could have been a thorn in their side for a long, long time in that end game. Because it comes down to it where they have to leave that building. You know, they have to start making some plays around that area, and you've always got to worry about a backstab coming through from Kalsi, from S2G, no less. Oof, I wouldn't have enjoyed that. So now Major Pride once again secure this central spot in the circle. Gladiators just send on. Tixi being their final member. Very slow rotate from Gladiators.
Not only do you take down the player in that tower, but you also leave a buggy outside of it, which is going to make a lot of teams think, if they haven't got that full information, that potentially there's players inside of it. And it could slow people's roll to the east side. So it's an excellent fend-off for Major Pride, not only, as you say, positionally, but also mentally when those teams look to try and rotate in past them. Could prove to be an important factor. Shift out northeast, keeps the KASIK position in on the north side. Nexus have got pretty decent spread on the east as well, but they are playing as 3.
Yeah, playing as 3 is not ideal, and they've got OZAROX to deal with in the future as well. Galatasaray currently going up against MELISE Esports, and it's going back and forth here.
MELISE taking 2 knocks there now as well. Poser and Lewis both down. Graxi, though, spotted. And KONINA Power going to sweep on through. The team that has been continually gaining pace over the course of today is going to step up once more and go for this challenge. Raum, behind the wheels of the buggy. I think he was spotted by Off Hayes, is forced into the fight and handled handily by KONINA Power. They can sweep on the south side, and now they got to figure out where they can go from here. In the meantime, REGNUM, KARYA, next RÜYA, both fighting off for this southwest west side to try and move forwards. I like the KONINA power sweep. We'll see if they can push in further.
Yeah, KONINA power. Pull out the old broom. Sweep a lot of players aside down towards this southern edge. Keeping it clean, keeping it tidy, you know. I like it, keeping things organized. Next RÜYA, though, they want to head in. They still have Tixi, a solo member, as well as Loxy, another solo in this area. Goodness me, assassinated by 2 lone assassins.
Dokkan Machine knows which tree he's on, but he's going to break out wide, taking damage across the way. Tixi has got more nades to play with. Zedwolf trying to roll on through, and more nades from Tixi. Loxy is finally put to bed, but next RÜYA playing with 4. They want the opportunity to push up further north, but with KONINA power on the opposing hillside blank, this push towards Major Pride is really, really tricky. Gladiators' last player, Tixi, has been surviving, no eliminations so far, and there are 8 teams, so definitely needs to get deeper into this one or find some points from somewhere.
Yeah, you're sending into pretty treacherous waters here. 3 picks for Major Pride. I won't be surprised if they do win this game. Even Naomi taking that eastern position over towards the tower. I like that a lot. You know, gaining more space, more ground. I had to hit them up with the Nexus pick. You know, they're on the edge here. Another eastern shift comes through. So many teams are holding on this western side. They're likely to break against Major Pride. There is a compound on the western side of the road that a team could try and pick up later on. But I think Nexus do have to challenge versus OZAROX in the end game. I think that's their biggest difficulty right now.
Have got that threat to be worried about. KONINA power with the high ground out to the east. Next RÜYA, sorry, trying to descend into position. A knock over towards Major Pride, but that's only going to slow things down. It's not really going to give them too much vulnerability with those 3 players there. Dokkan Machine takes a knock to a nade from KONINA power of Hayes, sending down, trying to be a forward position now as KONINA power start to mount up. Frozen wants the spray. As Yarka just going to keep on rolling, but out of the vehicle of Hayes is pulled. Now 3 players for each of these teams. Neither team wants to lose these players in this spot because Major Pride just such a fierce roadblock in the way of their progression during this game. Yekta forced to the close side of the buggy. The nades continue to roll downhill. KONINA power looking to play on as 3. Just Yekta to dispatch now for next RÜYA.
I mean, next RÜYA has not had an easy game at all. They've been constantly backstabbed, constantly dealing with rogue players around the map. Now trying to get through past KONINA power, but it's just not enough. Again, this team very hardy though, regardless, you know, to get to this point. I like the initial game plan as well on the spread, getting as much information as possible, then playing on the edge afterwards. Circle kind of goes central here, supports Major Pride. Some compounds from Nexus is still in, but likely to not be on that next circle. KASIK has been playing one of the most passive games we've seen in quite some time. Zerich will hit the hay as Becker will hit him with a couple of mini 14 shots there. Not what you want to see. He did actually get some shots back though, John, which is nice.
That's bad for the health though, eating too many bullets. It does havoc on the digestive system there, and MADBULLS going to need to bite down to bear the pain of this one on the north side. 2 players there, so they can look for the res. The smoke is out. OZAROX swinging in through behind Nexus. Up and to the tower. Storm looking to put damage in towards the window frame, but can't quite find that final shot. Doran still holding on the top side of this tower. Storm underneath. Falcon is cooking a nade. He wants to put that one in through the window. Bounces it outside, unfortunately. Going to force him in. And Nexus, with a nade, they could take down the majority of these OZAROX players. The smoke going to bloom, and they drop one out the window. Doran is somehow still alive here. By all rights, he should be dead.
No, he's just living it out. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He's got 4 grenades, though. He knows the exact angle to get this one bounced out the window over towards Falconis, but they jump back inside. He is providing some good information across over towards Kapahalo, who continues to take punishment from these nades. Another one goes in. That's a Molotov. He has to be really quick with this, though. Up and down the stairs.
This has been a little bit of a comedy of errors with these nades, I'll be honest. It feels like we've seen about 4 missed nades in this engagement, and another one bounced out through the window there for Doran. That was intentional, that one. And he does stay alive. He's forcing a lot of utility out of OZAROX. What is going on? This is nobody's landing this damage. And in through the window. I don't even think that one landed. Goodness me.
I think it did a heavy amount of damage, but just not quite enough here. Kapahala looks to send another one in. The blue zone is basically the savior right now for this team.
Finally.
I think Doran might just be going down to the blue now.
But he's taken Falconus with him. Storm breaks out, pushes forwards. Kapahala first to face. I'm sure unless there's a teammate on the crossing, there will be a crossfire coming on through from down low as they do survive. But you're right, Doran really in danger now. Very much exposed to the KASIK players, but there is backup coming on through. KONINA Power got to chime on in. 10 eliminations for KONINA Power, and their resurgence keeps on going.
Yeah, still pumping the points there. I love that from Kapahala, though, and with his teammate Extra, they really performed that very, very well, just in the sense that Doran's constantly providing information back. So you saw the pre-fire come out from Kapahala, which is why the players from OZAROX were so surprised at the speed at which Kapahala was able to peak that angle. And Doran lives off the back of it too, which is amazing. Major Pride now looking dead set in a strong position to win this game. Realistically, Nexus could send towards that northern side, but they know they have to do it later on. With the way that the angles are working out right now for KONINA Power, they just have to wait this one out a little bit.
Doran maneuvering those buggies, trying to get ready for the rollout they know is imminent on this eastern side. Nexus will be looking for any opening they can find, but the PPP zone with the 6x, you'd love to see it. Max certainly happy about that. Effect, I mean, he was able to take down the roll-up from the last player. I can't remember which team it was now, but the player moving towards that Harry Potter tower. He's deadly accurate with this thing.
Nexus gets down to the next compound, and smart as well. They know they need to get rid of this final player coming from KASIK team so they can sweep over towards that northern edge. I like this play, and they had to wait for the blue to start pushing KONINA Power in before they can make a full push across. Becker will find the Sheeper. But again, they're continuing to be pushed further down this hillside. They might crash over towards Naomi.
Looks like Becker wants to take that forward position and is backed up. There's the crossfire. That's what you look for from the rest of the team, and Naomi falls on the open arms of Major Pride. The rest of that roster keeping him so safe. A really strong position for Major Pride, as it has been for so long. Palucci goes down last for KONINA Power. 3 teams remain. The MADBULLS on the north side, as the duo they've been for a while, are going to be able to bear out for that top 3.
Smart move there from Nexus, immediately hearing the gunfire and the shots coming through from that Harry Potter tower. They know they need to get a move on. They need to start moving out in that moment. Lovely nade from Tulika, and now Nexus knows that they've got neighbors.
Oh, and a second to flush it out. That comes through from Major Pride to actually steal the point away. Adding to their tally. Doran trying to stay safe. Tulika eats a couple of bullets there from across the road, and they have mainly regrouped over to that tower. What a flank from Nomi.
Ah, through the middle of the tree as well. That's nice. Does not get any damage though. Now just Kapahala remains. And it feels like a pretty free game here for the guys on Major Pride. There is a knockback though.
That is really nasty from Nomi. If Kapahala spots him, there is a chance that Nexus keep MADBULLS safe, but Tulika goes down to the tower position. There is a knock sent back their way by the MADBULLS, but Zerich is down, and Nomi has full control of this zone. There is no two ways about it. Major Pride move out with the off angle. Dino is found in the middle there, and Nexus still do have 2 players, so they're playing against 3. Doran and Kapahala right on the edge of the circle, and no one, to be fair, is right in the middle. But Major Pride have more vehicles, have more maneuverability. With Nomi on the off angle, they're even going to look for this res.
Yeah, it's smart as well. You want to confirm the game here. You understand why it's coming through. Stage 9 soon. Nomi is absolutely unbelievable on some of these flanks. I don't know if they're able to get a full resupply, so this is the main thing that Nexus has got going for them, is they should have decent loot compared to the ammo count, etc. coming through from Major Pride, but a 2v4 is very, very tough.
A tall order, especially when the enemy team knows exactly where both of you are. It's just going to be too tall of an order. I don't expect them to come out on top of this one. But again, another decent game for Nexus, Blank, and that is a good result. Even if they go down here, they've got 7 Olymps getting into a 2nd place. As the same story for KONINA Power and MADBULLS. It's an EU top 4.
It is. It's very nice to see. Nice molly there comes through from Effect. I think they're running very low on nades right now. Doran, he's out in terms of health. Effect takes a big hit from Kapahala.
But his position is known. Naomi is there, but the rundown is good for Thino. Able to close it down, and Major Pride hold their compound right underneath all of those hills, and nobody could march forwards towards them. They hold out effectively, nice and strong for the roster. A great result for Major Pride.
Yeah, really, really nice result there from Major Pride. This is a team that we wanted to see further up towards the top of the tables. They know they need to start getting a move on now if they want to get in to those PMGC League stages through the top 5 qualification spot. So they needed a big win here. I don't think they got a huge amount of eliminations, but it was enough to set themselves apart from a lot of the other teams in that lobby. You know, it was one of those positions where you can sort of comfortably predict them. It's fairly likely they're going to win that game. I really did want to see my boys NEXUS pull that one off, but as soon as they lost a player on the back there, it was kind of over for them, and the circle just refused to move away from Major Pride. Either way, I think that you can say Major Pride played a blinder of a game, especially Nomi with his classic off angle as he sneaks up towards that top side, completely catches Zerich off guard.
Absolutely, a really, really valuable spot there. But KONINA Power as well, similarly, from that south side, having next RÜYA to deal with, a lot of points earned by KONINA Power from that position. It certainly has been an EU Sosnovka game here, Blank.
I think we're going to hear a little bit of a Shawada-Waddy from the old Kalaris on the desk there about the damage that was done from Becca. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone if you didn't catch it, but it was monumental.
Well, we'll hope for more. Let's go and hear what he has to say.
Well, Major Pride. I know I predicted them. I feel like Kalaris, did you predict them as well?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Did you actually?
This boring prediction, I went for something. Oh, it was KASIK team, because why the hell not? You know?
Didn't work out, did it?
Didn't work out, no.
Seems like all your predictions aren't working out here. Major Pride, though, should be extremely happy about that one, considering they're able to finish it off. But again, as we were already discussing and talking about, pretty uneventful zones. I think you said it best, Max. Just like C compound, center on compound.
Circle, circle, circle. Haha, easy win, Major Pride. Whoa, very cool. They get eliminations, very nice. And you mentioned it, talking about that compound in particular. All the buildings work really well with one another because it's so open around it. If your team like KONINA Power, which by the way had an absolute banging game here, 12 eliminations with a mini 14 Becca just taking shots at everyone. MADBULLS, I think NEXUS, OZAROX, and also KASIK team, they got so much presence. But going downhill and trying to push Naomi, which I think was a good idea. You want to push the solo player of Major Pride. The other teams around it are going to do most of the heavy lifting for you.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, Naomi played that perfectly in the Wizard Tower.
By doing nothing.
By doing nothing. All you do... Okay, so this is for anybody out there who goes for these kinds of splits as a 4-man. If you're the one being pushed on a Wizard Tower like that, you don't peek, you don't get knocked, you do nothing. You allow everybody else to shoot and deal with that yourselves. You might charge a little underhand nade and throw that out the window.
I wish
and
that was
like,
on camera.
Cheeky little one, you know, a baby Kalaris nade, a baby Kalaris, you know, like that kind of nade. But beyond that, just stay there, stay still, don't do anything. I'll do it for you again.
Yeah, but that's kind of situation for KONINA Power. You know you're not going to go for the win. Just get as many eliminations as possible, right? So that's the strat. They got 12.
And that's for me why I didn't really want to talk too much about Major Pride, because we had KONINA Power a massive step up, not only in this match, but today. NEXUS, massive step up as well today. Obviously, last match, we'll give them that one. After the first match where they got, I think it was 15 eliminations, we're starting to see some teams here that were towards the bottom of the leaderboards step up. Now, this is a comparison here of today on the right side, and on the left side was day 2. So they've been able to really push their eliminations up here. Obviously, damage as well. Considering we've only played 3 matches.
Yeah.
They've been able to beat the results from yesterday. Like, that's pretty damn impressive.
And actually, yesterday, when you look at their stats, most of that was from their last game, right? Where they were playing the dip and the compound 2-2 splits, so they got most of it of that last game, and that success has transitioned into today, it seems. So that was the one big banger game that now builds some kind of consistency for them.
Becca, back-to-back top eliminator from game to game, so very well played by him, and as, you know, Blank was alluding to, did a lot of damage, but maybe we'll see that, maybe we won't.
Like 1,400 damage. What kind of sound would you have made if we saw that?
I would have given it a solid wow, wow, like that. You know, something like that.
Wow, you really have evolved last bit here, because you would normally stop at the first wow. Oh, there you go.
Wow, wow. There you go.
It's an exact reenactment. Yeah, that's perfect.
You know, I've been working on
6 months.
those 6 months.
Oh, damn.
You've had your testing groups, you know, you've had your R&D on it.
I did. Yeah, they did well. For
Marketing
in the survey, you can
well.
choose which sound is your favorite. Yeah.
Actually, it's on the survey. Yeah,
it's on the survey. Yeah.
That out. Which Kalaris sound is your favorite?
Let's take a look at some highlights here in this last match and kind of break some of these down potentially. But yeah, KONINA Powerbird stepping up. We'll take a look at overalls in a little bit of time, whether it's this match or the next as well. And then S2G. I feel like them up against Bra on this bridge is just a destiny from the very first match of this whole event.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
It's a bit weird at one point. Bra just took themselves an easy fight. There was also some mistakes on both sides. It was a bit wishy-washy for the two teams, but they tried to transition. It was not going to happen for them, unfortunately. Bra, though, still trying to take fights constantly over to the west, it seems, but it's been tough.
Gladiators. Gotta bring them up. We finally had the first zone go towards military. Gladiators didn't have to rethink where they wanted to go, but they had this 2-2 split that I know, Kalaris, I know you're making a face that you were like, they're lost.
I am a little bit bemused. It's like you know, in the oldie days where you didn't have sat-nav and you were just kind of reading off maps when you were trying to go on a nice little road trip. I feel like that was happening. They had the map upside down a little bit. They're asking people that don't speak their language what the directions
asking for directions. No, I don't want to. I know where we're going.
Yeah, I can't.
You're not lost. I'm just taking the shortcut. Yeah.
I don't entirely get it, but there must be some method to the madness. This is a great team. This is a great team, and there's just some moments where we're like, it's a little bit painful.
It's easier for us to like criticize it because we can see the whole map at once.
Of course,
for sure. It's sure, but like they have such a good fragging potential. Every single one of these players can take a fight 4v4, I'd say, against any one of these teams. Just the fact that they're never in a position where they can take fights is just very upsetting, I think it's fair to say, because we know this is a team that can go to PMGC and do really well, but it's just I don't feel like in terms of macro, they're trying.
So just to defend their position here for a moment, where they are in the 2-2, they're on the coast and they're trying to swim it in, right? I get it, because they hear the chaos on that western bridge. They're coming in from that angle. You don't want to go towards the western bridge because you know it's just going to be a bloodbath like it already was between chaos, between all the other teams that were going on, there BRA as well as S2G. So I get why they would want to go down the coast side. Again, maybe they were shot at in a boat and then they had to bail because you're just a sitting duck if you're in the boat, right? So, you know, all these kind of knock-on effects, things like that, as the circle's shifting away from you, it doesn't look great as we just instantly see it on the map like that. But yeah, it's rough.
Okay, well, speaking of one team who's having a rough time, but actually fairly better time today, let's take a look at Nexus just really quickly here before we head into our final team deathmatch of the day. Again, right-hand side, performance today. Left-hand side, performance yesterday. Over double eliminations. They haven't really doubled their damage just yet, but this at least to me shows they've been able to confirm their elimination or their knocks that they're pulling off here, and they're looking fairly more confident. And this is mostly just from 2 matches, right? Because in match 2, I don't think really got much of anything.
Yeah, and here they got so much space over to the eastern side, sent it to one of the strong positions because you don't have many compounds in this kind of terrain. So they took control of it, took a really strong fight against OZAROX, actually, which I'm really impressed. It just seems like they are willing to take fights now. And they know that we saw it back in the previous championship. They can fight pretty damn well. They can go up against C's teams. So the fact that they're taking fights now, getting eliminations, they're going to clear space, survive longer in the games, getting more placement points. This is the change we needed to see. It's just they seem more confident.
It's the phase 3 right now.
It's the Eastern Stars roller coaster. We're back on it, but we're on the high. We're on the way up, baby. There we are.
That just makes you think of, well, yeah, but that means there's only going to be a down after.
Maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
Maybe today.
Unless you just keep going up and up and up, and I'm like, wow, this is a really weird roller coaster.
All right, well, let's turn our attention from that over towards team deathmatch. We're not going to have any Repugas.
Why isn't it a team elimination match?
What? Just saying. I don't know. I have no answer for that.
No.
Our team elimination match here with Sean, Helen, and Blink once again.
I'm ready for plenty of team eliminations, Black. We're going to be going over to the toilet roll skate park in the middle of the bedroom.
Yeah, I mean, this is always an interesting match to look at. We've got Nexus versus MUERTE, 2 very strong teams, 2 teams that have some high fragging potential. What I really hope is they don't draw this game out like we saw yesterday over on the old bed death match, I guess. It's the room.
I like that. That's good. Let's call it that. The room. Because nobody knows quite what it's for, but it certainly has walls and a ceiling.
That's correct. But there's a lot of little hidey holes on this map. That's for sure. It doesn't really promote a lot of high-octane gameplay. However,
who has a vending machine in their bedroom? That's a weird thing. That's the weirdest thing about all of
be collectible memorabilia.
True. Could be. The points do start pretty early on, and they are fighting for the central feature. 3 points found for MUERTE already. They put up a 4th. It's fairly even for them, so a really nice start for MUERTE. They got the high ground on the bed. Furious still behind the pillows, ducking back in. Wants to keep his head down there.
Yeah, very important position to take on the map, actually. Ooh, very nice. 6-2, though. It's going.
Certainly is. First to 40 on this map as well. And it's no RPG. I feel like you throw RPGs onto this one and it becomes a little bit more interesting. It forces more dynamic play, right? But it is so open. Maybe it's just a little bit too oppressive.
Yeah, I think that the lower bracket has been way more difficult just because of this match. Right? I feel like you win the Rüppige map within the first maybe 3 minutes. Get them on board.
If we carry on with the pattern of which maps we play first, I did catch which match, because we played the 3rd, 4th place match before the finals, so that 3rd, 4th place match might be the RPG map tomorrow. So if you stay tuned, make sure you're watching that. I'll have to get that officially confirmed, so we might be seeing the winners of this map take on, I think it was OZAROX from the previous match winner on the room. So it might be a little bit more tactical, a little bit more hidey-hole gameplay.
Yeah, could be. Right now, Kapahala's got the bed. MUERTE want him to roll over, just won't. Furia goes
Hogging all
down.
the blankets.
He is hogging all the blankets. It's not good. In fact, this bed has no duvet. Absolute creep that lives here.
That is true. Not having a duvet, that is... Maybe it's just laundry night, you know? They've stripped the beds. They're ready for the linens to come back from the washing machine. And they're currently playing bet. I mean, certainly need to get a little bit cleaner for Nexus if they want to catch up on these points. Blank, 15-10 right now. 7 minutes left on the clock.
Indeed. It's going.
Oh, yeah.
It really is just a case of like controlling the 2 side angles and then controlling the center. I like what Nexus is trying to do, which is to have the players in the center with some very good close range weaponry.
Dangerous push up there.
On the edge. It's nice.
So gets shut down. Kapahala, high ground against Furia. That's going to work out well. And Nexus have closed the gap a little bit, but MUERTE won't let it go that easily. Immediately responded over towards Kapahala. XO tries to cross, denied the opportunity.
Malloy sending a grenade in. You know, Doran going down, tries to hit the shots, and now it will be Malloy on the bed.
Getting comfy with it. Milky Way wants to put the nade in amongst Nexus as well. That will be Redox going down. I feel like we've named this one Blank, the room. I feel like the other one, I'm going to go with Zombie Stadium. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. They're in a stadium, there are zombies.
Yeah. You know, if you're creatively challenged like yourself, that would make sense.
Wow, okay. It says you who came up with the room.
Look, man. Not many people would think of that.
I don't know. I reckon there are at least 3 other people.
I mean, you did.
That's true. You thought of it first.
Yeah. I'm original.
Is that right?
It's correct.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. You can have this one with the room. Go for it, I guess. 28 points on the cards for MUERTE. 29 now. You did all right. Blank's chugging along, as are MUERTE on the points totals. 7 points in the lead. Sorry, wait. 8 points in the lead. 29 on the cards, but Nexus still trying to frag out around this central area. A bit of an insurgence into the middle now, but Corker giving them a slip. Redox, though. It's nice and hot with the feet, but can't quite handle 2 players peeking up at the same time.
Yeah, a bit hard to do that, honestly. 30-22, though. I would say this has been one of our more tactical matches here on the room. I've liked the way they played out, but MUERTE's getting pretty aggressive now, trying to push the boat out a little bit.
You kind of have to. Well, for Nexus, certainly, they're going to be looking for these little scrappy engagements. They need positive trades. Korka breaking forwards, catches two players with nades in hand, just hopping around. Bunny Rabbit moving forwards, but does go only 1-for-1. Fortunately for DeMuerte, that's good. That's all they need. Again, Milky Way forwards, ducks back behind the bar. Furia does get cut down, but it's another 1-for-1. 38 now, 2 points within striking distance of victory now for DeMuerte to see themselves into those finals, facing off against OZAROX tomorrow. In the TDM brackets, Korka forwards, only 2 points needed. Looking for the shutdown onto EXO, taking him very low, and Korka swings wide for one, hits the deck for a second, and that is all you need. 40 points found, it's DeMuerte.
Wonderful stuff. You love to see it. You know what? That was really nice from DeMuerte at the end there. They really were pushing it as far as they possibly could. I wish they'd done that earlier, though, because I think it just got to a point where DeMuerte was like, I think we're just better than them, so we could just rush it down mid. So, yep, tomorrow we'll be watching OZAROX versus DeMuerte. And like I say, match 15, likely to be our old Ruppiger match over on the Zombie Stadium. OZAROX Esports versus DeMuerte on the Room. And I think that realistically, that's going to be an interesting match because you will see the game ending in the first 30 seconds as soon as some monies get on board. But I'm excited for it. I'm definitely excited for it to see who comes out top. It would be nice to see DeMuerte win that one. A little bit of European pride, you know, on the side.
Coming over as the champs as well from the EU region, so definitely making a statement there. OZAROX, the only thing that's going to stand in front of them, it's going to stand in their way, blank, so we'll have to wait and see. We've got to wait till tomorrow for that one, so make sure you're tuning in then as well. But if you're interested in EU Championships, you don't have to wait any longer because we're going into yet another match. Blank, it's Sanhok now. It's going over to the jungle.
Yeah, Sanhok o'clock, which is always lovely to see here. I'm excited, but I like Sanhok. It has killed me, though. It's killed me off a little bit, just because Gladiators, every time this match comes on, I know Gladiators aren't going to do so hot. MADBULLS, on the other hand, they made me extremely happy. Good job, lads, over on yesterday on their Sanhok match. You know, escaping their fellow brethren from that horrible situation he's in with the vehicle. And they're going on to win the game on an island finish, no less, here on Sanhok. So, yeah, I'm ready for it. I'm ready and raring to go for another interesting match here.
Hopefully that's what will be delivered. We've had a lot of military island finishes over on Erangel, but I don't imagine we're going to see a second island finish here, Blank. So unfortunately, we're probably going to deny you that opportunity. But never say never. We might still have a little bit of craziness to be found over on Sanhok. There are plenty of other interesting ending circles that we've seen time and time again sweep across the Sanhok jungles. We're going to be jumping in for the only time today, the third Sanhok of this tournament, the second to last as well. With only one more to play tomorrow, the teams are really going to need to up their averages on this entry.
Absolutely will do. I think there are a couple of people, like you were talking about, towards that bottom side of the lobby that desperately need to start getting some points on board here at the end of the day. Sanhok, it's always rough this being your fourth match, right, as you head into those final 3 matches of the day, just because it's not mega reliable at picking yourselves up some points, right? You know, if you play your cards right, maybe you get some points. As we saw yesterday demonstrated by Sanhok, it can be very cruel and send you over to some weird islands, in which case MADBULLS' weird little mind that decides to send 2 players out into the water, it works out well. And as Jason said, you know, they were real thinkers, real bull thinkers. That's the main thing, right? At the end of the day. Bull thinkers with their little hoof on chin. That's what makes them work. That's what makes the brain tick over on that team. But it worked out well. And I'd like to see MADBULLS play a little bit more of a slow game here as well, just because we have seen them take these chances in the past where they've gone very full speed into the circle, get ripped to pieces on the way in, and then only have 2 players towards the end. I think if they bide their time, play a little bit slower, they tend to get some decent results on this match. I just think they're slightly impatient at the get-go.
To be fair, it wasn't them that kind of kept them in ruins for so long. A little bit, it was their stuck vehicle for a long time right at the start of that previous match.
Yeah, exactly.
A lovely set of slowdowns there. So yeah, I mean, yeah, keeps them slower.
Now self-impose that.
Yeah,
do that again.
Do that, but just pretend the vehicle's stuck. Just pretend, just close your eyes and think, oh no, the vehicle's stuck, and then just do that for another 40 seconds. And you should be a little bit better. Maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Or are they going to go back to their old tricks and get across fast? Because this is definitely a northeast finish.
Yeah, looking at this game, probably, like you said, likely to be a northeast finish with the circle at least. That's fairly confirmed it for us. But I do wonder exactly how these teams are going to play things out. It's an interesting one because we haven't actually seen this too often over in Sanhok before.
Certainly not this time around. KONINA Power have spotted a player from OZAROX and won't lose one to it. OZAROX are a little bit too split to immediately respond. Chance that they could play on the outskirts and look for a third party. S2G from Paradise Resort also heard all of that gunfire and are waiting for a little pickup if they can find it. There's Cortex. And a second as well. OZAROX, they do find the camp. They do get an amazing angle with Cortex on the spray down. KONINA Power caught lacking here. Swain can move in almost immediately. Becca caught on the broadside, and they have no idea where this team is coming from. Immediately dished out 3 times as much punishment as they gave, and OZAROX takes them for a spin.
Do indeed take them for a spin, which is great to see. You know, OZAROX, they're a strong team when it comes to those close quarters combat. It's nice to see them actually be able to pick up some big amount of eliminations here. Storm, massive player over on that team.
Tixi on the high ground for Gladiators. This is over on the Northwest Island. Tixi is very, very split from the rest of the Gladiators, all of whom are over towards Camp Alpha still. Playing on the west side of the island, so can't really afford to take anything other than a confirmed spray down and flush on that angle. So Tixi needs to just keep control over on that east side. Doesn't want to get too overzealous with it. You can see he is just biding his time, falls back even, playing on a separate angle. Gladiators are going to have to figure out their rotation over to this east side, and Tixi will take a couple of shots and knows there's only one player to worry about. Repositions, gets further back, doesn't want to get in too much trouble. Now, something that the desk criticized the Gladiators for on this set of rotations was not going across for that north bridge, playing way, way too slowly on this northwest island. So we'll see if they can adjust here in this Sanhok instance. Over in the middle of the map, though, Major Pride have gotten to a very nice compound in the middle, just to the east of Paradise Resort, close by to that S2G position. I believe this is where KONINA Power met the majority of their demise under the watchful eyes of OZAROX. They lost that player earlier on, and will just try and keep going. One player left for KONINA Power, Palucci, all the way over on the northeast side near Mong Nai, playing right on that coastal edge. No one really going to be pushing into that area soon. So Palucci for KONINA Power wants to keep their mantle alive. Major Pride, okay, they lost Nomi on the roll-up, with Loxy able to take that one down. REGNUM KARYA playing on a compound further to that southwest side. Playing as 4 as well. A lot of these central compounds now starting to get taken up. There's a position to the northeast of S2G, of Paradise Resort, that Nexus might try and transition down towards, but S2G could flex out there similarly to try and control that roadside for themselves. Have to wait and see if the scouting goes out that way, but Nexus is starting to encroach. In the meantime, MUERTE rolling straight on and knocking on the door of KASIK team, doing well to find the first. Dashipa wants to challenge on the corner. Furia goes down, but Milky Way instantly finds that trade for MUERTE, and they need it. 2 of their players are down. Reflect to the backline. Mandarin on that flank. They need to be careful because the flushes are coming through, and Mandarin strikes perfectly, looks for it, and finds what he wants. Milky Way now the last to stand for MUERTE. KASIK giving them a run for it on the south side with BRA moving on in soon. They need to conclude it fast. Mandarin cooking that nade. 2 players close for Milky Way to handle, and he pops it in. Somehow able to dodge the damage there for Milky Way. And Reflect wants to answer with ordnance of his own. Force Milky Way for the challenge, and it's good for the nade trade, but will not be able to find any more because there is an answer. Mandarin takes it down, but can BRA third party? That's the question that they have to ask themselves, because in they come. Coursera and Tospic both on that south side looking to challenge. But they've managed to get Mandarin back up. The nade trade not so hot. And Coursera moving across these hillsides. A nice breakout from Reflect to slow any flanks that could be coming on through. Just getting some healing on board. The smokes have popped. And BRA denied their meal for the time being. But KASIK team playing on us too. It's unfortunate that they lost 2 to MUERTE. And MUERTE not able to hold it on either. So an unfortunate game for MUERTE's entry after what has been a fairly strong day so far. BRA Next RÜYA, they are the teams looking to try and keep that top spot going on. And in the meantime, looks like next RÜYA going to have a better area around that barn spot to the west to try and keep themselves moving into this next circle or two. Taking a look at the map, you could see Galatasaray all the way on that south side, looking for the rotations past Bantai. Not in their boats just yet, I don't think, but we could see that long wrap, especially with the circle shifting as it is. The MADBULLS playing a lot slower, which is what Blank said he wanted to see from them. And they have managed to get across that bridge now. But with that slower pace from the MADBULLS, are they going to find that advantage? Because the Gladiators have also similarly played it a little bit slow, currently crossing over towards that trifecta area, maybe looking to move up the coastline around boot camp, but with the circle shifting as it is, more likely they're going around that south side. I believe, Blank, you're back with me to witness the MADBULLS playing it a little bit slower, which you might be happy about.
I'm very happy about it indeed. You know, I had to just go quickly talk to the MADBULLS guys. I ran over to their location. It took a short while, but I'm a fast runner. I'm back now. They told me they're playing the game a little bit slower here because I said so. And then it worked out yesterday. So that's the reason that I had to leave for a short amount of time. But I'm back in the business. Stage 2 already. Dang, we're speeding through this one very quick. But we are heading over towards central position in barn. Pretty rough circle, actually, I would say, for a lot of teams. I don't particularly like this circle. I can't imagine a lot of the players in this lobby like this circle either. You know, your central position down on the low ground is a bit rough, so you're typically going to have a large amount of teams all congregating around the edges here. MADBULLS deciding that now is the time to pull the trigger, though, over towards barn.
Just very, very quickly sending in. They play it slow, and then catapult straight to the middle. Why not? They make it into it, but they get past next RÜYA as well, who have been here for quite a while. And there's not really too much more kerfuffle about all of that. MELISE with a wide split around the Lakawi position, though, on that southeast side of this circle.
Southeast side of the circle in Lakawi. I mean, another awkward location on the map as well for MELISE Esports, because you don't really want to play down towards Lakawi, and a lot of teams understand that that's kind of cut off area because that is down towards that pretty much base elevation towards the water itself. So we are cutting off like quite a little bit. It's almost like an oddly shaped donut that's had a bit of a bite taken out of it down towards Lakawi. So I think that teams are pretty uncomfortable here. You're likely going to see a few teams actually going down earlier than we expected. And I think for most of our championship games here, we have seen at least 14, 15 teams making it their way through to stage 3, stage 4. I don't think that's going to be the case during this match. This is a speedy rotate coming through from Gladiators for the first time in quite a while.
Have managed to just get through on that trifecta area and moving in now to the hills near Lakawi that MELISE was sort of spreading themselves over, and Matic gets spotted. It's a really rough position as well because Lewis has such great angles to take this one down. An answer knock over towards Kisyu and a flush away as well. Matic just eating too many bullets there, though, does get taken down. And again, the Gladiators have been made ragged slightly on this south side. A difficult move. Galatasaray further south behind them. Gonna force Tixi to look for the regroup. Lewis trying to hold everything out in the meantime. Dagestan swinging through. BRA have been marching up behind all of this as well. So a real rough side here, forced together by the quarry.
Yeah, I mean, for Gladiators, it's a case of just lagging behind a little bit. You typically want to do that anyway, just so that you can get as much information as possible, make sure there's no stragglers moving in behind you. But because they are split off there, and MELISE holds a pretty strong lockdown on this location, yeah, Gladiators do have a bit of a tough time getting in towards this circle. Again, I think this is fairly decent, considering where they came from over towards that northwest island. Getting towards this location, pretty impressive, all things considered. Galatasaray still trying to make their way in. BRA in front of them. Meku gets exploded over towards their compound on the vehicle. And Kitsune gets flushed out. Oh, dear me. Not looking good right now for the Gladiators. I think this comes straight back to what Max was talking about, John, which is a case of this is a team that can go toe-to-toe with most other teams within this lobby. If they get into a location of SPOR, it just never happens.
Which is really unfortunate for them. It's I mean, this wide split from MELISE actually probably one of the most difficult things for them to navigate with the pressure from behind them. They didn't take these straight up fights onto single points. And MELISE just bled them dry, really, and now it's only Tixi left on that south side. We're seeing a lot of exchanges happen. S2G cleared out the players near Paradise Resort and have yet to leave, but they'll be able to do so. A circle centering onto the MADBULLS over in that barn area. They're playing on the south side, a lot of those cliffs around them to try and keep them, oh, beg your pardon, to try and keep them nice and safe.
MADBULLS pretty happy with their spot that they've found for themselves, actually. It kind of isolates themselves looking up towards that northeast side. A little bit more difficult for teams to rock up towards their southwest edge. They would have to fully commit on towards the position of MADBULLS. They also spot Major Pride coming in from that north side, so coalesce down towards the south there, giving them a bit more time to receive that basketball of Major Pride, who are coming in thick and fast.
See if they can handle it. Block that net. Gladiators finally taken down in their entirety. So their salvage not going well. Only the 1 point for Gladiators. And again, their Sanhok record is far from stellar. Dagestan have managed to push in from this south side where the Gladiators could not, and do it as 4 as well. To be able to take this compound and have the chance to move further north is a great start. S2G and Major Pride come into conflict on north side of this compound, and this is really good news for MADBULLS to maybe look to third party here. S2G, they have a lot of players down. It's only the one now in effect. And in effect face as well. And the MC finds one, goes for the second, but can't quite find it. Naomi needs to get rezzed. S2G are out, and effect dashing for the hill, the last player to stand. MADBULLS just given so much territory.
Yeah, like I said, you have to fully commit towards this location if you want to challenge out. I like what MADBULLS do here. They give themselves time and space to work with and then play it out as soon as they hear the fight come into a conclusion. Really, really nice play. They do have to now worry about NEXUS coming in from that western side. It's likely going to be a position they try and take up here. It's a huge amount of massive space that they have to control of towards these warehouses they're currently playing in. They're a bit open at times, so you certainly have to pull the trigger early on teams making their way on over, but it looks to me like NEXUS don't have a huge amount of vehicles for themselves, so they'll be walking on in, which gives more time for Major Pride to perhaps react. They could also pick up some of the death crates, but I don't think they want to play it themselves too far out of this compound. But you know what, MADBULLS, they followed the advice as I sprinted over towards them earlier at Mach 10, so I think I'm going to give them the old prediction for that.
Alrighty, well, see who everyone else is going for. I mean, I like Nexus's position on that northeast side and the compound they hold. I think they could have a really solid chance from this area. Only OZAROX really to deal with, so they need to be keeping their wits about them. OZAROX losing a player early, only as 3. Fairly isolated. KASIK and BRA on that southwest side, struggling to extricate each other from this engagement. Reflect. Last to stand for KASIK. A lot split as well. Kane has been downed, but Coursera's making the dash. Reflect not going to curtail it just yet. Kane definitely resible at this point. They just need to make sure it's enacted properly. Get behind that rock, make sure you're in cover. Next, RÜYA now need that full commit that you were talking about onto the MADBULLS position.
Yeah, they could wrap towards that north side, towards Camp Bravo. I like what MADBULLS are currently doing, which is getting a little bit more spaced out towards this western side. They can go for a side swipe onto NEXUS as they make their way in. It's a smart move. Got the MADBULLS, NEXUS, MADBULLS, NEXUS, MADBULLS on the predictions here from the guys. You and Max going for the NEXUS pick here. This might be Max's first correct prediction.
I mean, I'm worried that I've predicted the same as Max now, because he hasn't had the best of times on the predictions this tournament so far. So we'll see if I'm able to keep it under control for NEXUS. With next RÜYA pushing on towards the MADBULLS, with them having a lot of players circling around as well. They've got to have their wits about them. Matulika's going to do just that. Finds Tospic on the back line of BRA. 2 players now for them to worry about. KASIK as well. Close by with their remaining duo. The flush comes through. On the north flank of this all, remember, there is still next RÜYA. The circle goes away from MADBULLS area and over towards the NEXUS compound with the walls there as well.
Yeah, it's a kind of a nice little shift for Nexus. I'll tell you that right now.
Pretty good.
There's still possibilities for teams to make decent rotates down towards the south side of that compound around the rocky outcrops. And I think MADBULLS realize they need to stop putting such a large focus over towards these players on the southwest side. Instead, try and take control of this one warehouse that is still in. I think they heard the team in RÜYA heading over towards that northern side, so if they can lock down this warehouse on the south, that's likely their best bet, leaving this game with a strong result.
Palucci doesn't stand up for the shot over to Shifu, not just yet. They definitely don't know he's here. With the blue zone doing more than tickle at this point, he's going to need to go for a shot. He might have just wasted his opportunity, but Shifu goes back. And he's going to look for the flush here. He knows keeps close and actually breaks out into the blue. Goes for the shot with the DBS, ducks back into cover. He's turning around. He just wants the point at this stage. Palucci trying to fend off against Keep for Dagestan. There is backup almost immediately. The full squad rolls on in for the save. And Shifu may be resible here if they're fast with it. He's already crawling for the zone. The call has been made. They're getting up to this rock. If they can get that cover under control, they're going to have a better time of it. In the meantime, Galatasaray do finally fall. And Nexus still holding on to the north side of these rocks.
Yeah, they don't have to do too much. They can keep their noses clean here. Tulika goes down to Mandarin. Now MADBULLS just on 3 players. Fleeke provided a base of operations off towards the east, but the MADBULLS opted to try and hold out some more players, and it's not gone well for them. Zerich takes down Reflect, the last player, but RÜYA has sights towards him now, and Fleeke is going to be playing a solo mission from here on out.
It's going to be real tough stuff on the sliver of HP that he has as well. Somehow gets out of that vehicle, out of the flatbed at the back, and will be able to heal some more, but it's going to be tenuous at best. Dagestan take another knock. BRA also dueling back and forth for the south side. Nexus still in this one, but Fleeke in his outpost position is in the shack that he has currently under his control. But you've got to imagine BRA and Dagestan gonna figure out how to get over there fairly soon. And then as soon as RÜYA have dealt with Zerich, they're on their way too.
Yeah, it's a frustrating experience there for Fleeke because I think he did provide a good base of operations. Again, I mentioned it earlier that these positions are so open in the warehouses that if you're going to go for a hold, there's a lot of different angles that teams can take over towards you. It looked like MADBULLS didn't have a whole ton of utility either to kind of lock down those openings on the doors, on the windows, so they end up losing players left, right, and center when realistically they could have just sent over towards Fleeke's position. There was a position for them to play. I think they were trying to wait it out for the next circle if it shifted hard down towards the southwest side. But even then, you're hoping against hope there.
The backlines for Dagestan still getting peppered away, but they are 4 players. They've managed to get everyone back and in. Limbo holding their flank against BRA, taking down Kane. Now just Coursera remains. They've managed to get that res over on the front lines as well. Finally, someone has spotted OZAROX, but Swain is right up into the wall. Look at that map on the right-hand side. He's very close to Exo, so danger is waiting in the wings there. I don't think they're aware of this position, and they have to try and extricate themselves from it and handle it carefully. Because Swain's just on the corner here. He's not going to be in the zone. Has to move forwards. Exo should hear that. BRA finally dispatched for Dagestan as Swain steps in towards Exo, but he's got the DBS on the inside, and OZAROX fall.
Honestly, when you look at this circle, this moves further down towards the southeast side. Dagestan actually have a really good shot into this game. I think teams have been playing this sort of location a fair few times in the past. You're able to kind of hold out Nexus from that eastern side as they try and leave. But this looks to be like a full-on brawl between both RÜYA as well as Nexus in this endgame. We'll see who comes out on top here between the Lone Rangers surviving on for Turkey and the 3 teams coming through from EU. Kapahala spots out one in Shifu. He tries to go for a cheeky angle.
RÜYA, a real big challenge for Nexus to handle. As Shifu has been flushed away. 3 players now for Nexus. Fleeke still active, still alive in the shack. Did take some damage earlier. People definitely know he's there. Limbo taken out and flushed away. That's 2 players now left for Dagestan. And the MADBULLS holding on that central area. RÜYA take a knock, and that's Wolf going down, but Keep is most likely going to be tagged away by this zone and just about gets away, but the bullets start to ring through, and that's Dagestan out. MADBULLS get up to 3rd place, but the zone goes to Nexus real hard here, Blank. That is a big, big shift. That's 2 now that Nexus have been given.
Yeah, Frozen is in position, though, as an anchor point for the rest of the team to head towards, but with the Wolf going straight back down to the blue, that leaves you in a 3v4, and location sort of spotted from these players. Fleeke, Blue's going to push him in soon, most likely to go down. I think he's pleased with himself on a third. The rest of his team actually headed over this way with him. Maybe there was a chance at them getting further into this match.
You're not getting out of that. Fleeke out in third place. Next RÜYA playing as 3. Definitely doable, but the line that Nexus have now is great stuff. Today, Nexus have shown the colors that we've seen from them before. They just need to try and convert here against Next RÜYA as well. Getting that first knock against Yekta. He's going to have to crawl back. Nexus can continue to establish control over these lines. Doran is low, but Redox moves across to plug that hole that he needs to get that healing on. Finds Stalker Machine. They're trying to commit for the res here, but the nades keep that damage pouring on through. They didn't even find him back in, and Nexus move across Sanhok. Beautiful in those final moments. Another strong entry for Nexus, and they are on the warpath. They want that resurgence. They want those top spots.
Yeah, I think for Nexus, trying to get up there towards that top side is a real impressive result. Again, it does feel sort of like a Nexus win on Sanhok, which is a case of you go one place and then you don't move at all. That's typically where they do very, very well. And it's an extreme compound to hold as well, which in that circle where it's fairly open other than that spot, which has some of the best protection on the eastern side of the map, yeah, it looked very, very good for Nexus. A little bit disappointed that the team didn't follow on with Fleeke from MADBULLS, and I think that when you do play that warehouse position with how precarious it was looking as well, the amount of fighting that was happening on that western side, I think it might have been a better idea just to give it up. Again, playing as 4 inside a tiny shack, not ideal either. So either way, it's difficult. Dagestan, another team that I felt maybe could have won that game. However, we talked about at the start of the day, which is the case, we just don't think Dagestan can stand up to some of these teams within the lobby. And Next RÜYA, despite a struggle bus of a rotation, getting second place, very impressive stuff. And I think that is sort of what is expected versus what is not expected from a team like Dagestan.
Yeah, losing that player for Next RÜYA right at the end there, going in as 3 players. Maybe with 4 it could have been a different story, but Nexus able to move out of their compound, control the ground around them, and stop anyone else from taking away that chicken dinner from them. And you know what? It's also going to mean that I can stop Max's curse from affecting anyone. Let's go, Nexus. They were able to take it home.
It's time to upgrade your PUBG mobile outfits. Join free daily cups for solo, duo or squads. Win Faceit points. Exchange for PUBG Mobile UC. To customize your account, join Faceit today and earn rewards. Try for free at faceit.com/PUBG Mobile.
I feel like Blink, after finishing that match, screamed one thing and one thing only. Max?
Nexus!
There you go.
So that's good.
They get themselves a victory here, and they potentially get themselves further up in the leaderboard. They start off the day in 16th place behind KAOS. I'm curious to see where they've been able to push up in the leaderboards and potentially become a top 5 contender, because I don't want to say they were out, obviously having a very difficult path to get to top 5 if they want to pull it off. But this is the start we need to see. They get a chicken under their belt, Max.
Yeah, still going up. The roller coaster's not stopping. Still is having a good time. It's a ski lift right now happening for them. 17 points on this game, of course, with the 10 placements from that chicken dinner. It could have been an extra win if it went to the east, to the west side. It went to the east. It went the way of Nexus Gaming. Nice little flex out, by the way, on that ridge. The moment Dagestan do get eliminated, you can get multiple angles. You can really apply even more pressure on RÜYA. So yeah, good on Nexus to defend it against multiple contenders getting close to that eastern compound. But yeah, you don't have many teams coming in from the East Coast, so they didn't have too much competition.
It's been a very compound-favored day today here across all
Yesterday too, like these last 2 days, yeah.
It was island-focused yesterday.
Yes, very island focused towards the end, yeah, for sure. But Nexus, man, they keep plugging away at it. I like it a lot. We know that they're capable. I say that so many times, geez. But they finally actually got some points on the board here today, all things considered.
What's up, Max?
Hey, look, you want to talk about a team there, I think.
What team?
Gladiators, you want to mention?
Gladiators. They went with a Southbridge rotate.
He's like, oh, we're going into this one.
They changed the rotation. Didn't work out. But they changed things up, Chris.
Dagestan was so disappointed, like, we can't kill Gladiators.
Yeah, I actually asked you the question, like, is Dagestan still here Northwest Island because they expect Gladiators to be here? I think the only viable answer is yes.
Even KAOS with bridge camping, like, where the hell are they? It's past their time. What's going on? Yeah, it was an interesting wide rotation south. Unfortunately, by doing so, teams are all already going to be in circle. You're going to be gate kept, so there's no way in hell they were going to survive it. So I appreciate the change. Was it a positive change? Unfortunately not, but it was a change, so I'll take that.
Any change is positive for Gladiators when it comes to Sanhok.
When it comes to rotations, yeah.
Take a look at some of our replays and highlights here. A couple of great individual moments. Again, MADBULLS, you did mention something, actually. I don't know if we've touched on it just yet. When they defended up against NEXUS, there was one viable position to attack.
Yeah. You saw NEXUS here pushing. MADBULLS' position is surrounded by a little bit of high ground elevation to the west, the north, and the south. And actually, NEXUS go to the warehouse north of it, which has got a really wide wall, which is really hard to defend if you don't have anyone towards those warehouses. They crash over there. I think they got 2 very early eliminations onto MADBULLS, and off the back of that, they can clear the entire compound. Only Fleeky is able to survive, but if you want to breach that compound in particular, that is the textbook way to do it, and here they're able to get himself full control of the west off the back of that.
Not really a surprise from NEXUS too, because yesterday they seemed to be very understanding of what they need to do with all these macro plays. We think back to the Miramars, right, taking the little dip. Think back to the first Miramar of the day where they try to take the high ground from Gladiators on the west side. They definitely know what they're doing, but we have to switch our attention over to, I think, Nexus here to take a look at their player stats. Because, Max, we did talk a lot in Claris about EXO and the impact on the team, and unfortunately, EXO, I think the last time we checked in, he was on 0 eliminations. He's only going to be on 4 here as the Warlord is starting to shout.
Is it the return? Is it the return of the Warlord after seeing these numbers being put up? I mean, all things said, I mean, when Kapahala kind of, I want to say, even burst into our realm of consciousness, we actually saw him looking fantastic. Like, but there's been a bit of a lull, but we're back on that roller coaster. We're on the way up. Kapahala's there at the front, shouting away, as you mentioned. I'm very happy to see it.
Hibernation.
Yeah. We all want to see more from Dorian Redux and EXO, but just Kapahala, the fact that he's doing well at this championship, I'm stoked, and I'll take it. That's a big win for Nexus overall, and they're just getting even more into the late game stage. They've been doing that throughout the entirety of today, pretty much, except for that Miramar earlier. So yeah, I'm stoked with Nexus overall. It seemed like they are just willing to take fights. Sure, here was just a little bit coming their way, but they still flexed out to get more eliminations. There's been a change of mentality 100% for them. They're gunning for the win now.
That's the thing, right? I mean, like, their success throughout the day has not been based off just of, we've got a compound and it's good. It's actually been some moments where they've been kind of taking those edge fights and sweeping on in. Now, do I think that they're a better edge fighting team than NEXUS at present? I do think NEXUS is probably the best edge playing team we have right now in this lobby. I know that's kind of a big statement, but they looked great at the end of yesterday, and they looked great moving in from this one as well. So yeah, these two teams, good edge play. Cool.
Okay, well, let's take a look at our overalls now and see where our teams are currently sitting at. I'm curious to see how far Nexus has been able to move up the leaderboards and not quite able to crest this first page just yet. However, KONINA Power are able to do so. And actually, you know, looking at our top 3, like, Bra, I think, has been kind of quiet today, considering the performance we saw yesterday. But also, S2G's been quiet. MELISE has been pushed out of top 5, unfortunately for them, though they do have the opportunity to push back into it if they can have a couple of good games. But, I mean, Major Pride's in contention. They're only down by 2 points. There's a little bit of a drop-off, obviously, when you get to KONINA Power.
To touch on Bra again, sure, they've been a bit more silent when it comes to placement points. They're still getting a lot of eliminations. Like, they're getting 3, 4, 5, 6 per game, even though they're not ranking late into the match, which means currently they're the top fragging team of this entire championship by a decent amount too. So they're going to be hard to catch up to when it comes to the elimination side of things. But on the second page, they're not too far away. Like one other good game for Nexus. We still have 2 games today. They could be close to top 5 if they keep these kind of results coming in.
It's just going to get more and more difficult to do so, though, as obviously the pressure is going to mount to tomorrow. We only have 2 matches left to go today, and obviously want to end things on a high note. But as we do head to our final Erangel of the day, we'll actually take a look here at our top performers when it comes to this map in particular. And well, S2G obviously going to be up there. A lot of it coming from these eliminations here that you're seeing, and obviously fighting left and right. Kind of surprised a little bit to see MELISE up here. However, obviously thinking of the kind of lighthouse place they played from yesterday, getting their victory under their belt. And MUERTE, a little bit quiet as well. I don't know. I feel like we've seen a little bit of quiet out of quite a few teams because of the rise of KONINA Power and Nexus.
I think it's off the back of what you mentioned, Kalaris, which is a lot of circles being very compound-centric and it's really tough to breach them. So MUERTE been maybe a bit down on their luck when it comes to those. But I think that if we're going to have one game that's just going to be open terrain, they're relatively close to it. We know they have really good control of those kind of late game positions if they get access to it. So I'm hopeful we can still see MUERTE. They'll get back there. It's cool. It's fine.
Okay, well, we do have our 5th match of the way coming up, but not before I remind you once again about Monster Energy, our official energy partner here at PMPL EU Champs. You guys can pick one up and unleash the what, Max?
The Beast.
I was...
Good emphasis.
We had a deal earlier today, and you kind of let me down on that
extreme, you want to...
No, there's another word, but we don't need to hear it right now. Maybe we'll save that one for...
Is that what you wanted? Is that you happy, Jason?
That's good.
I didn't hear it clearly.
I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, I am here. We can't head to casters until we have a proper...
That's right, got it.
Okay, well, let's save that one for later. We'll head over to our casters here for our 5th match of the day with John and Blank.
I'm in physical pain about that. That's done me bad. That's done me a mischief there, Blank. Goodness me. Well, let's hope for Max's sake that MUERTE do well so we can have something to lean back on that.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it too much. It's fairly upsetting. But yeah, heading over towards our 5th match of the day now here on Erangel. Heading over towards one of our final matches of this tournament. Obviously, just 2 more to do on the day. And then our 6 tomorrow. Right now, we're starting to see that lead from next RÜYA become quite strong. BRA have fallen off just a little bit, still making their way towards a lot of the end games, but getting pushed out. I think they're very aggressive, and teams are starting to get a bead on how they like to play these end games, how they want to make their late rotations. MUERTE in 3rd place, MADBULLS just underneath them in 4th. So we currently do have both our PMGC qualifiers in our top 5 in MADBULLS and S2G, 4th and 5th respectively. MELISE Esports behind by 1 point in 102 in 6th place. But Major Prize catching up, man. They're definitely catching up, 101.
They certainly are. Nexus similarly on that chase. They've made more ground today than we've seen from them so far. I think it is still very, very malleable towards those top spots, although that gap does start to lead itself away. Actually pretty far down the tables, but it is still starting to isolate. And I think at the end of today, we might have a clearer picture of who's going to be towards that front page, looking for those PMGC qualification spots, which is, to be honest, what it's all about for the majority of these teams. At this stage, as it stands, the race for the top spot is starting to be a little bit clearer, with NEXUS and BRA still fairly comfortably ahead at this point. Although, I mean, I say comfortable, it's really, really tough still. It's still very possible for teams behind them.
Yeah, it's a lot of change-up that can happen in the future, for sure. I think that we can't underestimate some of these teams, especially having a pop-off day. I mean, we've seen days in the past over in the league stages of every single PMPL where a team could have 3 or 4 chicken dinners in one day. Even more chance of it here in the championships with 6 matches played every single day. You know, usually in the league stage, you get 4 matches of play every day, even with 5 matches. But here, there's even more chance to pop off versus some of these other teams in one singular outing. So I think for a lot of these teams, there's still some leeway, and I think it's not as far ahead as some of us seem to think it is. I think that when I look at it, I'm completely in the same boat with you. BRA, next RÜYA, they look fairly comfy, but that can change quite quickly, especially on like a 20-elim game. I don't know how likely that's going to be to happen during this tournament, but you know, you get 13, 14 elims with the chicken dinner. You're looking at 24, 25 points on that match. That's enough to really rocket you up towards the top of the leaderboards. And if BRA can find Kelsey here, who is currently making some smooth moves.
Goodness me, he's an eel, so slippery. Moving away from these shots, and Kakali actually takes more damage himself than Kelsey has taken so far. Again, he's just about getting away, but right at the end, I mean, you can only do that for so long before it goes pear-shaped. Finally, BRA are able to pick up that point, and S2G lose a player.
I mean, he was living for quite a while there, you know, really pulling some old Matrix moves on him. Dodging all over the place, seems to be reading his mind as he went for those dodges.
I'll tell you what, I was going to say, what's interesting here is the Gladiators have really struggled to get over to military. So you know what they've done? They've dropped on military. They've just started their game down there this time.
Yeah, man, like, if it's going to be a tough time for you, just head down there in the first place. And then we can figure it out from there. Just wish that maybe they do this on games where it was a military finish and not play matches where we're on a northern circle like it is a military finish. So it's a bit odd, but I think this is a position where they're able to get a lot of vehicles from and move from there quite easily. So I don't mind it too much. Also puts them in the running of getting towards the circle a little bit quicker. I do think they need something to change. So perhaps dropping elsewhere other than South George is a good idea. You know, in terms of mentality, it's like we have to play something different now. We have to go for another rotation than what we're used to. And that might just be enough to break us out of our shell that we're currently cowering in, I would say, for the Gladiators. Quite far behind. They've got a real long way to go if they want to get into that top 5. Remember, they're fighting for a PMGC placement.
They certainly are. I mean, you said it earlier. It seems like a lack of confidence. And we'll see if they can gather themselves from a novel position for them on that south side. Near KONINA Power, who may or may not be aware of their presence. Either way, KONINA Power keeping their head down in C block, looting around that the north buildings of that military base. They should be plenty looted and happy to get on in a moment, because they should be just about finished looting at this point. With phase 1 coming in, they'll want to get across a bridge sooner rather than later. Heading over to MELISE near Farm. They're on a 2-2 split towards MUERTE as well, where currently Galatasaray are taking up residence in MUERTE for the majority of it. So just that western point being occupied by MELISE, but the rest of them moving in to regroup and most likely divert up north.
For MELISE Esports, I think they've been taking some pretty decent holds when they maneuver their way around the map, right? I don't think it's looked too bad right now. As I said before, you know, 6th place at the moment. They've been putting up points here and there. Yes, they don't look like absolute demons when it comes to that end game, but consistency is what definitely counts. They do need to get some kind of an explosive game if they want to try and catch up, right? They need to jump up a few rungs on the ladder, but in the meantime, they are just slowly and steadily climbing upwards. REGNUM KARYA, I think at this point in time, it's fairly donezo for them. If they don't change something in the near future, it's just not felt all that good. And this is probably one of the best circles to make something happen, but we have seen this kind of circle happen in the past, and even then REGNUM KARYA, despite all the advantages that you're given by starting in Yasnaya without any other team around you, I mean, usually this is a position that is shared between 2 squads. So I think for REGNUM KARYA, they need to make a good game out of this one.
If they want to live up to their reputation, I think you're right, it's necessary. So known for holding strong splits, but so far they have just not had that structural support to be able to keep them safe. On the northwest side, BRA have moved in towards that KASIK split. You can see that wide split, 4 points for KASIK team. They are still very mobile, so the scouting that they can get done to regroup is very quick to try and regroup, probably over towards that east side. They're just figuring out when teams are moving in. The Gladiators on the road across that north side of the military island, but KONINA Power are ahead of them to get towards that east bridge. MELISE have left a player on that bridge. We know how much they like to control this east bridge, and this game will be no different.
Yeah, both teams, the KONINA Power as well as Gladiators, both heading over towards that eastern bridge as well, looking to cross there in the near future. KONINA Power hiding towards these buildings. A little bit of a, I would say, odd play, but probably one that Gladiators aren't expecting. They don't play this position too often. Limbo is allowed to get close and then is dispatched by Corsair and the rest of the BRA squad. Shifu tries to hit up a nice nade, does a fair bit of damage, but won't quite take Corsair down.
Another follow-up nade, though, might be good for it. Corsair does break wide, and Shifu has to get in the buggy to escape the volley of fire sent his way by the backline of BRA. They'll stay on the top of the hill, and they'll be okay with that. The northeast point of Potato Hill is fairly central on this area. It's going to be all right for the time being. The leapfrogs that they can make might be a little bit curtailed by losing a player early, but Dagestan's still in with a decent chance. They're going to swing further north, though.
Yeah, just get out of dodge. Realistically, their rotational path off towards that eastern side is now cut off by BRA, and BRA right now are on high alert after that. So I think for Dagestan, finding an alternate route in is probably the smartest decision to make at this point in time. Circle heads up towards that northern side. REGNUM KARYA with their double split at the moment, playing their 2-2. They've got players down towards the south side of the fields and players off towards the east. Now, the question is whether they hold this split, right? Because realistically, you know, you aren't super determined where this circle's going to go, and you could be greedy and hold it, and it might be the right play, but I think for REGNUM KARYA, how these games are going, I think it's a smart choice to head back over towards the eastern side, head towards the most central location they have locked down, and then just hope for the next circle shift.
Hope against hope for that coin flip play to turn out well for them. Gladiators sneaking around the west point of the KASIK team. Well, I say sneaking, it's fairly loud on those vehicles. They should be scouted. Tixi further forwards, an extended line. This first move in, I feel like, has gone wrong for the Gladiators so much, and they might lose Tixi to the forward position of Dagestan if he doesn't get out of there fast enough. You can see he immediately turns right, goes back over to this roadside, cannot afford to go down here, and looks like he might have just been able to get up to safety. Do the Gladiators want to crash this? It looks like they're considering it, but KAOS are there as well, and I just don't think you can go for it.
Yeah, for the Gladiators, it's the first time in quite a while, and I don't want to jinx them, that they've been able to get into the circle, at least towards the central arena, with all 4 players alive, which is pretty impressive, at least on one of their first initial rotations. They're still encircling around that location. Dangerous now, though, because it's about 7 guns pointed their way in KAOS, as well as Dagestan's remaining players. It's a bit of a dangerous one. Right now, looking to swerve up towards that northwest side, which is fairly clear right now, honestly. MUERTE, on the other hand, I always love the way they play these initial starts of the game, especially when a circle comes their way. They've got 2 players in Lipovka who loot for a very long time, because they know that a lot of times with these circles, if you're close to the circle, you can just move out. Something like what REGNUM KARYA did, try and get a better position towards the central arena, but you do lack utility for a team that is very close to the circle in the first place. So they leave 2 players behind Lipovka. They get mega looted, bring all the utility they might need, share it out with the rest of the teammates who play underneath Mansion and towards the north side of it. It's just nice in terms of scouting info. It's a good balance between the looting game as well as the info game.
Striking that balance necessary, but S2G looking to upset the scales here. Maybe not, actually. MADBULLS stay very quiet. So S2G might be unaware of their presence. Are they right next? I think they're just right outside. The MADBULLS, they've stayed quiet for so long, and REGNUM now just eating bullets. They're aware of their presence now because they have started to pull the trigger, but S2G really vulnerable for a second. They will lose 1 and 2 as Frozen steps out and absolutely blasts them away. Silas close, the last player to stand, and S2G just picked apart. The MADBULLS stay quiet and lay the trap that S2G fall face first into.
Yeah, that is a fast dispatch there coming through from MADBULLS. Really, really well done. And you're right, just S2G completely unbeknownst to them underneath the nose there. Circle heads up towards that northern side, though. A lot of the field still in play, as well as a bit of Yasnaya for the taking there. REGNUM KARYA leaving it early, kicking themselves there for that one. because they need to head further north, and there's a huge amount of teams on this south side. Practically no teams towards the west at the moment. NEXUS have their compound over towards that northeast edge. I think they started in Kameshki.
MUERTE, he steps into the fire, not too sure about that one. Corker goes down to his own nade, the tick through the door. Milky Way has Dagestan rolling on in, and it looks like MUERTE are having a real rough time of things, maybe some of which is at their own hand, but Furia and Malloy still up in an action. Corker and Milky Way still alive, but that changes as Milky Way burns through. Shifu on the upstairs, trying to get some healing done as Zadira falls down. So 2 players for either team. A forward position and a nade needs to find its mark, needs to land perfectly, and finds Malloy. Shifu in a 1 versus 1, and Furia cannot handle it. Dagestan find MUERTE in absolute chaos. They drop the ball and go down for it. In the meantime, KASIK team have a fight of their own, and that's going well for them. 4 players alive, and GALATASARAY torn apart.
Ripped to pieces there by KASIK team, but I think for MUERTE, I would be extremely annoyed if I'm that team, because if we look at the map right now, Dagestan now hold one of the strongest compounds, which MUERTE have been holding on to for a while, and that was a 3v4. Very messy. And for MUERTE, on the outside edge, considering they were in this position for quite a while, it's surprising that Dagestan were able to take so much control over that location so quickly versus MUERTE as a fort. MADBULLS making the wide wrap up towards that northern side. KONINA Power also here. Frozen hits some lovely shots out the back of the buggy. Might have just saved his own life there.
MADBULLS making moves today. KONINA Power, similar story. Is it the resurgence of EU? I mean, this is the last Erangel today, so I have to wait and see who's able to take this one home, but the central areas of this one a little bit crunched in, a little bit chaotic. They're on the east point of Yasnaya. A lot of urban presence over in that northwest side of this current circle. So diversions for a lot of teams trying to move around that area. Major Pride right on the east point. You can see BRA very close to them. KAOS split across the Yasnaya fields, and I kind of like their position there in terms of the ability to survive. Getting out of the spot, though, might be a little bit harder.
Yeah, you do have an anchor point over towards Yasnaya, which you can completely feed yourself through, right, if you are Matcap, as well as his teammate on that south edge. KONINA Power, though, rocking over towards that western edge, over towards Yasnaya. Remember, this is a team that started over towards Sosnovka, so impressive to be able to make their way over towards that position. In the meantime, we didn't see it. But Gladiators did lose a player there, down to just 3 once again. It's a reoccurring trend for the Gladiator boys.
It's just unfortunate, isn't it? It's very much not what you want to see. Going into the final day, if this match and next match both go in a similar vein, I'm happy to count the Gladiators out of that top spot. Certainly, maybe even the front page, if it keeps going this way. They'll need a miracle. It's still doable with 3. We've seen them salvage games before, but just not here. Not at the championship. Not this time around. Major Pride holding on the east point of Yasnaya have spotted a MADBULL, and they will be able to take down and flush.
Yeah, MADBULL's making a pretty dangerous rush there through Yasnaya Polyana Fields on that northeast side, so they had to make a play. At least Tuluk has been able to get into a position on that south side, fairly central as well. And Dagestan, so happy about the way this game has gone. I mean, it's been real all over the place for them, even versus BRA. But again, this is a lost game for MUERTE, which could have been the thing that they needed to stay up to date with those teams at the top side of the table.
They'll be praying from falls from next RÜYA, coming through from BRA as well on that west side. And to be fair, both of those 2 teams are in a little bit of a sticky spot. Next RÜYA close to KASIK, playing with 3 players alive. Frozen wants a nade up to the top of the hill. The smoke train has established itself, gets him nice and close. The damage found back. The DBS completely blasts it back off that ridgeline, and Tenchik holds fast. Next RÜYA playing now with 2, so good news coming in for MUERTE as BRA similarly down on 3 players on that western side. Next RÜYA trying to make their move, trying to escape, trying to skirt around this hold.
Yeah, I think for next RÜYA, KO mentioned that this team is probably one of the best, if not the best, Edge team in the lobby. And I would completely agree with that, considering the fact that, you know, you're playing against such a strong amount of squads, right? To be able to play Edge, you are having to force the issue a fair few times versus these teams. You have to win your fights if you're going to play like that. So what's been on display from RÜYA has been very impressive so far, and it kind of bodes exactly how you'd expect of a team that's currently at the top of the leaderboard. Still trying to battle it out versus KASIK. Mandarin is down. Yetka has to back off. Docker Machine only with 2 nades remaining, though.
Mandarin gonna find one of those sent straight into his face. Doesn't go fully down yet, doesn't get flushed, so there's still time for KASIK should they want to manipulate this battlefield further. But the nade over to Chenchik is great from Doka Machine, and a second burst as well. 2 of KASIK are down, and it's a straight up 2v2 now. The smokes move forwards for KASIK, but that allows RÜYA to crest this ridgeline. They get the flush onto Chenchik. Zashipa looks to hold face, and Reflect is there. He finds Yekta, so it's just down to Doka Machine now for RÜYA to keep them in. On the southeast side, the shift goes all the way up north onto the MADBULLS split there. They've lost a player earlier on, but Yekta, having nades sent out his way, will go down for the flush. Doka Machine with the challenge. The BPB's on in hand. Looks for the spray. Reflectors there. Zashipa getting lit up as well. He's just inside the effective range of that DPS, but he swaps to that UMP, and just an elbow sticks out a line. Immediately bitten off. Matic trying to hold off against the MADBULLS, and it will be no one surviving inside there, but Matic will go down last, and the Gladiator is fully flushed out.
I mean, you look at that, though, and Tulika was the only player inside that building. Yes, they might have suffered a little bit to the map, but to Major Pride, but come on. Should be an easy crash.
Should be. You'd hope so. KONINA power up to MELISE. And look at this, the backfill from NEXUS as well on the northern side. A really tricky position on that north edge, and I don't think MELISE are going to weather this one. NEXUS might just be looking to sweep. Indeed, they take down MELISE. KONINA power pretty happy about that, but now they have a full 4 fight against NEXUS on this northern side. The south side yet to resolve itself. REGNUM KARYA is still alive with 4 on the south.
Redux just tossing the nades in. There's only so many locations that KONINA power can be in this spot of the map. KAOS does find Dino on the knock. Not ideal. Tulika finally bleeds out there, but a nice nade at the top from Redux will take down off Haze. I think KONINA power needs to consider leaving at this point. Just ducking back. Palucci so low here, and Redux is not giving them an inch to move away from.
Real tough stuff. Next, RÜYA down and out on the west, on the east side, sorry. The shots from the north as teams start to try and get towards these fields. It's so difficult to move around on this north side. NEXUS gonna need to find something, gonna need to find these hay bales and play a field-style finish. Major Pride in the meantime holding out against KAOS on the ground floor. Effect crossing underneath, outside there, and forcing the remaining players from KAOS to find a different spot now. BRA encircling this one as well. Not the easiest of times for Major Pride with 2 teams close by, but if they find nades like that again, it's going to be a whole lot easier. They're finding shutdowns, they're finding picks. This is a great flurry of action coming through from Major Pride, holding effectively on this east side. Naomi looks to get this flush down, but look at this move from REGNUM KARYA. They've heard this. They look for the third party. They get into position, but they're open to side shots from Dagestan. They need cover. They need to try and stay alive here. Wild gets behind the wall, and a building owned by them, but Tron is there, taking shots from MADBULLS in the middle of the field.
Yeah, honestly, MADBULLS right now have a little bit of high ground, but it's more than enough. Nice initial shot there on the DBS. They just need to push the issue there. Good plays coming through from Major Pride. You know that you just have to carry on in that situation. You can't just move back. You can't retreat from that spot. That could be a nice nade from Loxy, actually. Does a fair bit of damage. One sent back his way, but immediately Major Pride is now in regroup.
They're going to have to leave their building as well. A nice shift for REGNUM KARYA to give them some more positional advantage in the building that they hold, that top floor there. But they do need to worry about Major Pride. That is the major feature for them. They know they're all in this building. They have excellent sightlines on the run out. And no one else really to stop them on that window. I mean, maybe Kakali
spotted, or at least
could
known.
do something, but
there goes the top, and it's perfectly placed from Nomi.
Sneak on through towards Loxy.
That is the opening that they needed.
For Major Pride. They need to go now. They need to get across as fast as possible. Loxy crawling all the way through. That smoke has bloomed. And he will find some cover, but a nade is answering from Tron. Beautifully held here against Nomi. Dino wants to try and isolate these top windows, finding one, finding two, posting these ordnance through towards REGNUM KARYA. But they're just dodging around it for now. Tron still laying out the law on that high ground. Dino up onto the wall now. Can't quite fully confidently vault on in just yet. Loxy's crawled all the way around the back. Wild holding close. They might just look for this res. With everybody else out in the fields, it's still tricky. The smokes from Major Pride trying to keep them safe.
It's a smart play from Major Pride as well, just denying as many sightlines as possible with those smokes so they can get a bit further up towards the buildings that line themselves on the western side of this compound. EXO surprisingly going down as Fleek is doing a great job to hold this position.
How on earth do you make that one work from the ground as Redox jumps into the fire? A knock of his own making. Fleek on the inside, and the MADBULLS holding so well against a full crash from Nexus on that northeastern side. Another knock onto Kapahala, and it's just Doran to remain. Fleek's on low HP and will go down to a nade. If Nexus can get back up to 4 here, it could be good news. Meanwhile, on the southwest side, it is a res that came through over onto Loxy, so it's 4 players alive for REGNUM KARYA.
Yeah, so much utility being burnt here from both teams. Kakali still been an outside force for BRA. Loxy back up with the DBS in hand.
Close on the angle. Naomi taken in the backlines. Dino forced into an unfavorable angle as well. Effect taken low, and this is a good set of strikes being dealt over towards the Major Pride team for REGNUM KARYA. Effect wants that heal. It looks like he will get it. Nomi hopping about by the window. These windows just so awkward for Major Pride to try and breach through. Real tough stuff in the way for them. They've lost a player now fully on the back lines. Wild, close to these windows. Effect trying to move through these smokes. And REGNUM KARYA holding nerve. But Major Pride have managed to navigate and potentially get on the faster side. With Effect as he is, with REGNUM KARYA likely going to have to leave. Do they just wait? Do they just hold?
It's likely that REGNUM KARYA right now, they understand that because they have the inside track, you just need more smokes, more utility from Major Pride to make this game work. Nexus on the barest edge of the circle. Both REGNUM KARYA and Major Pride need to leave. But like you say, Major Pride were able to get ahead. That's a nice DBS shot there coming through from Loxy. It is responded to in kind, though.
There will be no nades in effect, though, for Major Pride. They've sent them all in already. Tron on the open angle there to Redox as Nexus light up Major Pride, and they will fall. No more will they be a thorn in that REGNUM KARYA side. Cortex now with a chance to hold out, but 2 players down for REGNUM KARYA. Tron maybe a third, and Nexus are just lighting this field up. A beautiful hold on the top. They managed to get everybody back to their feet. Kapahala does get re-knocked there, and Wild sending out across to maybe get his L back in.
Really nice stuff there coming through from REGNUM KARYA. I think they picked their time very well versus Major Pride. And being able to get ahead of them just made that so awkward. It's a great starting nade by Nomi, but not quite enough to finish off REGNUM KARYA. They took one of the strongest buildings in that situation. Very difficult to nade out that spot with so many windows on the outside. Guessing those locations when you need those quick picks with the nades. Major Pride, it was so tough. So they're always playing on the outside edge. Dagestan likely to go down here. And I think this might just be another Nexus win if they play this one out right, because KONINA Power doesn't have the best of locations. REGNUM KARYA are going to struggle. I think they did great to win out the war down towards the south side, but leaving here is going to be super difficult.
Zell back up to this position. Cortex is such a difficult thing for them to handle at this point. I said Major Pride's utility was depleted, but the same is true for REGNUM KARYA. And Cortex has a nade. He's looking for Wild. Zell up to the hay bale. I think he's in cover. I think he's in the circle as well. Nexus need to figure out how they can transition from this area, though, because they've got a lot of open ground in front of them.
Still have that high ground, so smokes will be essential to be used. KONINA Power is kind of the biggest difficulty for them, and they're on the edge of the blue now, which will move soon. If they can continue to lock down players on that far east side, fantastic news. Even better of a circle for them, so less movement is required on their part. Couldn't have asked for anything better here. And Nexus are really making the run up towards that top side. Wild goes down to a nade coming through from OZAROX.
Okay, Palucci's still here, though, and Becker is in the circle for KONINA Power. Nexus, I think they just have the angle, but it's going to get more and more treacherous as the blue zone pushes them, forces them to move out into the open. Cortex for OZAROX, he just goes down there to the blue zone. That's going to allow Izel potentially to flex out, but KONINA Power, I think, know exactly where he is, and he's going to have a real tough time. Look at that, Becker knows which bale he's on. I don't know if Izel has any more smokes, but he's waiting for this blue zone to move. No, he doesn't. Look at that. Really down bad here. And where does he go? You've got to think he just goes down to the blue, tries to keep that point to himself. Third place, though. Guaranteed for REGNUM CARYA. That fight on the southwest side went well for them, but Nexus looking to keep control over KONINA Power, taking that knock, forces two sightlines to be used. And those smokes actually keeping them from suppressing the progression forwards for KONINA Power. Still, 3v4.
Yeah, Nexus currently gifted this high ground, so as the circle moves in, it's just going to be less and less favorable for KONINA Power, as it is the last circle on its next one, which will force them up towards Nexus. With that high ground advantage, they'll have elevation, they'll be able to look down towards them. EXO holding them in place, lovely.
Spray for Palucci, does connect a bit of damage to Redox. Sparse on the meds now for KONINA Power, actually for Nexus as well. Look at that, Doran doesn't have anything. A lovely nade forwards, but there's an excellent trade from Kapahala, who has been doing a lot today for Nexus, for them to be able to facilitate this progression that we've seen from them today. These two teams, Blank, such a different set from what we've seen so far in the first 2 days, from the first two phases of this tournament, but now it's all down to this one. Another nade from KONINA Power towards those backlines. EXO goes down next, and KONINA Power have shredded Nexus down to 1 in a position that I don't think we would have given them credit for. A lot of damage dealt back to Kapahala, and now it is all up to him. A 1 versus 1, wants to keep these reses going, but KONINA Power have managed to get their players back up first. Can they get these heals in? Can Nexus hold the center?
Yeah, 2 Molotovs there. The nade bounces off the side. They know exactly where to place it, and they live it out. So KONINA Power and Nexus, 2 of our teams towards the bottom, have just been climbing today, slowly working their way up the cliff edge. Callous hands, but it's still working for them. You love to see it. And KONINA Power, from what was a very difficult position, are able to win that one out. And the thing that surprised me the most is that EXO is not the one they send up towards the front line there. He had the 9 nades in the pocket. Could have made that so difficult for them to get up. Either that or pass those nades across, because they were absolutely useless on EXO in that end game. Perhaps even just pass them over towards Doran. Again, it is tough. It is tough.
A lot of really interesting dynamics happening in those final circles. That scrap on the east side of Yasnaya to get out of there with that OZAROX solo player really slowing REGNUM CARYA down. KONINA Power's position as well impacting that, and nobody can move towards Nexus. MADBULLS had that position before, but they just didn't have the numbers. I mean, I feel like that was a really interesting set of final circles.
Yeah, I mean, for MADBULLS putting up the almost 1v4 engagement there to Nexus. I mean, they went down to just 1 player at the end, and it was a nade that finished off the MADBULLS. It could have been a very different turn of events, but I think Nexus has just been extremely determined to not place towards the bottom side of the lobby, which is great to see. You know, you're under a lot of pressure in this tournament, so something's happened at the back line. And yes, Kapahala has been fairly quiet, but it seems to me that he's stepping up where it definitely counts.
He didn't get the most eliminations for the team on this time around, and unfortunately they didn't get that first place, but they still got a really decent result. KONINA Power, though, exceeded them by 1, able to take it home with a chicken dinner.
You know, Maxman,
I am so happy yesterday that you ended off the show pretty much saying the leaderboard's so close right now that it's really anyone's game. Anyone can break through the top 5. We've had NEXUS and KONINA Power today put on a clinic, and I almost want to say these two teams are encroaching into that top 5 ever so closely.
Yeah, I mean, NEXUS were in 16th position at the start of the day, and now they could be, after a game like that, top 5 position. They could be contending.
They got to be front page.
They're going to be front page. If they keep it going, especially in the next game, they could be in a position where they could compete for a spot into PMGC, which would that be the first time we have a Romanian team in PMGC? That would be really cool for them to make it happen. Is it a first time? That would be really cool for that to be NEXUS. But KONINA Power, I really did not expect them to get a win from their position, but playing the hay bales and still having nades at that stage, it's I think NEXUS sure maybe were a bit wibbly wobbly at the end, but KONINA Power holding strong.
I almost picked them, but then I thought that they were going to lose out the fight to NEXUS up in the north, and then they both disengaged, and I regretted not going for them. But when it comes to a circle like this, if you actually do have those higher ground positions in those fields and people have to come out of those buildings, it's a shooting gallery. It's not possible for REGNUM CARYA, for example, or be it Major Pride, if they're able to win out that fight, to eventually transition into those fields, right? You need to be in those fields before the circle goes into those fields. So that's kind of why I would have maybe lent towards them. But I mean, kudos to them. Great resilience towards the end. And the nades,
Exo had 9 and he was just not in range.
Yeah, it's a shame.
It's a bit unfortunate. If Doran had them, maybe he could have actually got himself the win. But the fact that Kapahala, when that position behind the rock got naded so many times and he was actually right on top of the rock, I wanted him to just be 2-3 meters behind it, just a little bit in the safer space where you know that if the nade goes right on top of the rock, you are somewhat safe. But the fact they still have so many nades is nuts.
Do you think Kapahala is, channeling his inner DJ Khaled, expecting another one? I mean, there was a lot of nades thrown, and to be fair, on KONINA Power side, you even point this out. How many times did they res? Like 3-4 times behind that rock.
He was taking like a quarter of his HP bar by being res so many times. I think was it Becca? I think
if you get knocked again, you're just done.
It's just pretty much dead instantly.
You can't be knocked that many times.
Yeah, it was tough. But KONINA Power's play was set up pretty much from phase 2. The wide rotate north of Lake of Yasnaya to actually get in that position, because you say right there, Kalaris, if you're one of the southern teams trying to get into the field, you're not going to survive. Coming from the high ground position, which is what they did alongside NEXUS and MELISE. Really smart plays from those 3 teams. Sure, MELISE gets converged upon, but the initial idea from those teams was the right approach for a circle like this.
We can see here the stats coming through as well with the 9 eliminations. Pretty even spread here between the 3 players, as Afe is obviously the player to go down early for them. But again, as you mentioned, the rotation, they went through the blue, and after day 1, you went back and looked at the stats going into day 2. They spent almost an hour combined as a team in the blue zone. And I think we're seeing maybe the fruitions of that, of like knowing how to play around the blue zone and looking for those rotations, Chloe.
Yeah, it's a resource, right? Like, just as your HP is a resource, if you think you're going to trade against someone and they're not going to do as much damage to you, that's fine, because it doesn't matter as long as you don't get knocked, right? If you're going into the blue, even later on, when it's still ticking pretty hard, actually not enough teams dip into the blue, even when it's ticking slightly harder, because if you're going in with a vehicle, for example, you can go in for a few seconds and use that to your advantage, say if you're going around buildings as opposed to somewhere that's a bit more vulnerable as a rotation. So if KONINA Power is able to master that kind of art, I'm all for it, because it works out very well sometimes.
And sometimes it works out like it's did in the first 2 days for them, and they don't really put up too much points. They're on their own roller coaster up towards the top here. But it's still a really interesting match, and I know you wanted to talk about REGNUM CARYA as well, Max, because they had a very tough position to be in. They're up against Major Pride, and I think it was Loxy getting caught out with a grenade, which gave ground to Major Pride to push through.
Overall, it was a really good approach because they played before that Heaven, so they had a really good scope of where teams were trying to rotate through. They knew Dagestan's position was already taken, so they see Major Pride fighting the previous team. I'm not sure which team it was, but on the east of Yasnaya. This fight's unfolding. We know we can't go for the fields too early. We're just going to get collapsed upon. Let's leapfrog their position and await them to exit their building so we can just pick them up one by one. Which, sure, as you said, Loxy got naded. It was a bit tough, but that was the best option for them to not win the game, because it's pretty much impossible, but get as many eliminations as possible off the back of that rotation.
I mean, credit to Azel as well, considering he was the only player to really transition from that building they were in kind of towards the fields, because we saw Nexus had the high ground. They were just zooming in straight on them with shots.
Yeah, I think kudos to them for being able to actually hold on to the building as long as they did against a little bit of the pressure coming from Major Pride. Major Pride, for all intents and purposes, didn't push exactly in the most optimum way onto that building, but there are a lot of entrances, like in terms of windows and things like that, to that building. So holding on as long as they did, when there are potential threats coming from, I would say, the south and west predominantly, no other directions. So they were able to hold on very nicely.
That building is like a mini maze. It's just so tough to exactly like locate where exactly all the players are. So I get why it's tough for them. They still had some sick nades, but you're not going to be able to overwhelm REGNUM KARYA when they have full control of that building.
Well, let's head back to Nexus really quickly just to kind of see their player stats in this last match. Because again, we're talking a lot about EXO, right? We want to see him step up. This game, only one elimination, but we saw on a prior game, I think he had like 3 or 4. I think he was leading his team then. But we are seeing Redox. That's one of the players, him and Doran, you wanted to see step up massively for this team at the start of the day.
Yeah, it's finally happening here. I'm super glad to see more of Redox and Doran in particular. EXO, at the end of that game, had such an important angle that if they were going to win against KONINA Power, he was the one that was enabling them to do as much as they were able to do, because having an off angle like EXO makes these hay bales a lot tougher to play for KONINA Power. So he was really, really important in that position, but unfortunately getting pushed over the lip of that hill, and he was very easy to take down because of that by KONINA Power. Nice approach, nice attempt for EXO, but it was just too many nades, 2 bloody nades for KONINA Power that makes it 9, tough to wrap it up.
See, too many nades. That man had 9 in his pocket.
Couldn't use them. He's too far away. Just throw them over to Doran if you can, but you can't do that there.
There's truly no other team in this lobby, though, that can look like absolute gods on one day, and then the next day look like barely anything, right? Look at the comparison.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say look like absolute garbage on one day and then absolute gods on the next.
Could have gone with that. That would have been the less nice way to say it. But
tomorrow's graphic title.
I told you to be nice.
No, that's true. I am not nice.
Well, either way, I mean, Nexus have been stepping up, KONINA Power been stepping up, and the crazy thing is we haven't seen the likes of RÜYA able to maintain performance from yesterday, even for Brawl, even though they've been able to get a lot of eliminations. S2G's been kind of disappeared off the face of the map, and obviously Gladiator is still yet to be seen again. And even MELISE, they've been relatively quiet today. It seems like almost every single day we're having different teams step up and different teams be the kings of the lobby for that day.
I feel bad for MELISE in this previous game in particular, because it was a smart idea, going wide, rotate north in a very similar vein to what was happening for KONINA Power. Then Nexus and KONINA Power collapse on your position. You just get completely obliterated. Good attempt, but in that game it was just
in that
not
game.
meant to
I'm
be.
talking about the whole thing. The whole day. You guys at home, make sure to get your votes in chat. We still have that going on for you. Make sure you type vote and the team tag that you are rooting for. And I have actually, the REGNUM KARYA. Their stonks are going up.
Ooh, still not picking them. Still not doing it. No.
All right, well, we're going to head over to our casters. It is the final match of the day here before we get into our final day tomorrow. It's going to be back on Miramar here. It's going to be once again with John and Blank.
Hey, I'm on board with not picking REGNUM KARYA. They denied me my perfect day today on predictions, you know. I'll have to take that 1 point instead of the 3 that I'm used to so far. But we are heading into the final match of the day. Blank, it's Miramar, as it always will be for the course of this tournament. We've got this last match to play today.
That we do. We're going to get straight into it here. I think there's a fair few teams that have caught up massively, and really that gap between NEXUS and BRA just hasn't extended too much. So a lot of our top 5 teams just haven't done too much. I think the major difference, see what I did there, is Major Pride in 5th place, 111 points right now. Set to head towards PMGC. We finish things right now, but they do need to continue putting up those points. That last game, although they did go down and they had a much better chance of getting towards the end game, 8 eliminations, 8 points, that's still very good. And I think they understand just as well as anyone else in this lobby how much it would mean to them to head over towards the PMGC with this team. You know, they have had a lot of roster changes. They've really tried to make this work, and I think this is the best iteration of Major Pride we've seen in a long time. So this is the way to do it. This is the team to take to the international.
I think I've lost you. I'm not sure if you can hear me. But either way, we are jumping in with this plane path on the north side. hopefully Blank will be back fairly soon. La Cobraria for the Gladiators on the north side, fair enough. And there's MADBULLS going to El Pozo, and that's something I was talking about the other day, right? With El Pozo so open, why was there a hot drop in Puerto Paraiso between MADBULLS and OZAROX? Sure, with the plane path as it is now, it's a little bit more reasonable to go to El Pozo, but still, I like this adjustment from MADBULLS. I like that they've gone back there. Monte Nuevo for the MUERTE, as is usual. And the central area is going to be controlled by REGNUM CARYA over in Picardo, as S2G play that wide split in that area to the northwest. Circle goes a little bit further out east, but it doesn't really get too dramatic with it. It doesn't get too tough for a lot of these players, so the players dropping out on the east side should be fairly happy with proceedings. No one gone down to Los Leones just yet, but KONINA Power still very much having that opportunity available to them. And KONINA Power have found that resurgence today. That's what we'll be looking for them again in this final match, along with NEXUS.
Indeed, I think the NEXUS is kind of looking decent today. You know, very, very good. As KAOS said, looking like gods. I mean, KONINA Power is probably talking about them more than anything, though, because KONINA Power really have gone from strength to strength today. Very important for them. Looking fantastic so far. Just a question of whether I can keep this up. Dagestan heading out over towards that south side, around where NEXUS is currently playing. Not too many teams having to move too far out of their comfort zone at the moment, though, and I think RÜYA is pretty happy over towards El Azahar.
And I want these performances to come through again as well. A resurgence needed. You highlighted that points gap shrinking. Well, not shrinking massively, but still certainly going to weigh on their minds. With next RÜYA opening up that 11-point lead, it'd be great to go into the final day like that. So just maintain, get 8-9 points on this match, and you should be looking fairly healthy to certainly contend for that top spot. NEXUS over an Impala, not really challenged by anyone super close. In Minas Gerais, maybe KASIK flex out that way from that La Bendita area as well, but it's unlikely that they push all the way to the edge here.
Very unlikely that they push all the way to the edge. I think when you look at this area of the map, I think most of the times we see it, a lot of things we talk about is kind of that open area over towards Minas Gerais. Teams trying to take up spots there. I do like the way Dagestan plays out this game, which is kind of sweeping down towards that southwest side, just outside of Los Leones. They take a lot of the high ground in that location. Just good to see. Hopefully they continue doing that in this game. Find some success out of the back of it, because they have been doing fairly well today, John.
That's what it's all about, keeping those numbers high. And if you're going to start to step up, I suppose the second half is probably the half you choose out of the two. It always sucks that little bit more when you start to drop off, when you start to taper away, than when you start to gain momentum. For the mentality, it's just a lot stronger. When it has that step up, once you feel more comfortable, you just feel like you're getting in that groove. And I feel like a lot of players are starting to feel that, certainly, as we've highlighted repeatedly now on KONINA Power and NEXUS. But plenty of other teams are going to be looking to do so as well. BRA just want to find some of that old gumption, some of that old firepower that they've seemingly missed today.
Exactly. It's nice to see, though. It really is nice to see. And I think it's sort of interesting that the top of the tables just hasn't moved too much today, as we're sort of having that catch-up maneuver coming through from so many teams. You know, the tables look pretty set in stone, and then they've gone away at it with the old hammer and chisel. And this is going to lead to a very interesting day 4. But we do crown the champions of the championship.
That's what it's all about, getting towards that top spot. Finding PMGC qualifications as well, it's all to play for the rest of the year. A lot of teams will have their final matches tomorrow. No more PUBG Mobile on the professional level for them after this tournament, but we'll bid them farewell and see them again next year. However, they've still got that whole day and a match to play. So they have got that opportunity. It is as Max was saying before, still very much anyone's game. I think there's only two teams that at this point I would fully count out of getting to the top spot. That's Galatasaray and KAOS, who are both down around that 50-point mark. I just don't see it happening, even with massive, massive matches tomorrow, and maybe even in this one, it's just a little bit too insurmountable of a task.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard for them, and realistically, it makes sense because they just have not played well enough in these matches. I don't want to keep harping on about them at this point in time. It just feels like there's a lot more strong teams in this lobby that have provided consistent gameplay that we should be praising at this point in time. I think one of those teams has to be NEXUS. A little bit shaky towards the start, but really started to find their momentum in day 2 and day 3. Day 2 looked phenomenal for them, making some real groovy moves. And I think they've just run with that playstyle coming into day 3, and I think that's what you need to do. Once you find something that sticks, you just go with it. That's what NEXUS were able to do as well. I think they've been making much quicker rotations in this day. There have been some games where I felt like, you know, maybe they could have been slightly faster into some of these circles, but that's changed quite rapidly now, and I think they're more comfortable at making those moves. Would be pretty annoyed about that last game though, because it felt like they had it in the bag.
Right up until the closing moments there. Could have gone a little bit differently, but we'll see what they can piece together here. Galatasaray under pressure from OZAROX a little bit further to their north. They've got to worry about MELISE to their southeast as well. You can see the shots starting to come through. Graxi dodging past them. Pump that afterburn. Get over to the compound with the rest of the roster. Should be okay for the time being. They'll bide their time for that stage 2 Miramar shrink, which, as we all know, is very, very dramatic. It's a really large shrink, so setting yourself up for a solid rotation into the second phase, necessary here.
Absolutely. Most teams trying to get as central as possible. I like BRA's position. It will work well for them in the future. NEXUS do have to push over towards that northern side eventually. The Gladiators are in. Try and go for a more edge play style here, rather than trying to barrel it towards that center side. NEXUS is going to be very pleased with this one. Didn't make it to the front page after that last game, even though they have performed so marvelously today, but this might be the marvel of a circle that they were looking forward to jump from page to page, chapter to chapter in their epic journey.
That is nasty shift, though, for so many teams. You could see instantly all of the steering wheels pop up. They're into the cars, into the bikes where they can, the buggies, sending over these ridge, undulating terrains that sit around that Impala area. Tough ground to navigate. That southeast side, NEXUS might try and retreat up into the hills near Impala, or they might try and hold face against teams crashing into that settlement. We'll have to wait and see where they go for, but the hills to the west, or rather the slopes to the west of Impala, a lot more open. As the Gladiators finding players from KAOS, but S2G find Tixi on the backline. Excellent response. That's what you need. Matic able to find Kalsi in that response and is going to send forward straight away. Silas still cooking the nade. Kitsune close. Meku there as well. Matic wants the res and Kitsune goes down to a lovely cooked nade, but it is going to trade off with a vehicle sent over the top. However, Meku was there as well, and Hamzy spots him. Finds that shutdown with the M249, and now it's only the backlines for the Gladiators. S2G want to try and regroup. Razy, the other player in operation for the S2G squad, a nade over the top, repositions the Gladiators on the backline. A good start, but they falter yet again. The Gladiators on the ropes once more.
I mean, this has happened, I think, 3 games now, where Meku tries to shunt a player with the vehicle, mid-rotate, slows the whole team down, then they lose players to a third party. So I think generally, Gladiators really only have themselves to blame for this one. It is a better engagement that they take, but I think when you mid-rotate on the outside edge, yeah, a flush is nice, an elimination is nice, but one elimination in the face of getting towards the end game, maybe getting 3 or 4, I don't know, I just don't take that deal.
I mean, it was a third party from S2G, to be fair. They were more engaged with KAOS, but I have to agree. At this point, don't take these risks. At this point, try and pick up more than you're finding. It's, again, a sorry state of affairs for the Gladiators. Currently playing, to be frank, as a shell of their former selves. We've expected more, we hope for more, but we've been disappointed for 3 days in a row now. They're not out of it just yet, sure, but there's only 2 players to play on, and at this stage, with 16 teams still remaining, very unlikely to see an impact.
Absolutely. And again, I think at this point, we can kind of stop talking about them. Sad to say, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Look at the next circle, heads up towards that northern side, towards Minas Generalis again on that open zone. Nexus box themselves in a little bit. And I think this is where Nexus are going to struggle, right? It's when they get the circle. Not sure whether they should move, whether they should take a little bit more space. I don't particularly like this position over towards the top side. I think it's somewhere that you can take early on, right? But it's going to be difficult getting off the top side. And from a team that has been basically dead center of Zone 2, being right on the edge down here on the southeast side feels a bit wrong. Again, Nexus have been playing very well today. And I'm not a professional PUBG Mobile player, so I could definitely be wrong.
They're going to have to look for that transition route. They're going to have to figure out how to get a little bit further north. I mean, KASIK is kind of in their way. This is Silas, able to trade with Kitsune on that buggy roll-up. And you can see Meku just goes straight on in. Wait, hang on a minute. It was Silas who got taken out by Meku. So he ducked under the buggy to get that knock.
I mean, maybe that feels sort of unlucky, right? Maybe that feels unlucky. EXO takes a knock. It's going to be really tough to get that player back up again. You're going to have to drop down, but I wonder if the drop damage will be enough. Take him out. Only got limited time here.
Not long at all. I mean, Doran's still on the top side. Redox moved fast to that position. But yeah, they are just calling for that drop down to see if he can stay alive there. Have to wait for that one to come on through. They're still finding players from BRA for Nexus to keep them suppressed. MADBULLS rotating in. They've been very much slower, I would say, today on their initial decisions. But once they get into stage 3, stage 4, we saw it on Sanhok. They just go straight into that center area. They're biding their time still, though, on stage 3, sorry. And they're playing behind KONINA Power now on the south side of Impala.
Yeah, next RÜYA up to El Zahar as well. I mean, a team that's closer than MADBULLS to the circle, but instead of playing edge, they're going to switch things up. They play center. They take a very strong position in the circle, I would say. This gives them a load of advantage. Becker, oh, come on, Frozen. You've got to hit those.
Need to land those shots where it counts. KONINA Power staying up as 4. Becker retreats, folds back in with his teammates, getting closer to the circle. A re-knock over towards Fleek on the outside. Zerich is low, managed to get that heal off though, so they can start to move forwards as 4, well, as 3 now, because it looks like they've abandoned Fleek. Frozen, trundling along with the buggy with the back tire out. Doesn't manage to pick up his teammate either, so not the greatest of positions. They're going to have to try and navigate around KONINA Power, who are sticking it out in the blue. The circle shifts all the way hard down south again, so it keeps Impala through. Nexus's position just got a little bit better for their high ground spot that they continue to hold on to. Zerich in a position to spray down off Hayes, but doesn't manage to connect enough to get that knock, so the heals can come through for both of them.
Yeah, keeping themselves up. KONINA Power is playing a very aggressive game right now in terms of holding out these edges. Which is nice to see. Zadira will just run down Tulika from MADBULLS. He tries to make an escape. Zerich also just drop into the play zone. Unfortunate. I do feel like the circle has been sort of inclined to help out Nexus today. Sort of magnetizing its way over towards them. Even when it felt like it really shouldn't have gone towards Nexus in Impala, this is about as close as it can get towards that edge without touching it.
It is real tough. when you're a team facing this sort of circle decision. However, I would say, like you said before, they're going to have to get down, and that is going to be a tricky maneuver to make. With a lot of teams sat lining their position on the northwest side, there's a lot of barrier to entry for this next set of circles, unless they just keep getting these shifts for the next 2 or 3.
I was going to say, it sort of depends if the circle continues over towards that high ground. And if it does shift over towards that high ground, pretty much GG, right, at that point for Nexus. They're holding strong, they're holding pretty. They do have 2 outposts down towards Impala itself, but Major Pride have also inserted themselves on that northern edge of Impala. So again, Major Pride continuing to play this catch-up game. And that's from down in Chumasera as well, so not a simple rotate for Major Pride to pull off, but they have made it.
REGNUM KARYA as well on the western side, playing along that road ridge. Just keeping themselves safe for the time being. They are in this next circle. Graxi taking that knee for Galatasaray. Matic, the last player for the Gladiators, playing underneath Please in the industrial sector. Trying to stay alive, trying to keep his head above water on that one. Kelsey takes a little bit of damage, but does pop out the back of the buggy and stays safe for now. But S2G gonna have to force their way on in. Next RÜYA in their way. Next RÜYA looking to try and cap their day with a strong performance here as well, to try and close down and keep that top spot under control.
Because this, like we said before, has just been a day of catch-up, right? Next RÜYA slowly bow a bit to some of the other teams in the lobby, allowing them to get further into this one. Doran staying pretty alert towards the top side of the mountain, trying to spot out players where he can. Dagestan very close by, and I'm pretty sure he's aware of that position. Stage 5 now, very close to where it's all going to start popping off. In the meantime, S2G have rocked up right underneath next RÜYA there. You can see on the western side of your screen. Zwolf playing a lovely little off angle though, and that might be a problem causer. There you go, there's the magnetization. Once again over towards Nexus. Doesn't fully keep the mountains in, but just enough to ensure that EXO and Doran's position is still pretty useful.
And look at BRA as well. I mean, this is their chance, right, to come back through an urban finish. That we know they have fragging power. Do they have that opportunity to make that final circle work for them? In stage 5, they don't have too many imminent threats, but I think KONINA Power probably the most likely to find themselves scrapping it out. A brilliant opening pick for Yekta as we hop up to the northwest side, and Nade to follow it up. That could be brilliant, right on top of the spot he's looking for, and it gets the flush and another knock. Beautiful bait coming on through from Yekta, finding that knock and perfectly timing it for the Reza to come on through. So only 2 players from S2G now in action, and one of them is split from the rest. It's Kelsey on the inside of the longhouse. Yekta sprays down that door frame, and Kelsey falls to a nade from up top. Doka Machine is there. They want these reses on the hillside, but S2G still on 2 players. He's got 3 seconds left on the res, but he doesn't have the time to go for it. Ray-Z has it all to do, and will look to flounder around underneath it. Did that come from across the way? I think it did. REGNUM KARYA deal the final blow to S2G and put them out of action for the day.
Lovely play there coming from Yetka. I don't think he was looking for the res, but it's still a lovely nade. Looking to get the flush off the back of it. You get the bonus on the res there as well, but amazing little nade over the top, like on the fly as well.
Oh, the damage tag from CEO later. Well, no, Matic's there now. Poser repositioning in, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before Matic goes down here. He does have the DBS, so if they push in too boldly, he's going to have a bad time. He'll see this nade. What does he do about it? It's coming in through the window. There's very little you could do there, and CEO later handles business.
Gladiators down in 14th. Really not been one of their best tournaments. And I think the thing for Gladiators is we have to remember that pretty much every single tournament they've been in all year round, they've had at least a decent showing, a decent scoring in at least the top 5. And I think that they were probably due a bad tournament eventually.
It is unfortunate that it's this one, though. That PMGC qualification spot slipping away. OZAROX trying to find themselves around the side here on the north. Next, RÜYA able to take down S2G as we saw, and now have a really solid outpost on this northwest side, but the crossing of the open ground in front is really the major barrier for the next 2 circles or so. As BRA try and hold out on the south side of Impala. That was the major prediction coming through from all of us. A nade over to the back doesn't quite catch them, but that is a lot of damage. Yekta into position, maybe an underarm, has 2 nades here. Might try and bobble it back, but Zed Wolf as well with this chance here. And they just want to put that hurt down. Yekta does fall, but there's the trade-off for Zed Wolf. Frozen, maybe looking to move into position. You have to step out into the blue for this one. Cortex wants to flush. There's shots coming from across the way as well. Zed Wolf got to commit for this res. The burn there to stop Falcon is crawling back towards Cortex, and I don't think he can really go for that. Just about able to find the flames, licking his heels, and these reses will both come through. So 2 players alive for OZAROX as next RÜYA pulled themselves back together.
To push further in now, though, and I think that you're kind of angling yourself towards all the teams on that southeast side. In Impala itself, looking very good. Nexus, again, just haven't had to move. Likely to get a top 5 placing in this match. I think these nades are pretty overzealous, although I'm imagining they've got an absolute boatload of them after the eliminations they took with S2G. But Z-Wolf's down to just 0.
Just been lobbing them out. Lickety split. MELISE suffering under the high ground from Nexus, and they will be able to descend well. Unfortunately, though, Redox does get caught. That's Dagestan from all the way on the southeast point of Impala, taking shots out their way. Redox is low as well, which prompts Kapahala to have to go for a very fast regroup onto it if he wants to keep the team as 4. Redox on the outside, they're just going to have to stick it. And oh, no, he just steps away. They can't commit for the res. And Redox will fall, so Nexus playing his 3. That is not great news. Next, RÜYA trying to leave, but it's Lovazin from GALATASARAY who finds Frozen. Looks for the flush as well. I think he's going to be able to get it.
Oh, that's cruelty. That's a lovely molly, though. Goodness me, the utility from next RÜYA has been on point. That completely locks down the run out. It's almost as if these guys have fell prey to this sort of position before. They know exactly what they need to do.
Well, there goes GALATASARAY. Next, RÜYA did manage to get everyone back up. So 4 players there. MADBULLS trying to slow down MUERTE. They pick away at the backlines, but will fool themselves in the process. Corker and Furia to move in from the south side. BRA still fending them off. KONINA Power have not been able to approach either.
Crossing this road is so hard. Like, as soon as you start to push down towards the southeast side, if you're any team up towards the northwest, you really are just hoping the circle moves away from Impala at this point, because you know that if it continues to head southeast, it's pretty much game over. So attempting to lock down a location on the northwest edge, keep yourself hidden from the elevation from Impala, that's your main goal going forward.
MUERTE trying to find off Hayes from KONINA Power. The last player now for them in their final game of the day. They've had their impact today for KONINA Power. A good result, even with a slightly middling game this time around. They will have had a great day, to be sure. Nexus with their chance at greatness here. 7 eliminations already found. If they can clear through Major Pride, they will end the day on that front page, I'm fairly confident in saying. Next, RÜYA yet to leave the sanctuary of those mountains on the north.
Yeah, there's not much next RÜYA can do here. They really need to get towards their vehicles and get moving, because the sightlines coming from BRA, sightlines from REGNUM KARYA are holding in front of them. And this is something that REGNUM KARYA has done extremely well so far, which is just being able to get up to a spot and leapfrog some of these teams. That's a weird circle.
It really is.
You know, that goes either way now.
I mean, it keeps that BRA position in on the south to maybe force that fight with Major Pride and Nexus on the north. But REGNUM KARYA, you're right, they have just gotten into this spot. They were able to do it a little bit in that last match over on Erangel on the side of Yasnaya this time around. Just outside Impala is where they find their post. They're playing as 3, but they've got a decent outside spot.
Yeah, I mean, for REGNUM KARYA, it's actually fairly decent position. It's a nice shot from Kapahala. Keeps locking down the players from Major Pride with the high ground on the back. And I think for Major Pride, be a little bit silent. I think they're worried about KASIK rocking up towards their northeast outpost. Here's a big push coming in from NEXUS over towards REGNUM KARYA. Let's see what they can get done. Frozen's immediately down.
Oh, and everybody follows. NEXUS tried to cross the open ground. 2 players from REGNUM KARYA are down, however, in the process, it is just Loxy with 1 player to fend off against its Dokkan machine, already putting that nade forwards. REGNUM KARYA could have been taken down here and now. If he gets this nade on target, can he find this navigation? Can he get this open ground spot? The knocks are there. They are in the open ground, but they bounce off the wrong side of the tractor, and they might just find these reses here. Can Loxy keep them together? Is Dokkan machine going to find it? A reposition in. They need to challenge. He runs down 1 and gets ahead of them as well. Turns for the cover, but will be denied it. No, he's there for the spray and gets the re-knock onto Ezel. Loxy, though, keeps them together, but that is disastrous. Coming on through for the REGNUM KARYA position. Next, RÜYA gave it a go, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, fair play to him. He goes for the flush. At least REGNUM KARYA, not an amazing spot. Just Cortex now alive for OZAROX. In the meantime, Major Pride has been putting a bit of the hurt over towards NEXUS. 3 players up now, and it is that blue that is causing NEXUS the most amount of troubles. X over nade, though, could be big.
Doran to back it up as well, trying to cook it over towards Naomi. The glut of Major Pride are further up the hill, but Kapahala's cut away. Sure, their downhill position is exposed, and Naomi will get flushed, but 2 players now for NEXUS. As they have managed to get that re-knock, that flush, can they swivel down along this roadside, past Major Pride to stay alive here? A nade up top, will it find the damage? Will it find the knock? Doesn't quite find what he's looking for, and unfortunately NEXUS just going to have to sneak it through.
Doran and EXO, 2 extremely good players coming through from NEXUS to try keep the dreams alive for this team. Potentially head towards that top 5. It's unlikely, but with the amount of points they put up today and how close they are towards that top 5 finish, definitely possible.
Major Pride regrouping down to the south. EXO and Doran. Maybe they think Major Pride's still here and they will throw nades that indicate to that effect. BRA still as 4. Playing on the high ground of these buildings. A lot of control. OZAROX down on the outskirts to 1. They will be fully flushed away here. NEXUS still trying to cross. I think, did that catch the windowsill? Not entirely sure, but the ground floor taken out. Effect is spotted. Coursera lines it up perfectly. Dagestan trying to move on through. REGNUM KARYA with 2 on the outside could still have a big impact here.
Dagestan could be looking to clear out Major Pride. First to face as well on that location, so it's just getting more and more difficult. Nade round the edge. I mean, not what he was looking for, but will do the trick. REGNUM KARYA now moving up towards the side of the road. Players from BRA outside, exposed. Last circle coming up.
Tospic isolated enough that he can't really go for this res, but Doran lights up REGNUM KARYA on that side swipe. A really good knock for NEXUS to allow them to get a little bit further along the road. A nade should be right on the money and catches both of Dagestan in the cross. And EXO finds 2 more points for NEXUS. They are still doing well today, Blank. They have had such an impact. Tospic gets rezzed up, but Major Pride holds for the push. And now on the outside, he spots a player with a nade in hand, and Nomi finds a second. Major Pride holds strong, and it is them with the numbers advantage at this point. Kakali manages to get across, but no, can't quite find the vault. BRA down to 1. KONINA Power on the other side of the road might have some sanctuary here as they take down Kane. EXO looks to launch the nade over to Nomi. It looks good, it looks on target, but Nomi's back inside to stay alive for Major Pride.
But they're right on the edge of the blue and it continues to push. EXO's got 1 more final grenade and that could be the downfall of him. Effect spots him on the edge. Looks for a nade of his own, but it will take him down. A great pick-off. A great prediction as well coming through from him. Now it's Nomi. The absolute slaughter on Major Pride to try and keep it going. He's so low.
BRA have been taken down a peg or 2 here. Major Pride getting eaten alive by NEXUS. So powerful on this high ground. He steps out to deal with it. Kakali falls down and 3 teams remain. It's 1 on the up, 2 on the down, and NEXUS have managed to clear this one through. Hayes, though, has a challenge of his own, and it is split. 2 1v1s, a drop down from Nomi. Major Pride still in.
A 3-player finish, each player from a different team. Off Hayes, spots over towards Doran, no meds, just bandages. Molotov over towards the top, will burn him out. That's Nexus done, should be at least in 3rd place. And now Nomi versus Off Hayes, and I think Off Hayes might have to peak first.
What a representative game of today's play, Blank. You have KONINA Power and Nexus both getting deep into this circle, getting value from this game. And KONINA Power, can they steal away a second one? Nomi is going to have to peak now. Can Off Hayes hold on? No, he can't. Nomi able to take it home. What a peak. What a wild peak coming through from Nomi for Major Pride to take the final chicken dinner of the day.
Mate, Nomi, 2 fingers straight in the eyeballs of that stun grenade. Completely blind, tosses the second one just to ensure it. What a play from Nomi. Major Pride fought very, very hard for this game and very hard for a top 5 finish to heading towards PMGC. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, Nomi steps up where it matters. He was unbelievably good over in the league stage for PMPL EU, and once again performing today. Either over on their previous Erangel that they were able to win, he was seriously the linchpin there on his flank. I couldn't ask for a better way to finish the day with KONINA Power, Nexus, and Major Pride all making it into the top 3.
What a way to close it down. A beautiful game. I mean, very, very tricky, to be fair. Those sweeps through Impala just came from both sides, constantly battering every single team back and forth, and really gave us quite the roller coaster there, as they keep saying over on the desk. We are still on that Nexus roller coaster, but Major Pride were able to get that a little bit higher up. They were on that train, Blank. They kept it going.
Yeah, it was astonishingly good. Now, I think that for BRA, it was just a little bit too long of a hold towards that south side, right? When they had to move, it made things a bit awkward. They were losing members. And I think realistically, the thing that makes that game so difficult is that the circle was so undecided between the open ground over towards the western side and Impala itself. So you have this weird moment where you have 2 teams on equal footing, peeking over the ridge and removing themselves from Impala. It's a fantastic circle to finish things off, though, and I wouldn't expect anything less from the championships because that is very difficult to play.
Let's head back over to the studio.
This has been a roller coaster of a day, to be honest, not just for Nexus, for also KONINA Power, Major Pride getting themselves a victory on the board as well here. And what is there to say about this match? I mean, Max, you were literally just talking to me. Was that 10 eliminations for Nexus, like a top 4 in this one? And then obviously the results from before.
It's been an insane day for Nexus. They just remember today, we actually know how to play PUBG Mobile pretty damn well. We're just going to start popping off and get the wins.
I think they saw our match before we actually came on air today.
Yeah, I got 15 eliminations, you got 18, and you were the support.
I got 9.
You got 9?
He was hoping.
But what a day for Nexus. They drop Impala. This is their bread and butter when it comes to playing Miramar. I was expecting them to get a win. Of course, it was a bit tough towards the end. You have to get through all of those teams, but still double digits again for them. I just hope that this is going to continue riding that high for tomorrow.
Well, when you go up, there's only one thing that can happen.
You keep going up.
Yeah. 18 points for Nexus, 19 points for Major Pride, and 11 for Bra, which we haven't really seen too much, but obviously eliminations we point out today. And REGNUM KARYA, you don't pick them, they get themselves 11 points.
Yeah. I had some faith. But at the same time, RÜYA also had faith in themselves to be able to ruin my prediction.
I love Docker Machine. No, screw you in particular.
I didn't like that. I was not a fan. I'm going to be real. You know what, Nexus, though? What a bewildering...
Bobby Dazzler
of a day here, Max. I am completely flabbergasted at the turnaround we've seen from them from day to day. It's insane.
They're licking at the heels of those teams in top 5.
Oh, finger licking good day. Yeah, it's really good for them.
Very KFC.
Oh, very KFC of me.
Yummy.
But it's been good. And again, Brad, sure, the placement points are a little bit on the lower side. They still reach the late game, but they're still relevant when it comes to eliminations alone, so they're still competing for a top 5 spot. Though S2G, what a rough day. Like, we have not seen much from these guys. They've been doing these 2-2 middle splits pretty often, but these circles have been shifting pretty harshly, and they've been having a hard time adjusting off the back of that. So it's not been the easiest day for S2G.
Yeah, if Nexus was enjoying a roller coaster for today, S2G was on those little teacups that don't go very fast and is really not having the best of times.
Well, they also paid off the amusement park to not let anyone else on the ride with them as well.
Yeah. So it can go really slow and really, anyway, yeah, it's been a rough time for them. Unfortunate, to be honest. But I mean, again, there's not too much pressure on them, all things considered.
That's true. I still expect more out of them.
Yeah.
I think maybe coming into day 4, maybe that'll be where they start to rise up yet again here. But we're seeing some of the highlights from the match here, and honestly, like some of the finishes as well. The teams coming out of Impala, like with Max, I think went for Bra. I think Color Stewart, REGNUM, KARYA. You were hoping the zone went towards REGNUM, KARYA, which it kind of did. But Bra had a very tough time transitioning out.
Actually, for REGNUM, KARYA, playing the dip that they were playing there was a really good idea. Unfortunately, for them, you said next RÜYA just ruined it for them. If they fully survive that, they get to the ridge of the road, they can actually win that game, because that's what they would have been able to go up against the likes of Major Pride and Nexus in that finishing moment. So if there's no teams coming in from the west, only them, that ridge, that little lip of the hill would actually be giving them an opportunity to go for the win.
The annoying thing that could have been, though, is their eventual players were eliminated by Nexus and KONINA Power.
Yeah.
And they're actually just two invincible entities during today, apparently. So there was no chance for REGNUM KARYA in those fights.
Oh, okay.
Rough
point, yeah.
I think I remember hearing Kalaris when RÜYA came in and ran over REGNUM KARYA and started to do some damage to him. He was just like, ooh, REGNUM KARYA.
Are we bringing back baby Kalaris?
No.
Nah.
I think we actually have baby Maxman today.
Yeah, where's the baby Maxman from yesterday? That was a terrible day of predictions.
Yeah, it's not even been that good today either. But
yeah.
I got to go for some weird picks if I want to catch up, but it's just not happening. So I've given up, kind of.
Don't give up. There's still a chance. Just like for Gladiators, there's still a chance. Not a big one.
I don't know.
Guys, don't worry. They can come back at the end. No, they're not.
I think we will be seeing a gladiator-less PMGC at this rate, yeah.
Which is weird. Yeah, that does feel odd to say.
It does, yeah.
It could happen. Yeah.
Some might say this year has been a GG for them.
GG not well played. Yeah.
No, you should have just stayed silent. Not just let him
I know.
that one. That was...
Okay.
So I like having Max on the show. He doesn't leave me hanging when I say stupid things.
I was going to say nothing.
I believe we have overalls next. I'm not quite sure. We can. So let's take a look at our overalls, because I wasn't quite sure where we're supposed to go to next, because I got lost in my terrible joke. And see where the teams currently stand here. KONINA Power, top 5. Nexus, 7th place.
That's actually a ridiculous day. In terms of the shakeup that we have potentially been anticipating from day to day, what on earth is that?
16 to 7th for Nexus.
That's insane. Wow.
Well, only 6 points and they're in top 4. By the way, just
what?
6 points and they are in top 4. They're into PMGC.
Whoa,
that would be.
It's going to be
the
hotly
tiebreaker.
contested.
They would be still 5th.
There would be.
Look, it's going to be hotly contested tomorrow. Okay.
6 points plus 3 is 9. 119. It'd be tied with MADBULLS, but would lose the tiebreaker at Chicken.
Yeah, they lose the tiebreaker. Okay, but like you need 6.
Hey, tiebreakers are important.
Pretty important, yeah.
Wait, if the Nexus roller coaster keeps going up tomorrow, we're entering the stratosphere. They are going to make it to the moon, the PMGC moon. They are going to be there. What is going on? If they make it, that's unbelievable.
I've nothing to say.
Yeah,
I was about to put out there like first place.
Whoa, steady on
First place is like, come on, like next RÜYA, Brat Esport, a little bit too far to reach right now unless they do nothing tomorrow. But the thing is, Brat's still bringing in consistent eliminations. 2 games ago, they had 95. They got 10 eliminations over the course of 2 matches. I don't think they're going to fall out of top 5. Same for next RÜYA. Currently, I would say the bottom 3 of this top 5, Major Pride, MADBULLS, KONINA Powers, that's where you have a bit of wiggle room where things could really change tomorrow.
It's getting tough here. I mean, S2G, they've fallen off from top 5 as well at the start of the day here in 8th place. But what about the second page? Because realistically, S2G could get top 5. And there is a chance for MELISE, for REGNUM KARYA to do so. I don't want to call it just yet, but like we're looking 40 points out for Gladiators at the moment.
Look, I mean, okay, let's play the other side of this card for a moment. If Nexus can do what they've done today,
you're not wrong.
Gladiators can do that too, all right? We've seen them have some excellent days, some wins after wins after wins. There is a hope for some of these teams.
Yeah. Kitsune said in the interview, "Oh yeah, we're going to qualify. It's fine. It's okay. I'm not even thinking about it." Maybe you got to start. Maybe you got to start thinking about it now. I think this is the moment where we start. Well, maybe it's not that easy getting into PMGC, but it like 13th position, not really what you would expect from the Gladiators. sure, end of tournaments, that's when they perform the best. But I feel like we're getting at a point where the point gap they need to catch up, and also the teams above them are still going to keep normally doing well. It's going to be rough to close that gap. They're going to need one of the best days we've ever seen from Gladiators if they want to catch up.
Okay, well, let's move on to MVP on the day. I don't know if you have any predictions or you just want to see it. I'll let you guys choose. Do you want to see it or do you want to make a prediction?
Kapahala.
I was going Becca.
Becca also, KONINA Power.
That's what I was going to go for.
I'm going Doran for this one.
Okay. It's going to be really close, I think.
Yeah.
Let's see. Who's our MVP? Our MVP.
Becca. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
I mean, if I had to predict who was correct in this situation, I went with Kalaris because looking at your prediction,
thank you.
it would have made no sense to choose you.
Yeah,
that is very true. Very
never
true.
follow me, anyways.
I mean, their campaign today started on that beach of all places, right? Considering KASIK team had that compound on in Erangel, and then they were just kind of sat on the beach waiting and hoping. It was a surprise to me that they survived as long as they did there. I mean, all things considered, the circle was a little bit in their favor. But from then on, Becca just constantly 5 eliminations, 5 eliminations, 5 eliminations. He was absolutely blasting out of control.
This Erangel game in particular, they had the plateau and knew, okay, we're definitely not going to win this game. Let's just start blasting every single team's out of position and try and get things done in the way they did with
out of control.
Team. Yeah, for Becca. So out of control. And this win, I mean, I really did not expect them to win it at all, but they had 10 billion nades to play with, and Nexus were not ready.
Were there any other teams in the lobby other than Nexus and KONINA and Power?
I think it was
was there any?
You only had 2 teams spawning every time.
It's weird. It was a weird day.
There's a couple invisible teams.
Galatasaray.
Galatasaray.
I'll say it, yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were going to say it or not.
But what have they done? I don't know.
You know what was invisible was our predictions. I decided to take
Can we keep them invisible?
Max's was.
No, okay.
That little cough. Poor Max.
I wish you focused as hard as you do with your predictions as you are in that picture.
Wait, Blank's a point ahead of me. What happened? God.
I just did the pose for the picture there. I wasn't focused. I was just like, oh, let's try and look cool for once. And that's it.
Blank was barely even here today.
I think, you know, to be fair, I feel like you deserve some of Blink's points for covering for him.
I agree.
Okay, give me half of his points, please. Thank you.
Half of his points.
And we'll be even. Thank you.
I'm fine to make that happen as long as I'm still ahead of you.
Max England somewhere going.
Okay. Hey, I won the spring season prediction game. Okay, you weren't here. I won it. I swear.
It didn't happen.
It
wasn't here.
It did. I did win it.
Let me get Janira on the phone and be like, "Is this true?" And she's gonna tell me no.
Nobody remembers.
Okay. Come on, never win. I don't know why.
Aren't you happy to have me back, Max?
Say no.
So Monster Energy, our official interesting partner here at PMPL. You guys go ahead and pick one up yourselves and unleash your beast. And maybe we can get Max to drink one of those to get his predictions a little bit more beastly, a little bit more on point.
I need one. Give it.
Please don't ooh again or ever again in your entire life. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for tuning in today. That does wrap up our 3rd day of play here at the PMPL EU Champs. But we only have 1 day left to go before not only we crown our champion, but more importantly, which teams will be going to PMGC, because the league stage is right around the corner and so is tomorrow's show. We'll see you then.